Jack Stauber has uploaded over 160 plus videos, with 4 major shorts being released on Adult Swim, and today we're going to analyze and explain every single one, taking you through what actually happens in these videos and then extracting the deeper meaning behind them one by one, because somehow almost nobody's actually done this before. Whenever people talk about Jack Stauber, it's typically because of his absence, or because of Opal, or the off chance that somebody reviews Shop, a pop opera. Besides those 3 instances, it's incredibly rare to find any other video on the rest of his catalog, which is crazy, because everyone always talks about what a great catalog this guy has on his channel, and yet no one's ever gone over any other video or every single video besides just the big ones? Well, that is until today. Now, if this video looks familiar, that's because technically it is. 2 years ago, I uploaded an 8-hour ranking and analysis video of Jack Stauber's work, but I initially took it down because the rankings weren't really something that I enjoyed watching or even doing, but the analysis part was golden. And when I watched that video back years later, it's still just as good as I remembered it, and it's what I loved about that video the most. So, over the past few months, I completely re-edited the entire project from the ground up, removing almost every mention of rankings and turning this into something much more straightforward. A complete walkthrough and an analysis of nearly every Jack Stauber video ever uploaded, with the exception, of course, of his newest short on Adult Swim's Growth, which I already made another video on, so feel free to watch that one after this one. What you're about to watch took me nearly a month and a half to create, and it was one of my favorite projects I've ever had the pleasure of doing. I mention that because you might notice my clothes or hair changing throughout the video, since I recorded most of this across an entire month and then stitched it all together at the end. So, without further ado, let's analyze and explain every single Jack Stauber video to date. This appears to be our first micro pop on the tier list. You will see a lot of these if you know Jack Stauber. These are usually just like 30 to 40 second videos where it's a song playing with a lot of crazy visuals on screen. In this case, it's a song all about a $4.99 advertisement. We start the video off with the phone ringing, which is then interrupted by the lyric $4.99, and this is a constant loop of this person making a phone call, trying to tell the person on the other side what is going on, only to be interrupted by a constant onslaught of ads. The song itself is incredibly catchy, as are a lot of the micro pops that we're going to be talking about today, and it's honestly one of my favorite videos. I think as far as micro pops go, this one nails a lot of what makes Jack Stauber so awesome. It has a fun, jumpy attitude. It's very easy to lose yourself in the rhythm and the flow of the song, and it's just catchy. And not only that, but there's lots to unpack here with the meaning of this video. We start with the phone being dialed as this person is panicking the entire time as they're trying to get through to the other side, only for the materialness of the world and the distractions of the world to overtake them and kind of overshadow them. And by the end of the song, the material goods and the ads literally grab the phone out of the person's hand, which leads them to essentially dying, which is signified by the end of this song. There's probably a lot more interpretations of this, but that's just what I got out of it. And to be honest, just for a 40-second video, I think the fact that I could sit here and do probably like an 8-minute analysis on it speaks volumes to how good this one is. It has everything you'd want in a Jack Stauber video. It has very funky music that's very easy to bob your head to and get addicted to and watching over and over again. It also has a lot of substance beneath the surface that you can watch over and over again and meticulously look at all the details that are layered within. And all of that is pulled together by the amazing visuals that Jack seems to honestly execute perfectly. He never oversteps this boundary of creepy and disturbingness. Like, some of these visuals are downright scary if you just leave it on like a still frame. Like, even the thumbnail for this video is kind of weird. but when you're watching it, it doesn't feel jarring or even remotely scary. It's actually really fun to watch. So to me, this is the standard for what makes a very, very good Jack Stauber video, and I'm honestly kind of glad that we hit this one first.
Got the Goldie.
So this is 6B Baby, another micro pop on the channel, but this one's a lot less known. I don't see a lot of views on this one. This one was honestly one of my favorites. I'm watching it right now as I'm like commentating on it. The lyrics, the use of a 6B pencil, which if you don't know is it'll leave a darker impression when you use 6B pencils. If you do drawing a lot, you've probably used these quite a bit. And using that as part of the lyrics and kind of referencing like going 6 feet under and being dead, I'm getting like themes of like leaving your impression on the world with the use of the pencil. As far as the video goes, it's fun. I think this is one of the ones that I'll probably be going back to a lot. At first, it didn't really catch me. It didn't grab my attention as much as the other one did, but the lyrics, you know, scribble it out without a doubt, it's too good, dude. I'm not surprised by how cool this one was. I hadn't even seen this one before I made this video, which is exactly why I wanted to do this video. But anyways, let's go to the next one.
Baby, got something to confess to you.
A Confession is a 20-second video that is also, I wouldn't consider this one really a micro pop so much as it is kind of just a little short tune. For me, the micro pops kind of fit this category of having lyrics on the screen, being almost a fully fledged song that can be extended out potentially. This one's just a little bit too short for my taste. I think that if you're an avid Jack Stauber enjoyer, you kind of agree with that take of this one kind of just ends a little bit too abruptly. But essentially, the lyrics in this song are about this man and a confession that he has to make to somebody. I assume it's a girl because a lot of the songs that I feel like Jack has made in the past were about like love interest or something. I've seen a little bit of those on the channel, so to me this seems like a confession to like almost like a girlfriend or like a partner of yours, and how they can't afford anything, like they have no money, and the money they did spend they use it on like a chocolate bar, but they ate it on the way home. I think there's some substance here, but to me it didn't seem like super obvious what it was. To me this video overall was definitely a fun watch, and this is definitely a gem when it comes to going through the entire catalog of Jack Stauber. Like, this is the kind of thing that I wanted to find on today's video and have all of you experience if you haven't already done so. Compared to what he's made looking back to now, I don't think it really holds up super well. It's definitely got the vibes going on, and I think what's so cool, like the time capsule in the comments of people that are like, yo, like this channel is going to blow up, like your style is insane, like, because it's so true, dude. Like, I can't imagine having watched this back when he wasn't as established as he is now, because this is so sick. Like, being able to look back at these things and see Jack kind of hone in on what makes him him. But anyways, I could blabber on about that for hours, which is what I'm going to do for the rest of this video. But anyways, let's go to the next one. So the next video up is Shop, a Pop Opera, which is an Adult Swim short that Jack created. Now, I'm obviously not going to be playing any clips from this. The reason being is that it's very hard to get anything by the Adult Swim copyright system. I actually have the entire Opal video copyrighted. Never saw a penny from that video. Did it just because I loved the video, and I had to heavily edit the Shop video that I just posted like 2 weeks ago. But anyways, this short is amazing, and I think this is what people want out of Jack when we expect like his best. Like, if he's gonna bring what we think is like his absolute best to the table, these are the things we want to see. This short hits so many things that make this guy just so unique. The idea of using something as ordinary as like a grocery trip to get across these ideas of like nihilism, existentialism, what is life after death, how do you live a good life, How do you see yourself in society? What is your role in your life in society? Like, all these points are hit on essentially what is just a 12-minute grocery store trip, and it's awesome. And all of the songs in this short are amazing. Like, I want to be taken on a journey when I watch this stuff and have some awesome music along the way, with these like random deep cuts along with these euphoric highs. And it's what makes this short so amazing. The ending of it really left me like wanting to do stuff. For those that have no idea what the short was about, because I don't think I explained it that well. It's a 12-minute short that is a grocery store trip with our main protagonist encountering, I think it's like 5 to 6 different people. And through these people and the items that he gets while shopping, he starts singing songs and learning about life and death, what it means to live a good life, what it means to be yourself around your friends or not be yourself around your friends, or getting addicted to some kind of vice, whether it be coffee or whatever it is in your life. There's so many things that are gone over in this short that make it amazing. If you want a deeper analysis on this short and you want to know exactly what it's about and know all the details after having watched it, go check out my video on it. It's like a 37-minute video going over basically everything, every single song, what each song means, and what it meant to me, what it meant to my experience and how I related to it. So go check that out whenever you want. But without further ado, let's go to the next video.
I can, do I?
Abel is a 27-second short that takes us through the life of this cow, which I'm assuming is named Abel, or maybe it's just a play on words of the word stable. But anyways, we get taken through the cow's life and see what they see. They see a farmer milking the cows and a farmer using all this, doing all these things to the cow. And Abel, this cow wants to be able to do that as well. They want to grow hands and do what the farmer does and be able to kind of lead their own life, if you will. And at the end of the shorts, they kind of accept their fate and realize that there's nothing they can do. And we get taken to this harrowing scene where a bolt gun is going to be used on the cow that we just watched go through this entire mental journey to get to where they are now. And if you don't know what a bolt gun is, it is basically a device used on cows. And this is a real thing. They use it on them to subdue them prior to getting slaughtered. It is how it's done. My heart says S tier for the meaning alone. Like, being able to take me through the journey of the life of a cow and giving the cow feelings, dude. Like, to me, it's almost like Iron Giant. Like, what if a gun had feelings? Like we kind of don't think, or I think of them like this, but a lot of people do not think about animals having feelings, right? Especially like ranchers. I grew up in a rancher family. You drive along seeing all these cows where we used to live, and like, yeah, no one really cares about them. But like, what if they do have these kind of thoughts and feelings, right? Being able to put that into perspective and take me through the actual POV of what this cow sees and what it might be thinking and what it might want to do with its life before it inevitably comes to an abrupt end. Not much else to say about Abel. We're going to be going to the next video.
Love Valley, hi.
Next video up is Al Dente, and this one is pretty significant because it's one of the first videos that I think uses claymation on the Jack Stauber channel, and to me it kind of feels like that. So this video starts off with a very catchy tune that you guys can already hear playing in the background, hearing the high highs and the low lows. And as far as structure goes, I'm not really sure what the video itself is supposed to be about. I think it's about cooking pasta and being tender. To me, this video really just reads like Jack wanted to test something with the claymation. Maybe that's a wrong interpretation and I missed something huge here. I've watched this video like 5 or 6 times now, and I can't really make a story out of it. And to be honest, there doesn't really need to be one, because the tune itself is so damn catchy that there probably isn't a story here to be talked about. As far as Jack Stauber videos go, this one definitely nails the eeriness, the amazing visuals, and for being one of the first, I think it is the first claymation video if I'm not mistaken, but it's awesome. Anyways, let's go on to the next one.
say forget about it. Oh, 5, 6, 7.
This is Aleph by Jack Stauber, a 24-second short that takes us through a bunch of math puns and kind of left me feeling a little bit empty, but like a breakup empty. Like that kind of feeling when you're like, what do I do now? To understand this video, we have to talk about Aleph 0, or otherwise known as Aleph null. Essentially, this is the smallest infinite number in math. And I think using the pun Aleph you in the beginning instead of I love you is kind of like saying I love you to infinity. And the entirety of this video based around math, using the numbers to count up and stopping with puns. 1, 2, 3, 4, get about it. 5, 6, several months. 4, 5, sick to my stomach. Like these are, even though, you know, kind of cheesy, it's awesome, and it was a lot of fun to watch this video. And I think using math to tell the story of what I think is like a heartbreak is crazy. Because if you listen to the lyrics, right, forget about it, several months, he's sick to his stomach, and he ends it with saying like, you weren't 5, 6, 7, 8 mine. You weren't mine to begin with. Why am I sad over you? I think being able to get all of this out of the video that is 24 seconds is insane. And dude, so this one is so short that I'm actually just gonna play it for you guys to watch because I don't want to explain it. It's just, you gotta experience it for yourself.
Hi there, ma'am.
Hello.
You find everything you were looking for today?
Oh, yeah. And then some.
Did you just say, and then some?
It is definitely a fun video, and I think that a lot of people kind of do watch Jack for this stuff, right? A lot of people, I think, watch him because he's very fun in a lot of the things that he makes. This is very old. For people to understand, like, the context, this is very old Jack. Like a very, very old video of his. At the store. This is a video that I actually avoided for a long time. Not for any particular reason, but every time I saw it on the Jack Stauber channel, it never really piqued my interest, but I've grazed by it so many times, and having watched it, it's making me realize how many gems I've missed out on when looking at Jack's catalog of videos. This video is honestly very, very well put together. It's gonna be like an hour, 2 hours of me glazing this guy. This video is focused on this woman who I believe is dated the protagonist of the song, or like the person who was singing, not necessarily Jack, but like within the contained story of this song. And them being at the store is like them shopping for more men, like they're going out and getting themselves into the dating world again. And the first few lyrics can be interpreted as like heartbreak, or like two people that dated this person talking to each other. One of them says, she misses you like she misses a pair of shoes, but she misses me like she misses jewelry. I think it has to do with like two guys that feel like used by this person, and then one of them is a lot more mature and realizes the position at hand. He realizes that this person never cared for them, and it's fine to be heartbroken, but don't do it for too long, right? Hence the clearance sticker being slapped onto the person who's heartbroken. Because why would you want to be sad over this when they're already at the store, right? The person that they're heartbroken over is already over it and already going out and getting more people. So why would you want to waste your time being heartbroken when you don't have to? I got all of that from this like 30-second short. This is just my opinion on this video. Yeah, we'll go to the next one.
Baby Hotline, please hold me close to you.
Baby Hotline. This is probably one of the most popular ones on the channel. I think if I sort by most popular, this like has to be one of the most popular. It's like the 4th most popular video. It's a fantastic one, and I think it's because it has so much substance for how short the video is. It's 44 seconds, and it's chock full of that amazing animation that you expect from Jack. It hits all of the high notes of what you want from a video. It's very fun, It's very catchy. It has very bright visuals and a dark undertone. I think that's a big thing that I like out of these videos, is that he takes these really deep, intense emotions. Like, this song itself is very heavily alluding to, or at least what I thought was like a suicide hotline. And the reason for that is because it talks about like pills, and the way he is at the end, it's like very clearly it's about some kind of depression. And throughout the song, there's these little moments, these little break points that just really sell me on what it means to enjoy this guy. The line that sold me on this theme and message was when it says, "Baby flatline, still time to do it too." Which, do what, right? The deed, the, you know, like what we're alluding to here. And it's dark, right? And when you really dissect this, it kind of gives you like a pumped out Kicks vibe, like Foster the People's pumped up Kicks. This extremely catchy tune with this super dark story underneath it, like wanting to see this person get better. This woman who has gone through this trouble and always calling this hotline over and over again, and using other stuff like pills to hopefully fix the problem, and it hasn't. Could literally probably make a like 12 to 20 minute video on this 40-second short talking about the history of everything that has to do with how it was made, the meaning behind it, and the song and the lyrics. It's all just incredibly well done. And yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that. We're gonna go on to the next one. The next one up is Baby Son Adoring Us, and it's very significant because it's the last publicly uploaded video on the Jack Stauber channel, and it's a good one. It's one of the ones that I've probably watched this short enough times that it even made it into my video on the traumatic world of Jack Stauber, and it's a really good video. As for it missing the mark on being a catchy tune, I think this one isn't trying to do that. This one takes a very different approach to what it means to have like an artistic expression, I guess, as far as Jack's work goes. This one is from the get-go very dark and gritty, and even just like the sounds and the song, it's all meant to be very serious, or at least that's like what I'm interpreting from what I'm seeing. The full video is a 25-second clip of this baby who is, I think, being taken care of by these parents, and then at the end of the entire thing is presumably dies and then is let go to heaven. My interpretation of this entire video is there's two things that I thought of immediately. Either one, having a stillborn, right? Two parents who are in the hospital looking at their child, like hoping that makes it through this difficult time, or abortion, right? I think those two are obviously the go-tos for one talking about this short in particular. The fact that I'm able to interpret all that from just 25 seconds, dude. This one just felt very creepy and disturbing, which I think is a little bit different for Jack to do. Yeah. Next video. This is Back by Jack Stauber, a minute-long short about this person who is reminiscing on their old time being a kid back in their old town. The entirety of the video is essentially them walking literally down memory lane, remembering how the best thing you got when you were a kid was just a pat on the back. And we go through these, amazing claymation visuals that Jack uses, ending the song off with seeing these locals with this POV shot of the town behind them, which it really evoked this like super nostalgic feeling in me, probably because I've seen stuff like this on road trips, and it just feels so familiar, even though I know I've never been to this place. Now, the video itself is awesome, and I think the meaning behind it is even better so. I loved the idea of reminiscing, and I don't know when Jack wrote this or put it out, but maybe he was feeling nostalgic, because that's what I like about what he does. I feel like he's able to take these emotions and feelings and just simplify them down and evoke them in you through the visuals that he's able to make. I really enjoy Jack's ability to bring super deep emotion to anything that he makes. I watch this guy because I think the emotions that he brings forth is crazy good, and I've never seen any other artist or like person that creates stuff like this do that to me. So next video.
Come on. Hurry up, quit your job, day trade.
So this 15-second short is titled Bandaid, and it's like 5 seconds of Jack running at the screens. There's lines about day trading and working, and ending off with doctors saying to put a band-aid on it, probably alluding to some wound that he has. I think the reason I'm struggling so much with this one is because there probably isn't a meaning. This to me just feels like a really fun video that he wanted to make. And sometimes, like, I get that. Like, I think just being creative is a huge thing when you're at this level. To me, there's nothing super special about it. There's nothing that like really leans me into it. This just feels like almost like if Jack's channel was like a series, like this is kind of like a filler episode almost, right? And I don't think I can comfortably put that higher than that. Yeah, next one. So that was Banter. It matches the vibe I like a lot, which is like the slow but somehow also upbeat song. I listen to like a lot of like MF Doom, so this kind of feels like if MF Doom did like pop. It's slow enough to feel like someone is reminiscing and thinking deep about something that like emotionally touched them or like a traumatic event, but it's like upbeat enough that I'm just like, I'm in it, dude. Like you can see my head bobbing in the beginning. Really, really good. I think the lyrics are kind of another breakup song almost, right? Talk so pained, your skin is so gray, dried up love. These things kind of happen at the end of a relationship. And even the lines following, right? Thinking of everything as you try to sleep. I regret to say that you long to keep. Like trying to keep someone and thinking about all the things you could have said that would have maybe kept them a lot longer than you had them, and then breaking it down at the end with like banter, because that's kind of what relationships devolve into after you break up, right? If you see the person in public, you just kind of banter a little bit, maybe, right? You turn into like friends, and or not even friends, but like acquaintances, right? To me, that is like super exemplified by the last line: self-control with any role, right? If you're in these other roles, you play it, right? You banter up when you're at the end of a relationship. Maybe I'm just talking out of my butt, but that's what I got out of this song. I did not anticipate how long this video was going to take me. This has been like 2 days into recording, I think, and I've done like 3 hours of recording, and I'm like 12 videos in, so this is Better by Jack Stauber. 50-second long video that is, I think it's a music video, kind of, like most of his content is, with this one focusing primarily on this like alien looking figure walking through aquatics, space, and just kind of zooming all over the place with silverware and a plate bouncing around. And yeah, it's a wild video for sure. I'm not gonna lie, at first this video really creeped me out. Like the moment I put it on, I was like just so disturbed, which I don't really get with a lot of Jack Stauber's work. But there's not a lot to say about this video. I think this is Jack's first work that was ever done with CGI. Like I think this was one of the first, if not the first, 3D animation video. Definitely one of his lesser watched. I think this is like also one of the most unique I've seen from him, of all people, which is kind of crazy to say. Anyways, on to the next one. Alright, so I just watched the birthday video, and it was cute. It was a 40-second animation where this kid just wakes up, grabs a piece of cake and his radio and presumably just chills in the park on a beach or something and just eats his cake and enjoys the music. And that's cute. I like that a lot, actually. That's relatable, dude. So many birthdays I've had where I feel like I'm almost forced by family to have to do stuff. Sometimes I don't want to do anything. I just want to do what this guy does in the video. Just relax and have a piece of cake and just chill, dude. I feel like some people take birthdays too serious, so that really made me feel something nice and special, which is kind of cool. With that cute, classic paint animation that Jack is so well known for. Alright, next video.
Got my dark gloves.
The lyrics, not super deep. Well, I don't think they are. Got my dark gloves, spoons, and child play. Not what you're looking for, gotta turn the other way. Yeah, this just feels all over the place with the lyrics, but the video itself is great. I'm always a fan of when Jack does this like real life clip art masking effect, like with the having like these glasses on and like him digging into his eye sockets like spoons of chili. I love stuff like that. I think that's awesome. And the paint effect he does with the boo, like the text, having it fly all over the place like that, is just so unique, dude. And I love the way that it's done on here. It's awesome. Okay, so for those who don't know Bottle Music or his videos formatted like this, these are videos that he does where he takes ordinary objects and makes music out of them, which is something that's really unique. I have not seen this done like too often, to be honest, at least not to this degree, like something as simple as like a bottle. So in Bottle Music, he does very simple actions by blowing on the bottle, flicking it, tapping it, to create a full-blown song that is amazing. He just shows you the sounds, he shows you recording it, and shows the clips of the sounds. Like, the video is so simple and straightforward, and there's no fluff. It's all action, and that's why this video is so good. I don't think a lot of people would be able to do what Jack did in that video. And to me, yeah, no questions. So this video is called Breaking News, and it's part of Jack's promotional ads. He has a lot of these, and I gotta give him credit on these, dude. These are really well done. I think when it comes to promotional ads, your ad should show off you as an artist. I think that's a big thing a lot of artists miss when they do any kind of promotional work. It's usually them just kind of talking about whatever it is that they've made and trying to get people to watch. But what Jack does in these ads is so good. He really just shows his personality and his work and his style in them, and he doesn't have to do that. He really doesn't, but he always chooses to. And this one, in my opinion, of all the ones I've seen, because I've actually seen a lot of the ads already, this one is probably one of my favorites. Claymation and the stuff he does to show that he extended some of the songs, like, there was just so much work that was clearly put into this that he didn't have to, you know? And that's what I really like about it. The effort put into something as simple as releasing extended versions of your work and like a little micro pop album. Like, it's awesome. This is, like, in my opinion, what an artist should be doing if they're making something like this public. So, leaving it in S tier, we're going to the next video. This video is called Bubblegum, and this video is 58 seconds long, and it is around 50 seconds of just this weird conical shaped dude singing like to a very melancholic tune. And God, reading the description right now, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna just read the description. What is this description, dude? Bathrobes, American towels, shaving mugs, and copies of the Daily Mail. Maybe it has to do with the video. We'll go over it. But the video itself is very melancholic with the tone overall. And this is one of the more, I would say, slow pieces that I've seen on Jack's channel. But this one made me feel, there's a comment on here that actually describes it very well. So, your videos make me feel emotions that don't exist. And I think that's an apt description of this, because I feel like I'm feeling what is supposed to be nostalgia, but it's kind of lumped in with like this weird feeling of like despair, like something inevitable is gonna happen. And the way this video ends with clips of like real life flashing in, like very like I would say homey pieces, right? Flashing pictures of like a house, a yard, a back house, and like your pets. Like clearly this is supposed to be getting at some kind of nostalgic vibe towards the end, and I think that applies to the entire video. It's a really good video. I love that one a lot. We'll go to the next one. So this was Bug Bite by Jack Stauber. 27-second video that is all about a bug bite, or at least like the main chorus. There is some stuff in the beginning. I just don't know how to interpret it, I'll be honest. Muddy Planet, Gummy Baby, Chump Change, a random dude doing his lawn. Maybe this is having to do with like I read a comment that kind of shifted my perspective. I was ready to put this like in D tier, but someone put like, my interpretation: if there is something that bothers you but doesn't affect you negatively, then don't worry about it. No harm, no foul. I could see that actually after reading that. And maybe the neighbor doing his lawn is kind of like how people get upset over their neighbors doing seemingly simple things, but it bothers you for some reason, right? So if that is what this video is trying to go for, I don't know. I don't really see it like after watching it again. I'm watching it right now as I'm talking about it. This one just feels like a normal video. Maybe this one resonates with someone out there and I just don't get it. But yeah, I'm going to just leave it at that. You can eat me alive in the comments. We'll go to the next one. This one is Bumblebees Are Out. It's a 30-second video, kind of a music video. I don't know if I'll call it like a micro pop or not, but it's got some music and it got some jingles in it. But it's actually more focused on what I feel like is like abuse than anything, to be honest. If you go frame by frame in the beginning, like seeing the characters intertwine with each other, there's a lot to this video beyond the cutesy surface. The girl in the video is walking through her hallway. She ends up knocking over a vase, which the dad gets really mad at her and then presumably kicks her out. And then we see the girl playing outside and she gets stung by bees. She develops like all these like sores around her face and the video ends. Really, really weird. So this is Can Music by Jack Stauber. And this is, again, the same format as we talked about before, but he's using a bottle of V8 orange pineapple juice to make music. He attaches a rubber band to it, flicks the bottom, attaches a paper clip to it, flicks the paper clip to it, and yeah, he makes music out of just this can. And it's good. I actually used this song in my video on the traumatic world of Jack Stauber. This is the intro song that I use in case people were wondering where I got it. This is where I found it. I remember I was walking, like doing my like morning walks, and I was going through Jack's catalog of videos to see if like there's any music I could use that no one knew about, basically. And this was the song that I chose because when I heard it, I remember I was walking and I just visualized the opener that I used for that video. And I remember going home and immediately doing the animation myself. It was so fun. The beat itself, the song is great, and it was made from like 3 or 4 simple sounds from a can of V8 energy juice. Like, how could you not love that, dude? It's so awesome. Yeah, I did not like that the second time around, I'm gonna be honest. This video is cursed, dude. Like, I swear, whenever I watch it, I just get wildly uncomfortable. I think it's just the puppet that he uses to talk. I'm getting like goosebumps talking about it. It's actually tweaking. I'm tweaking, dude. Like, I hate the way this looks, dude. It's so creepy. And like, the video starts out as like a coherent song, and then like halfway through, like this guy has like a stroke, dude. Like, he just starts. There's a lot of dissonance. The music is not culminating together like it did. I hate this video, dude. I'll be honest. I'm gonna be so honest. I think if you haven't seen this one, I'll leave this one in the description because I want people to experience this one for themselves. This one's spooky to me. I still think it's so scary. I did not like this video at all, especially like watching it alone. Imagine watching this alone in your room at like 2 a.m. dude. Like, no, I am not doing that. Not what I expected going into this. It's really good. I like a lot of the stuff he's made, obviously for a reason. Next video, please.
On the side of the Lord.
Man, dude, I'm ranking this based on the videos. I gotta keep that in mind, like what I'm seeing, because I love this song. This is one of my favorite songs. I listen to this one probably the most out of a lot of the micropops that I've heard. I think this, Fighter, and like Two Time are the ones I listen to the most. Man, this one's so good, dude. The Cheeseburger Family, it's so good. I can't. The thing that gets me with this video that I really like is that, again, it's like watching a little story unfold. Like this sad cheeseburger kid looking out a window, and like the thing that I liked about this one was that I don't usually see from Jack is like the window zooming in. Like, usually these zoom in shots are really easy to do. You just, how do I explain this? Like, let's grab this photo of me and my girlfriend. Like, you make the photo and then you just slowly push it in, right? But this one you can tell that he redrew it because the window's moving, like, and the burger behind it's moving with it. So like, there's more to this one than just an average, shot. When you watch it, like, is this a grown-up cheeseburger thinking about like, having a family and stuff, or is this a baby thinking about the family they do have? Is their family on vacation? There's so many questions I have about this 30-second short about a cheeseburger.
Cherry of my eye.
This is Cherry by Jack Stauber, by the way, and this is a 31-second video filled with just these like really nostalgic clips that I think were filmed on a camcorder, and it's just him singing this like 4-line poem that I think he's written himself, and I think it was with the footage that was chosen for this. I know it might seem basic to use like these kind of clips, but I think the way they were interspliced together with the sound, it did something for me, and I really like that.
Earlier today, I went there to eat my chicken sandwich.
Alright, so this is animation test by Jack Stauber. Chicken sandwich talking animation test. It's just a 10-second animation of this character talking about a chicken sandwich. The animation itself is, it does some mouth animation, some head movements. It was an animation test. There's nothing super crazy going on about it. Yeah. It's a whatever video. Next. Cooking with Abigail. It's a 1:35 long video. It starts off as like a cooking show advert, like up next, Cooking with Abigail. And then it, presumably we're watching like the TV show unfold with like its theme song, and like it's really fun and jolly. And then these salt shakers tell Abigail that like this fig is saying mean things about her. The fig comes out, starts telling her that her whole thing is founded on misguided hopes. We keep seeing shots of this creepy old man in the windows watching her, and by the end of it, she doesn't look like she's having as much fun with the cooking show as she used to. That's what it looks like, at least. Especially with like the abrasive, like cracking the egg at the end. And I think I have a little theory before we go further. There's definitely a story here with the old men. I think the old guy is really tied together. So what I think is happening, like if we're just going based on the video itself, woman gets a cooking show. She thinks it's because she is good at cooking and makes great food, but it's really because these creepy old guys know that she, like, you know, I think it's vanity. They only care about the way that she looks and know that that's what's going to bring in the money and bring in the views and stuff. I think like the fig telling her the truth about like her whole thing is founded on misguided hopes. She thinks that she's created this amazing thing for herself, when in reality she's being used for other reasons. That's my personal take on this. I think that that's what the video is. There's probably deeper things that you could look into if you watch it more. I'm pretty sure that there's other stuff that I'm missing, but that's what I took away from it. If you watch the video, you can see at the end there's like nothing left, almost like the show ended. Like, it's really good. Okay, this is Coral. This video starts off very like, I guess, innocent like. There's a guy touching a leg, I think. And then like someone being crushed by their heart. I think this means like their heart was so big that like it just like popped out. And then it shows like a guy and a girl kiss. And right when that happens, there's like, it just shifts into this like animated dude having the time of his life. And this just, it's, to me, this seems like innocent fun. Maybe there's a deeper thing to this. Like maybe this is supposed to be like a video representing like intimacy. But that's what I got out of it, was like when I kissed my girlfriend for the first time. I remember, to me, it literally felt like that scene in Ratatouille when like he eats the cheese and the strawberries. Like that is how I felt when I kissed her for the first time. If that's what it's trying to get across, I think it nails it. If it's trying to get across I think similar to it, it's awesome. Having the guy's like brain resize and his heart resize, like it's just, you know, your brain saying one thing and your heart saying something else. Yeah, I totally get it though. I think, yeah, I really like this video a lot. That was a lot of fun to watch. Okay, so cough drop music, again, it's a minute-long video. Part of that echelon of videos where he just takes an ordinary object and makes music with it, somehow makes music with it. In this one, he uses the wrapper to like make a bunch of sounds, popping the wrapper, snapping at it, flicking it, and he makes a song out of it. This one did something special for me where I think the song gave me like an epiphany almost. These ones just felt like creating a little fun jingle.
Circumcise my love for you.
Yeah, okay. This is Cupid by Jack Stauber, and it's a 36-second micro pop that is a completely deep exploration of heartbreak. It starts with a guy in lovey-dovey land. He is, you know, fresh in love with someone, goes deep inside to his thoughts and what he really feels, saying that he wants to circumcise his love for this person that he's with because it's far too vapid and aimless. Meaning that there's just nothing that is stimulating about the relationship, nothing that keeps them going, and they're not really going anywhere, right? It's aimless. And even in a relationship like this, right, they still want the person, right? They don't want to break up because of the pain. They want it to be painless, right? This guy's a love soldier. He's a deep romantic that just wants connection. And then when they inevitably get the breakup, they want closure, and maybe they don't get it or something. Ending with the person in their coffin, which is symbolically just their room, right? Because when you're in a breakup like that, most people tend to isolate themselves in their room like this. And the fact that I was able to get all that from like 36 seconds, I think this is the best micro pop for that reason. Like, it feels like a coherent thing that I'm being brought throughout the entire video. And I go through like ups and downs, right? The high ups of the guy of Jack smiling in the beginning to like the lows of hearing about this relationship, and then the person being crushed, right? Literally shot. It's just too good. I think this one did something special. It's still like one of the most viewed videos. It's not the most viewed video on his channel. So there's a good chance you haven't seen it. If you have not seen it, please go watch it. It is so good. It is one of the videos that I think is very much worth watching on Jack's channel. It's a great video. I love it every time I watch it. And yeah, I think a very compelling story he was able to tell in like 36 seconds. Very amazing. This is the Cyberspace animation test. We're finally at one of the other animation tests. This one's good. I think this one's good because there's actually a little bit of interpretation to go on here. It's not just an animation test. The artwork itself, nothing too special about the video. It's 30-second animation loop of this artwork that is like, it's a guy exploring his own mind. If you think about it, right? Like his head is a TV monitor, and he's using a mouse to explore himself, like explore his own mind. And he's slowly just floating around in this vacant world. It's a very simple, cutesy animation. It has nice sound, and there's not like there's no music or anything in it. It's literally just looping sound of like space noise, I guess, white noise. But it's good. It's a good little video. It's almost like a little internet checkpoint type of thing. I liked it a lot. So, B tier. This is so funny, dude. This was what the? I've never seen this video. This is Day Job by Jack Stauber. This guy's day job is finding lost dogs and collecting their rewards. He goes to a missing poster and he finds a dog named Alan, and he goes home, undumps his bag of new dogs. What the how silly, dude. I love it. I love it so much. That is so funny, dude. What?
Thank you again.
This song's called Dead Flowers. It's a cover. Well, when you're sitting there, you still come.
That was so good. That was really passionate. That was Dead Flowers by Jack Stauber, which, if you don't know, is a song by Rolling Stones. But Jack really made this song his own. Like, I swear, when I first heard this, I didn't even know it was referencing that. The only link between the Rolling Stones song and Jack's version is the lyrics. Everything else is like his own. Like, I think the passion in this video alone is fantastic. This performance really reminded me of another artist that I watch a lot, which is Gracie Abrams. If you guys have ever seen Gracie Abrams' live performance of That's So True at Radio City Hall, kind of the same vibes I'm getting here. Of like, it's so passion filled. That's all you really want out of an artist, is like someone that gives a crap. Like, to just, I want you to care about what you're doing. And when Jack sings this, you can really feel the emotion, and you can really feel that this song means something to him. And I think the way he sings it, like that, just the sound, the way his voice breaks, dude, it's so good. And the way he's bouncing around in his chair, and it's so powerful. And I loved every second of this. And this is one of the best covers I've seen. This is what covers should be, man. They should be your own. You should somehow make the song your own. I think that's what Jack did here, and it's fantastic performance. He's done a lot of performances on his channel, and he has a lot of them uploaded, and we're probably going to go over some of them later. If you haven't seen it, go experience it for yourself. You'll go through some emotions and highs and lows. And it's just so passion driven. I think when I watched this performance, like, I'm pretty sure I've heard at some point from the making of HiLo or before that Jack went through some kind of like death in his family. And I don't know if he's thinking about that while he's performing, but you can feel that energy when he's singing this, dude. And that's what you want. Like yes, is it sad that it's gone through that? Yes, but like, putting that energy into a performance like this, it's something that you only experience once in a lifetime, even as the artist themselves. I've been there when I make videos like this. Like when I did my video on Opal, like that was a literal 20 minute, like, I've described it to so many people I've talked to about it. I literally just watched the video at like 2 a.m. and I just started talking to myself about the video as if I was recording. And I just like, what if I recorded this? And I just spoke for like 20 minutes. That video was entirely just me, like, just talking out of my butthole. And this feels like that. This feels like, he even says at the beginning of the performance, like, hey, I'm just going to perform this song for you guys. I don't know if he was just feeling it and he just wanted to do it, but like, I totally understand that feeling as someone who goes through these like creative ruts almost. When you have that passion in that moment, you just roll with it and you let it happen, and these beautiful things come out of it. And if you haven't watched any of his other live performances, I don't think I put any of them besides this one on there. I actually thought this was a regular video until I watched it right now. Really good. I've seen the other live performances, and this is definitely probably the best one I've seen from him. So I don't think it really matters to show the other ones. But yeah, this is top tier for sure.
I love what I can see.
So this is Dead Weight by Jack Stauber. And this one's the one I listen to quite often, especially when it's like super late at night. And the music video did not disappoint at all, man. Very good. I do feel like halfway through kind of loses me a little bit, but there's not a lot to say here. I think the song itself, very clearly about feeling like dead weight, dude. Feeling like what do you do when you're the kind of person that doesn't know how to do the things he's saying, right? How do I make friends? How do I fill the pages and be sociable? How do I kiss the girl? And I think it's a totally relatable song if you've been in that position. I'm gonna leave it there. I think it's good. Great video. Fantastic. Just love it. This was such a good video. This is Deploy by Jack Stauber. It's 31 seconds and it is so vibrant and fun, and there's all these animations in the beginning, and it starts off so much quicker than a lot of the other videos do. It kind of throws you right into the fray. Honestly, best part of this video is when I would say like almost like the beat drops and the chorus hits and Jack is dancing, and it's a lot of fun. For some reason, this reminded me of when I was like a kid, and there's a Rugrats episode that I watched when I was younger. It's when they go to Vegas, I think. And this reminded me of that feeling I got when they're in the back seat and they're looking through the window and they're seeing everything fly by. This reminded me of that beat that plays during that song, and it made me smile a lot. And I think that's why this is so good. Also, the added factor of this binary code at minute or second 18 seconds total, exactly. If you decode it, it says, after this, decode how you are feeling. So, because that was so good. I hadn't heard that song until like right now. That was amazing. Oh baby, we are at one of the short films. This is gonna be so fun to watch. I think I already watched this one a while back, but I'd like to preface this before I even talk about it. This is why I love when artists like this, or just people that are really creative, whether it's a YouTuber I watch a lot, or like a celebrity or an artist in this example, leave like old remnants of whatever they used to do, because like I love seeing the creativeness come out in all shapes and forms. I'm a firm believer in that, like anyone that does stuff, like even YouTube, we've all done short films or tried to at some point do them. I've definitely done some myself in the past. Some of them are still lurking online if you look hard enough. And yeah, so seeing this from Jack is just not surprising at all if you are somebody who tries to be creative at all. You've probably attempted a short film at some point in time, and I think this is a very fun look at what Jack used to be, I guess. Like the creativeness coming out and him finding his voice and form and what he makes all the time now. So after watching the whole video, this really reminds me of when I was trying to find myself. Like if you look at like my older videos, even on this channel, like even though I started this channel as like cartoon theory and I was doing basically just a blatant ripoff of like game theory, I was trying to find myself in a lot of those videos. And as I got older and I started doing like my own little style and different thumbnails, and I found my style and what I ended up liking doing, which is what I do now. Like, you know, basically like just analysis pieces and like just spilling my thoughts on things that I think are cool or like interesting events from around the world. And I've done like a lot of creative endeavors with my friends. I used to do like skits in high school that are posted on YouTube. I used to do like a podcast with my friend that's also on YouTube. I've done a lot of things, like other like little creative things here and there, and this just reminds me of that era in my life of trying to find what I want to do with my channel, I guess. Even my older channel, my super young baby channel that's still up, I used to post stuff like this. Like I did like a jumper short film where I just like teleported around my house, and this kind of felt like that to me, where it's just like, I'm gonna wake up today and make a video just because I want to, and I'm gonna do all these different shots, and I'm gonna narrate it, and I'm gonna try and be funny and witty. And yeah, I will say that one of the lines in this video that caught me off guard was when he's arguing with his mom on the phone, and he looks at the sun and he says, "I stared at the sun in an active protest." I don't know why that line is so like, whoa, like I did not expect that line to be as hard as it was. But yeah, the rest of the video is kind of non-coherent, and it really just feels like when you're starting out being a creative person at all and you're trying to find literally anything to film or talk about. It was fun to watch, but it was only fun to watch because we know where this guy is now. Like let's be honest, right? But it is cool being able to to have that documented, I guess, for the internet, to like see where Jack started. I hope people realize that, dude. Like, wherever you're at right now in your like creative endeavors, like everyone starts somewhere, dude. I know if you see my channel, you might see the videos with like millions of views and assume that like, oh man, like this guy's got it going on or whatever. Like, dude, like I also went through like 15 years of trying to make a channel. Like, it's not like this just happened randomly. It's years of effort put in, and you just happen to get better and better and better, and you improve. Take yourself back to like 9 years ago when this was first uploaded. Nobody even knew who Jack was, and like just 2 years later people would start knowing who he is, right? I'm just saying that so people can like kind of understand that everyone that's creative in the world kind of goes through this transition period trying to figure out what they want to be creative with and at. Hopefully that eases some minds, and like maybe even someone that hears that little tidbit might go on to be the next Jack Stauber. That'll be awesome. Anyways, next video.
Honey, help me out here. I'm trying to think of what to make for dinner tonight.
So this is Dining In, an animatic by Jack. It's a minute and 22-second video that is almost like a little comedy sketch where a guy and presumably his wife are arguing over what to have for dinner. The guy is really adamant about having spaghetti. He walks in the kitchen and sees that all the ingredients are left out, and you see him whipping up some kind of concoction, and when they start eating, the wife looks angry and she says, "This is just our leftovers from last night." And he jokingly says, "Well, yeah, but I added salt." And then there's like a little drum kick that's classic for like jokes, and you see a Jack Stauber cartoon. And kind of like the last video, like this reads to me like Jack trying to figure out what to do with this channel. I also went through like an I don't want to wait before I go on saying this. I'm going to be not comparing myself, but like relating myself to this a lot. I'm not saying that I'm on this guy's level or anything. I don't even think I'm close to that yet. I'm just saying as somebody who's also been through these creative phases. I've also been through an animation phase. That's what I was going to say right now. But I don't want people to get the wrong idea. I'm not trying to say that I'm on this guy's level or anything or remotely close. I'm just putting my experience out there because it's to me, I see it clear as day, like when I watch this. But yeah, when I was watching this, it completely reminded me of when I was going through like an animation phase myself. I remember I made like a whole video. I probably still have it somewhere. I made a video like Swoozy style where I was like talking about like high school and like people making out in the hallways and stuff, and it never got finished, which is the difference between me and this guy, is he actually did it. Yeah, I remember being on like Adobe, I don't even remember the program. It's not Illustrator, it's like some animation Flash. Is it Flash? It's some animation program that I used to use, and I had a whole character design for myself and stuff, and this kind of reads like that, especially like a Jack Stauber cartoon. Like it kind of seems like Jack wanted to start just doing cartoons or something, you know, like you know, let's do something fun, different. We'll leave it at that. Next video.
Dinner is not over.
I did not expect this song to be about suicide, dude. That is wild. This is Dinner Is Not Over by Jack Stauber. It is a 38-second video. It starts off really innocent with just saying dinner is not over with all these cutesy little animations and whatnot. And it kind of takes a little bit of a dark turn by saying, "I've tasted dying and it tasted good." And each time that line comes up, you know, it's kind of like euphoric almost. Like it's juxtaposed by, you know, I've tasted friendship, I've tasted you, I've had all these other good experiences in life, but I tasted death and I was close to it, and it was good. And then you kind of get the point when it shows the noose right here, and the guy licking at it, right? Like he's almost had a taste of what it means to off yourself, and they liked it. Saying like dinner's not over, like you can't leave until you're done, right? So put it down and don't even go near it. Don't like think about that. It's crazy. Like it's actually crazy. Like the notion of being so honest with your audience, right? And saying that, like, you know, death is almost appealing. I like that a lot. And to me, this is one of the things that I like about Jack in general, is he's willing to just kind of put it out as it is. He says it how it is, and that's awesome. And the whole theme behind this video is so just like, what a great analogy, right? Of like he makes dying look like the dessert, right? At the end, like you see the lollipop, the fudge popsicle, the dessert turn into the noose, right? And this guy is like saying like, You can try and get it early, right? You can skip the dinner. You can skip everything that comes before the end of the meal. But wouldn't the fudge popsicle or the lollipop or whatever it is that you want to do taste better with the food beforehand, right? Wouldn't dying be better with all the stuff in life beforehand, right? All the friendships, the heartbreaks, the memories created, the achievements. Wouldn't life just be that much better if you did all of these things before you died? So good, right? And I think, to me, I haven't seen like this is like a unique video, in my opinion, on the channel. Dinner Is Not Over is just a better video than Cupid for the notion of being about suicide. I've never seen that message relayed in this manner. It was so creatively done, and I think there's a lot to interpret from that. It was like, I think that what I just said, like about like dinner not being over, like needing to live through life, it's awesome that he was able to get that across. But well deserved, very well deserved. This is Dirty Harry by Jack Stauber. I think this is a song about the death of someone either close to Jack or just like the story of someone dying and missing them. We get themes of death with the lines, "You were kicking the crown," "Dirty Harry, I wish you were here," "Now you'll be sleeping in the ground." Like, very clearly this is about somebody who thought they had it all, thought that they were going to live forever, thought that life was going to be in this easy game mode. And they're 6 feet under, right? They are now gone, right? And this person that is singing about them wishes that they were here so that they can have this person. Or maybe this person was their person to go to, right? More understanding with an answering ear. Like, this person would listen and talk to them and be there for them, right? And almost fix them, right? Like with we see this with the gears and whatnot. Makes me pretty merry, and it runs in my tear. When they cry, they're thinking about this person in their life that was their person that would listen to them and do what any person should do when hearing someone out, which is just console them. So yeah, all that in like 33 seconds. Very good video. This is such a good example of why I think people like Jack so much. I'm actually kind of against this might be like maybe break the facade if you guys have one for me at all, but one of the things that is really cool about Jack is that he never really interprets his songs himself, because when you do that as an artist, you kind of kill the fun in trying to figure out what the song means, even if there's like a clear, or at least from his perspective, like a clear direction he was taking it. This song's very cutesy. And it's a good example of why I think it's good that he does that, because a lot of the comments on this song are very like, oh, this song's so fun and it's cutesy and it's adorable, basically. And there's also some comments that are like, oh, this song is about like depression and taking your pills, and I think I'm sick again, right? You need to take 3 of these a day. You need to get more love in your life. Is this a lie? There's like all these like lines in the song that can kind of be interpreted another way, and I think if he were to come out and straight up say like what he thinks of it, it would kill that discussion, right? I'm actually a huge fan of killing that discussion. I don't like my stuff being misinterpreted, but I like that. It's cool that he does that. Like, I personally just don't like oh my god, that scared me so bad. Alexa, shut up. Yeah, as I was saying, I guess I'm mentioning this now randomly because I'm coming back to this with a fresh state of mind. And yeah, I noticed that is a theme with a lot of Jack's things, is that he leaves everything up to interpretation, which I think is a decision you make early on as an artist. Personally, I would be the type of person to probably not do that. I don't really know. I haven't done anything artsy like that to be interpreted, so maybe I would react differently if I actually made something like that. But Yeah, I already don't like in my day-to-day being misinterpreted, so I don't know if I'd handle watching people misinterpret what I think is the reason I made stuff. But yeah, for this song, it's a good example of why I think he does that. There's so much discussion over the actual meaning of what this song is. Personally, I think it's just a cutesy song. I think that it's about somebody being like kind of lovesick over somebody, and they need like doses of love from them. And just I'm getting that from the way that they talk at the end, like, oh, I think I'm sick again, and just the way that the characters interact in this song. It just seems like, you know, super cutesy, lovey-dovey type beat. I don't think it's anything deeper than that. But yeah, we will go on to the next one.
Set that love aside for another time.
This is such a unique, almost like a, dare I say, a breath of fresh air from what Jack makes. I think most of his videos are filled with like these very crazy, you know, animation here, Microsoft Paint white dots flashing on screen, and all these craziness happening at all times. And this one's such a breath of fresh air from all that I really like it. Maybe it's because I've been watching like Jack Stauber stuff nonstop for like the past like 2 days, but yeah, this one was fantastic. As for what the content of the video is, it's 1 minute and 9 seconds, and it's all based around this polygon looking character that's, at first I thought they were lonely and they were at a party without friends, and like there's all these pretty girls dancing around them and they're still lonely, and that's pretty much the entirety of the video with some melancholic lyrics attached. But as I listen to it like more and more, I think this could be, you know, a socially anxious person who is surrounded by situation I described earlier, which is like at a party, you're surrounded by all these people, but you feel alone still. You feel like even though you are there and technically in a social setting, you're still somehow alone and by yourself, right? All the pretty girls are dancing close to me. I won't hear them. I won't see. This could also mean like someone getting their priorities straight, right? They're pushing away the dating life and getting involved in what makes them happy, right? I give the love that you want, think, and I'll be gone. I'm gonna go do my own things, right? You're gonna be thinking about me, but I'll be gone doing what makes me happy. Alright, so we're getting to the Doodle music videos. I'm not going to rank all these individually because I think they're all kind of similar. So there is 4 Doodle music videos that Jack made like back to back to back to back. I think with the can, bottle, and cough drop music, I was able to kind of discern a big difference between them, like the actual music itself. There's nothing really like ingenious about it, I guess. It's fun and cute, but I don't want to say cute. That sounds so demeaning. It's a fun idea, a nice little way to bring life to doodles, and his doodles are awesome. Like actually, I was halfway through a lot of these, I was like, what is he drawing? And then he would just do one more line, and I was like, oh wow. So yeah, really cool. As to where I'd place it though, see, I am gonna clump these all together as one. It's not the same as the bottle music or anything. When he does like a doodle streak, a sound will come in matching the streak, almost like Foley artists like matching the sounds to video. Like he's kind of doing that with music. So like he'll do a scribble, like a line, and a guitar riff will come in and be like ding or something like that. So it's a fun little idea, and I like it a lot. But I don't think it's just a fun idea. It's cool that he did 4 of them. I think if you want like a little break from going through his channel, definitely watch this. Next one.
What we did last time.
So this is Echo Coco by Jack Stauber. 35-second video, micropop. There's no like coherent story, which is kind of why I wanted to put it so low, but the around 18 seconds, we get this like floating man, right? We go from like this chaotic beginning with like a Jack in a car and like a baby doll, and then like zooming in on this like image of, I think it's like a painting or something, I can't really tell, and then the video takes like a drastic turn with this like scary claymation popping up, and then this dude floating into the sky. And the way the guy floats in the sky with the music in the background kind of just did something for me. It really did something for me. And then Jack does that thing that I really like, where he does like the real life blended in with animation, like the masking, having like his eyeballs open with like this claymation. This is crazy. As far as the lyrics go, I had a tough time interpreting anything. I'm just gonna read them off. Hey, the old state, no begin soiling, no begin soiling. Open sky and great reply. Gaming, fasting, then die. Who could be the same? Would it be my name? I'm gonna leave it at that. That's good. The next one.
Decade dancer.
Alright, I think I made up my mind about this video. So this is Elder by Jack Stauber. It's a 29-second music video, micro pop if you will. And there's not like a real story here, but I think there isn't supposed to be. This seems like a very just fun video. The vibe I get from this is Jack woke up and was like, I'm gonna make a video with that baby doll head, and just kind of just recorded a bunch of stuff and put it together. And to me, I'm a huge fan of stuff like that. I think that's actually what keeps creativity blossoming, and I do stuff like that all the time myself. I feel like it's needed to do something fun. And this is almost, even you watching this is almost like my fun project for the month. Reviewing one of my favorite artists' work and ranking it and giving the community something to watch in the meantime. Yeah. Oh, actually, before we go to the next one, I wanted to mention something that's really unique about this video. This is one of the few videos that Jack has actually commented on. It's the first reply I've seen at all from Jack. Someone asked, did you rip this from your VHS? Like what effect was achieved to make this look so good? And he replied, yep, ripped it from my VCR. So I thought I'd mention that because we don't really get anything from Jack Stauber as a whole, I think, besides just Patreon posts. So yeah, it's always fun to see like him just being a normal content creator or a normal dude and just replying to people, giving them information. Thought I'd throw that in. We'll go to the next one. Okay, this is Epoch Elliptic by Jack Stauber. This video felt like a fever dream, dude. I don't even know what was going on most of the time. The first half of this video just feels like complete nonsense, almost just like cats, like what people think like cats scratching a chalkboard would be, like just randomness, like for no reason. And it kind of picks up halfway through and it sounds a little more coherent, and it kind of feels like an MTV animated music video almost. We'll go to the next one. So I've watched this video a few times. This is Estranger by Jack Stauber. It's a 1:32-second. I wouldn't call this a micropop, but it's definitely like a music video for sure. This is, I think, a complete music video. I think when Jack kind of puts like the title of the song in the thumbnail, it means it's like this is its own music video thing. Even though he isn't really, I don't really think he's a fan of formats. To me, that's what this video is. It's its own little thing, kind of like dead weight. And as for the meaning of it, I think it's about being, you know, estranged and becoming an estranger. To be estranged is to like push yourself away from people and to be like alienated almost. And I think using like pictures of these old people, I don't know if Jack knows them personally or if they're famous icons or whatnot, but I think these are people that maybe alienated themselves and maybe complained about it to him or whatnot. And I think having the visual of this person being like alone in their room with a bunch of moving boxes, with one sad table on the floor and a sad bed on the ground, like it's giving themes of isolation and like depression, right? Having this like skull with a bunch of raindrops raining down on this person. Like their inner thoughts are leaking out of themselves, and they're just sad. They're estranged. They become this estranger to everyone that they know and love. They've pushed away every person. And then the video gets interrupted halfway through by like this ad that says, "Call now, instant savings." And I've been trying to make sense of this for the last like 10 or so minutes, because I really don't understand the point of this. The only thing I could think of is like maybe being around these people was like pulling teeth, or maybe the ad itself is a representation of their life being so unimportant by their actions that it's interrupted by something as trivial as just an ad for something super random and nonsensical. Yeah, I think that's what the video is going for, and I think it nails it really well. It has a very creepy ending too, with like the static cutting in and out with Jack's voice, and it even ends with like a little clip of him mouthing something. I don't really know exactly what it is that he's trying to say to the camera, but you can kind of make out for a few seconds that he's on camera saying something. Can't really understand what it is, but it's there for a reason, and yeah, it's a goodie. This one was really beautiful. Like, I've obviously consumed a lot of videos at this point, and this one kind of was like the I don't remember exactly which one I said it about, but it's like another breath of fresh air. Very like just beautiful, like tragically beautiful is the best way to put it. As for interpretations, I mean, I've seen some crazy one in the comments about like this being like a loosely based story on like an abused kid who's getting pictures taken of them that they don't want being taken of them, kind of shown by like the nude character grabbing the eyelash and blowing it away, wishing that this wasn't happening to them. Crazy take, but I can see the vision on it. I can like see him in like a park or something, and you know, blowing an eyelash away and thinking like, man, isn't that kind of tragic? And then just writing this about it, almost like how like the only other artist that comes to my head in a similar vein like that is like Junji Ito. Like, I imagine this dude sometimes is just like, you know, what would be like messed up, and then he just draws it. Like, that's how I feel about this song. I feel like he just had this idea and was like, I'm just gonna make a really sad song about an eyelash being blown away, and that's what we have here. Oh, dude, we have a goodie up next. Oh, I love Fighter, dude. If you guys see my video on my like 12-minute analysis on just like why Jack Stauber's amazing, I talk about Fighter at the end of it, and I love this song.
When I try.
There you are.
My opinion of this video is just very high. The high energy. This to me is a staple video of what it means to have a good time with a Jack Stauber video. I think these videos are great when they come out, because I think going through the entire catalog so far, I've seen a lot of videos that are like going over themes of like depression and stuff. And I'm one of those people who believe that the best kinds of work, and the reason that some of these works are so great, is because they're from personal experiences, right? And I think if that's how I feel about it, then Jack's probably gone through some of this kind of stuff himself. So seeing like a really fun video like this, I love seeing this kind of energy. There is like I guess a depressing take on this song. I think it's kind of about like proving people wrong, like saying like, call me fighter, I'll mop the floor with you. Call me lover, I'll take you for a drink or two. And like there's a line that says, he says, you'll get older, and then he shows his binary on screen, and the binary says, maybe then you'll feel some control. Like maybe there's some kind of darker atmospheric take beneath this, but I think on the surface, like I don't think there is, personally. I would literally bump this in my car and I would just smile all the way to wherever I was going. Just the way it starts too, like with his like face like jittering back, like it's so high pitched, high energy, and I love every second of it. I'll leave it like that. On to the next one.
Well, you're 5 years old now, Richard. That means it's time for Grandpa to teach you how to wash your hands. First things first.
So this is a 40-second short named 5. It's about a grandpa and his grandson, and he's teaching him how to wash his hands because now he's old enough to learn how to do that. He sucks his thumb in preparation, and then the kid eats the soap bar. The grandpa gets mad because he's like, well, now you just bought yourself 2 dirty thumbs, two dirty hands. Like, how dare you? Now what are we going to do? And then we get some offhand dialogue about the mom being home in like 30 minutes, and then the short abruptly ends with the grandpa suggesting that they go in the back and teach the kid how to pick up bugs. Honestly, all in all, this is like a really innocent short. One of the comments here really summed up how I feel about these. It's like, this person wrote, I love how the thumbnails of these videos make them look like it's going to be some cursed stuff, but it just ends up being a perfectly normal animation. And it's true. Like, a lot of the thumbnails for these animations do look really cursed, and then when you watch them, they're just super innocent, like very normal interactions. Go to the next one.
Hello? Mom? Hello? I can't understand what you're saying. Hello?
Mom, it's me.
This is Future by Jack Stauber, a 56-second time travel short. Not a sentence I thought I'd be saying, even though we know that Jack goes over a lot of weird stuff. This one was actually really unique. So the story here is this mom gets a phone call from like a really suspicious man. The guy on the phone tells her, hey, I'm your son Billy. I'm calling from the future. And he kind of, the way that he's acting on the phone sounds like the mom died wherever timeline he's in, and he's just trying to call his mom to hear her voice again. The mom then asks, like, what color is your hair? And he says, well, it used to be brown. So then she hangs up because obviously she can see that her kid's hair is not brown. And when she goes to the room and asks the kid, she says, hi, like, she goes to greet her son, and then she's like, hey, you know what, Billy, what color is your hair? And the kid's like, well, it's brown, Mom. And then the mom realizes, oh my God, like, I was talking to my kid. He just thought his hair was brown for some reason. And when you really start thinking about this, like when you really think about like the story here, it's actually super self-contained, and it's amazing, right? Because this would essentially be like a time loop, right? Where from this point on, thinks that his hair is not brown anymore, and then it's red. He grows up, mom dies, makes the phone call, which then sparks this over again. Him saying it used to be brown, and then his mom tells him it's red. He cries and does it over and over and over and over. I think that is like such a unique plot line for a short. And to be honest, it actually did scare me the first time I watched it. When she has that sinking feeling and everything goes dark and stuff, and she starts like kind of losing it, I kind of I got a little scared in my chair. I'm not gonna lie. It was a really good like little plot twist almost. I like it though. It's a good video. Go to the next one. Alright, so this is Geronimo, a cell animation loop done by Jack. It was posted in 2015, like 10 years ago. It's one of the earliest videos on his channel. I think it's the 7th video on his channel. And it's actually really well animated. I like it a lot. And for it being cell animation, like we'll see Jack use cell animation further and further into his career on some of my favorite videos of his actually. And they're really well made. I think that for him doing this so early on too, this is really smooth animation for what I have to imagine is him at like age 17, like around that time. I don't know exactly his age, but he's definitely like 18 or under. And to be that young and doing stuff like this is really cool. So I love it. This is obviously one of those stepping stones to getting to where he is in animation, and I think it's a little bit better than the Cyberspace one. And the description is pretty cute, right? It says, this is supposed to make you think about the last time you jumped off of something. And I think when you watch it with that in mind, you kind of do feel like that, right? It kind of looks like a pair of pants destroying itself and this thing kind of jumping out of this hole and doing that. So I really like it. I think it's really cute. And yeah. All right, this is Getting My Mom On by Jack Stauber. And I'm going to start off by saying this is one of the best videos he's ever made. Like, just hands down. I think This is a good example of how I feel about like Fighter, which is like just a really good feel-good video. Which is kind of crazy because Jack has this weird dichotomy of like making like really, really deep, profound art, and then he makes stuff like this, which is just really fun. Like, he's getting his mom on, dude. He's going shopping, he's driving, he's taking the kids in the car, he's having a mimosa, like he's just having a good old time being a mom, dude. And that's, I think a lot of people flock to videos like this of his because they're fun and they're vibrant and they make you feel happy, dude. They bring smiles to your face, and that's what videos like this should do. I think if your art is only making people sad, you're doing something a little bit wrong, right? You should bring some enjoyment into people's life and some positivity. And I think that's what this video really does, and it nails. I don't think there's any super deep meaning besides I'm gonna just have a good time. I'm gonna have some psychedelic backgrounds, and I'm gonna pretend like I'm driving, and I'm gonna keep calm and carry on. I'm gonna have a good time, dude. This video just nails what I think a fun Jack Stauber video should be, which is kind of carefree and flowy and just all around just a super good time. Great video. I think most people would agree with that placement. And yeah, let's go to the next one. This is Goldie by Jack Stauber, and it's one of the videos that took me by surprise going back to it. I actually remember watching this when I did my first video, my first distributed media iceberg, and this was the video that kind of put me off, actually. I was like, what is this? Like, why do people like this guy, you know? I remember, like, I was just so naive back then. When I watched this, I was just like, it's just a dude sitting on his chair, you know? Like, there's nothing here. But I didn't really watch the videos back then. I kind of skimmed through them and didn't really give them the time of day. And it's crazy because I missed so much context here when I did that. Like, watching this now, like, this video tells a really profound story about this old man and presumably his wife that's dead. It doesn't really explain what's going on exactly. He just says that he misses this person named Goldie. He misses her too. He tells his dog that, and then he sings a really sad song about it. And then his daughter tells him that dinner's almost ready, and then he takes a look at the grandkids out playing in the area, these little sweet innocent kids, and then he resumes singing his song. And then you see a trophy zooming out of the person named Goldie. And this kind of changes everything for me, actually. Seeing like the trophies and the ribbons and the toys and everything kind of old. You kind of watch the video over again and you kind of realize that maybe it's not about his wife. Maybe this song is about his kid growing up, right? If you think about the video like that, it changes the whole perspective. The person he's singing about comes and tells him that dinner's ready, right? This kid that he's had that is now grown up and has their own kids. And he looks out at those kids having a good time, and he's just realized that his Goldie is gone. His young daughter that used to have all these hopes and dreams is lived them all. And he's kind of reminiscing on that. And he tells his dog, you know, I miss her too. I miss that old young spirit, right? And I think the fact that you can interpret it this many ways is just so beautiful. This is the kind of stuff that I really want out of Jack consistently. And I think that this is all, like, amazing. Being able to tell a story like this within like under 2 minutes, dude. I cannot stress enough how hard that is for a lot of people to do. He just gets straight to the point and he assumes you're smart enough to understand these kinds of things. And he doesn't baby you. He doesn't really tell you anything. He just leaves it up to your interpretation, and it's awesome, right? As much as I wouldn't do that, I think it's great that he does, and I'm starting to see the value in it, right? It's almost kind of convincing me, if I ever do make something like this, to kind of shut up about it and let people make their own interpretations. And that's what art should do. It should move you and change the way you think. Let's go to the next one. This is Goldie by Jack Stauber. This is kind of funny that this video popped up after Goldie. That was a pure coincidence. I did not organize this tier list at all. I literally put in all the images and randomized it, and this happened to be right next to each other. I did not plan this. So, you know what? I want to take a moment to acknowledge it. That's kind of cool. Serendipitous. That's awesome. I love that. Anyways, so this is Goldie by Jack Stauber. Not the same one we just watched. This is a different one. This is a 36-second 8-bit animation short. And it is a 8-bit rendition of the song from Goldie, the other animation. But it's a more fun, upbeat version of the song. I'm assuming he took this, put it into the other animated Goldie with the sad backstory, and made the song sad. And this is what is really neat about this, is seeing like this kind of what I mentioned earlier, like this dichotomy that he has going on, like going from something really deep and personal to something like super fun. Even with the same exact content, he's able to do that, and I think that that's super unique. Not many artists will be able to do that kind of thing, especially coming from like Dead Flowers, right? This Rolling Stone song that's like pretty like sarcastic and humorous, and he makes it his own, like passion driven, right? He's able to do that with a lot of things, even his own work. And to me, that makes this video incredibly special, I think. This is a 40-second micropop-ish video of an audience watching a man chasing his brain. And that's pretty much the majority of the video. Until about halfway through, we see the brain, like some crazy animation where the brain comes out of his head and the brain gets morphed or like replaced by this weird, crazy looking monster. And then the brain comes back and we see a bunch of what I think are supposed to represent like crucifixes. I'll explain why in a second. Like kind of flash around him with flowers and hands, and then he gets pushed down by this other figure. And then finally the brain is given a voice, and then all of a sudden the people in the audience say no. Now, I interpreted this video, maybe it's because I have a lot of experience with religion, but this feels like a very anti-religion video. And I'm going to break it down for everybody. So, or I'll give my background first, actually. So I was raised Catholic, and I had to go to like catechism school, basically like an after school thing where I would go and learn about like God and stuff. And personally, I don't like diving into religion at all, but I feel like I feel like it plays its part right here. And this might turn off some of my viewers if you are religious. These are my beliefs. This was my personal experience with the church, and I don't want to hear anything in the comments about like yeah, I'm trying another one. Like I made up my mind about religion, but regardless, my experience with the church and stuff was not good. A lot of the things that I would naturally question were always silenced by my teachers and were just put down. Basically, no one wanted to explore my curiosity, and that's what this video feels like. It feels like that kind of concept come to life, right? Good luck chasing your mind, right? When you have all these people in the audience that are kind of organized almost like a church pew, right? In these nice suits, kind of like how you would dress for church. And the reason I'm even getting church from this at all is because there is a line that says, Jesus Christ and flowers all come to power. And then he says, oh, please kill me. The story of Christ is God sends his son down and then he dies for our sins, right? And that's the story here, I feel like, is that's what that line means, right? Jesus Christ and flowers, oh please kill me. And then if you pay attention, right, like what I said earlier, the crucifixes, they fly across the screen at around like 28 seconds or so, or it might be like 30 seconds. Yeah, 28 seconds. Like you see these crucifixes fly around, like corrupting this guy's mind. I don't want to use that word, that's kind of mean, but that's the only way I could feel to explain this. Of all the hands and stuff, like trying to disguise it as flowers, and it's a good thing, right? And then at the end, his mind gets pushed down in favor of this this other being, right? This entity. And I like how he doesn't make it look like Jesus here. He makes it just look like an entity, a thing. And it's because that's kind of what it is, right? It is just an entity. You don't know what he looks like. You don't know anything about him. In school, if you were asked questions like that, people would, like the teachers would be like, why are you questioning God, basically? And so to me, the microphone being risen up to the brain, right? The logical part of your brain that's going to question and be curious, having the audience just shout, no. That's what it feels like. That's literally what it feels like to be in these classes, to have any kind of amount of curiosity or creativity. It's just shut down. They don't want that. And yeah, that's how this video felt to me, right? Even the beginning, like it being all performative, dude. Like that's a huge thing in the Catholic Church, in my opinion. Like I have people that are in my family that swear they are the most religious people, and then they just don't do anything besides go to church on Sunday. That was like all they would ever do. They would go to church one day a week and be like, yep, I'm religious. And it's like, no, like there's a lot more to it than that. Like if you are going to be religious, right? Even though I'm not religious myself, there's a whole relationship you have to have with God to be able to say that, in my opinion, at least. And if you're not taking active steps to do that, I don't think you can fairly call yourself a religious person, or at least a Catholic. And yeah, that's what it felt like to me. It felt like very performative work. Even when I was at volunteer groups, when I would volunteer to like help the homeless, very performative. I remember one of my teachers sitting down with me and trying to school me on the Bible, even though I had read it myself. And I literally asked him, "Did you memorize those verses? Do you even know what they mean?" And he was dumbfounded, because this was the kind of stuff that I would go through as a kid, and I hated it. I remember thinking, like, if I just read the Bible more, maybe I will fit in with this class more. And I did that, and I didn't. Dude, people hated that I did that. I would start questioning things more and more and referencing verses, and people didn't like that because I ruined their idea of what it meant to be a Catholic. And to me, this whole short just screamed that at me. Like, that is what I felt this entire time, right? Good luck chasing your mind. Good luck chasing what it means to be a logical person when it comes to anything religious, because it's just blind faith, which is fine. And I don't mind if people do that. I just don't like the kind of person that doesn't invite any questions or curiosity. Like, I don't remember the guy's name on TikTok, but there's a guy on TikTok that I'll still watch because he invites questions. It's one of those guys that like sits out in public and like will ask questions and let questions be posed to him, and he'll answer them back. He won't just shut people down. He'll literally have a conversation with them. I'm down for that, and I like people like that. If you're not like that, if you're just saying no and you should just believe this for X reason, you're the problem. And this video just gets it across wholeheartedly. Very, very great. Let me know your thoughts on that below, actually, because I feel like that's a pretty controversial take on that video. I hope I didn't hurt anyone's feelings when it comes to religion. Like, if you believe in anything, I'm happy you do. Like, please do not take this as a sign to stop doing that. I want people to believe whenever they believe in. And yeah, I don't want to spread hate. I'm just sharing my personal experience with my experiences. I'll leave it at that. Let's go to the next one.
Good morning, Blondie.
So this is Good Morning, Blondie. This song kind of masks itself on the first run through of being like a love song, right? It's kind of lovey-dovey at first. Good morning, Blondie. Everything's nice and sweet and beautiful. Jack wakes up next to his partner. Everything seems fine and dandy. They're so amazing. And then as you get deeper into the video, you kind of start noticing that Jack's a little off. Like, there's some actions he does that are a little, he gets a little scared and frightened. He looks literally frightened as he's pouring this cup of coffee. You start seeing why, right? The person's face starts morphing weird. We see Jack's friends give the woman a treat, to which Jack crushes to pieces, and the woman starts morphing around and being like hitting him and being kind of weird and almost like abusive. And then you see Jack contorted in all these weird ways while he praises the woman. And then when they're at their bedside talking and Jack's listening to her speak, she turns into this weird, this actually kind of creeped me out, I'm not gonna lie. Empty eye sockets, empty mouth, and just like, I don't know, to me this felt like she was like sucking the soul out of him or something, like taking away everything good about this guy. And at the end, we see this big POV shot of a mouth come, crazy shot by the way, to which Jack pours a full cup of coffee into their mouth. Now, when I watched this the first time around, I thought this was supposed to be like a love song. When I watched it a second time, I feel like it was very clearly showcasing like what it feels like to go through like an abusive relationship, right? And when I've met people that are in these kinds of relationships, and the way it usually goes is the person is like super nice right away. There's all these qualities and stuff that are amazing, and they kind of like ignore the bad parts, right? So the first bad part is we see like the lady's jaw kind of contorted and weird, right? But we see in the beginning that it wasn't like that at all. It used to not be like that. But then, you start noticing little by little that there's some problems here and there, right? And Jack starts noticing it, right? The person that's in this relationship, that's the victim, starts noticing, and they become more scared, a little bit scared and wary of their partner, right? He's missing the cup of coffee as he's pouring it. He gets shocked in the morning when he sees her. Then we get this part right here where he says she gets treats from his friends, and then Jack breaks it. Now, personally, I feel like this has a lot to do with people giving them advice. Now, from my experience giving friends help on toxic relationships, whenever you have somebody in the friend group that is very clearly in one of those, usually everyone will band together and like start giving them advice. And it's very typical of the person getting the advice to kind of brush it off, right? And break it to pieces and throw it away, because there's no way that I could be in this kind of relationship, right? And that's what this part kind of feels like to me. And it leaves the person in the relationship kind of contorted and twisted, and they've become a version of themselves that's not them. They turn into this other person. They're slowly being used for their vanity by this abusive partner that they're with. And this is kind of shown off when the person's face kind of contorts into emptiness, right? You see how hollow and empty this person is inside of them, and they need someone to feed off of. And it's usually the person that they're making a victim out of this. And you can see Jack becomes kind of wary of all this. He's starting to realize what is happening to him and needs to get out of this relationship as soon as he can. But even in this situation, right, you become this person who is just absolutely is feeding this humongous monster of a person the entirety of the relationship, right? This huge jaw. They're just feeding them all the time, constantly. And then we get the end, which is a huge contrast to the beginning, right? This good morning is very deadpan, and it's in bold, and it's nothing like the one that we had at the beginning, at the start of the relationship, right? At the start, it's beautiful. It's got a sunset, it's a grass, there's a home, it's vibrant, and it's colorful. And then at the end, it's none of that. It's complete opposite. It's just going through the motions, right? Kind of saying good morning for the sake of saying it. And that's what I feel like this entire video is about. Very good, like, man, dude, I really did not expect all these videos to be as deep as they were. I've seen a few, not a few, I've actually seen a lot I've seen a lot of these actually. I've just never really given them the time of day to like actually sit down and watch them. Like, I'm also in a good headspace kind of, because I've at this point I've consumed over like 5 hours of content. Even though it doesn't seem like it, I've literally been at my desk for a total of like 5 to 6 hours just watching all of these. This one, I think, hits a little more close to home. Let's go to the next one.
Hi, sir. Did you find
Good.
Alright, so this was Good by Jack Stauber. It is a 10-second shorts that is just a little grocery store interaction. I've actually had interactions like this working at Albertsons. Literally, like, you try to make conversation with somebody, they just cut you off. And then they just kind of stare at you. You're like, okay. Not really a lot to say about that one. We're going to move on.
Oof. Morning. Did you have any dreams?
This was Good Luck by Jack Stauber. This is a 40-second animation, very early on, 2016 video. This one had probably some of the best dialogue I've heard in any of his skits. Like, it sounded so natural. This really felt like he put a tape in his room and recorded him talking to somebody. Like, that's how natural the dialogue felt. So the story here is that there's a couple waking up from sleep. The wife is already awake, and the husband is just waking up. And the wife wants to tell the husband about this dream they had, where they found this coin on the ground, and the coin had a face on it. And they're like, I think it's good luck, right? It has to be good luck. But the way that the dialogue works here is just so innocent and soft and natural that it really feels like an actual interaction that a couple would have. And for sake of getting that point across, I'm just going to play the part that I'm talking about specifically.
This little coin, and I leaned down and I picked it up, and on it was a picture of my face.
Who's what?
So I think,
Whose face?
yeah, my face, it was me on there.
It just sounds so natural. It sounds like an actual conversation that I would have with my girlfriend, like waking up from a nap. And I feel like I have had these conversations with her, actually. I've told her my dreams and stuff, and this is kind of how it is. You know, the other person's like, oh, yeah. And the other person's super deep into explaining like whatever the dream was. So that was cute. I loved it. I loved every second of that. So this is Healer by Jack Stauber. It's a 2-minute 31-second video of, honestly, the best way I could describe this video. This is I love this guy, dude. How does he do this? So the way I would describe this video is as an experience. Like, this video feels, picture those moments when you are incredibly nostalgic, right? Maybe you saw a TikTok or like an ad or an old video or an old text or something, and you're feeling like incredibly nostalgic. Take your feelings in that moment, the way that you felt in that moment in time, and put it into a 2-minute 30-second video with music, right? Where the music also gets that across. Like, that's what this video feels like. It feels like something for your soul. Like, the way the images flash across the screen, the way that the song is kind of almost indiscernible. Like, it's not really legible. You can't understand what he's saying, but you can also feel what he's saying. Like, the weight of the actual pronunciation of whatever it is that he is pronouncing. It makes you feel a certain way about life. And the choices of the shots of these really simple everyday things like coins, flowers, newspapers, notebooks, clouds, the fields, right? It just feels so serene. And I think that, like, this was a wonderful video. Very good video. I don't see how this has this little views. I think it's probably because the thumbnail does not get across what this video is going for. This video is great. I loved it. Just kind of freeform and fun. And this felt like someone was in the editing software and was just like, how do I touch this person's soul? There's nothing on the internet like it, and that's kind of what I want out of an S tier video. Is there anything that can remotely make me feel like that? And I don't think there is. I think that was amazing. I'm gonna move on.
Who's the new girl? That's Samantha.
Okay, so this is Samantha by Jack Stauber, and this is a video that I don't think I can talk about without mentioning the longer version of the song, which is very good. There's a 5-minute long version of this micropop that tells the full story of this character named Samantha, who is a woman born with a ham for a head. Now, obviously, it's a very funny idea, and it's something that is right up Jack's alley, right? To do a video about a girl with a ham for her head and make it somehow depressing and sad and almost make you want to cry over it. Which is, like, I think if you listen to the lyrics and you really pay attention to the song and you watch the video, you will probably almost shed a tear or two. Depends on the kind of person you are. So the full story, for those who have already seen it or don't care about it being spoiled, the full story of Samantha is she comes into town, she has this terrible condition where she has a ham for her head, and in the short version of the song, at her time of death, the doctor takes a bite out of her and they bury her like that. In the longer version of the song, she gets essentially shot by her dad by accident, and then she dies, and then the doctor eats her. There's a very obvious pun of the doctor attempting to cure her, which she's a ham, right? You're curing ham, killing the ham, you're getting ready for the ham to be digested, essentially. And then we also have this line where he says, so greedy that we wanted more. And this is where I feel like the video takes a little bit of a turn from just being a simple story about a ham to something deeper than that, right? The kind of person that Samantha would be. To me, the way the song is written out and pieced together, it feels like Samantha is just overall like a person who gives too much. Jack even says himself that she was impossible to ignore, either because of her amazing personality or just his condition, right? And that's where we have like a few different interpretations of this song. The one that I think makes the most sense to me is that Samantha was born essentially just ugly, and because of that she was kind of bullied and almost thrown to the side for most of her life, right? Even in the song, it sounds like her dad doesn't care about her and the doctor doesn't care about her, right? Only Jack, who just sees her for her personality, cares about this person. There's also another interpretation of it, that Samantha is like this amazingly loving person who, you know, has so much to give for the world that the last line of the song kind of makes more sense with that, right? Like, so greedy that we wanted more. We wanted more of this person's love and affection, and we took advantage of it when we shouldn't have. Also, just the sheer look of the video itself, right? This is one of the few videos that utilizes every animation style that Jack does, right? We have the normal Microsoft Paint animation, we have this 3D style animation, and we have the Doctor who's made up of his claymation style.
What? Hello? What happened? I don't know. What's up? No, you need help.
So this is a 54-second video called Help. And I see people in the comments debating that this video is about depression. I don't think it's about that. I actually think it's about victim mentality. And there's a very good reason for it. So I'll explain after I explain what happens in the video. So in the video, there's this guy trapped under a rock. This guy walks up asking, or not asking, he just tells him, hey, you need help. And the guy's like, I need help. Yeah, you're right, I need help. And the guy just kind of walks away. And then another person walks up saying, hey, you need help. And the guy's like, yeah, I need help. And he says, but do you want help? And the other person just says, I need help, in response. And then he just kind of walks away saying, you don't want help. Now, to me, this video feels like victim mentality at its prime best, right? All this person needs to do is tell the other person to move this rock, right? That's all I need. It's a very simple solution, right? It's almost like that one video where it's a girlfriend and a boyfriend, and the girlfriend has like a nail in her head, and he's just like, just take the nail out of your head, buddy. And she's like, no, it's not about the nail being in my head. To me, this feels similar to that. I think that's a different problem and a different theme and message, but this feels similar enough that I want people to understand what I'm trying to say, which is that this problem has a very obvious solution, which is the rock just needs to move. And a lot of people in life will kind of get into this victim mentality where they will just talk about their problems openly, but they will never, ever take advice or make steps to correct the issue. Because they don't want to correct the issue, right? Because, like, once this rock is gone, once this rock is moved away from them and they were able to freely do something, what do? What's their purpose, right? A lot of people kind of find comfort in having issues because it makes them feel like they have temporary purpose. And I think that's what this video is trying to get across. I don't think it's about depression. To me, depression would be like if this rock were something you like. I can obviously tell that this is a rock, and I can obviously tell that with enough manpower you'd be able to move said rock. But depression isn't have an exact answer like that, right? Like, there's no exact solution to figure out how to cure me having unexplainable, it's not like despair and sadness. There's no easy cure for that. There's no I do X and now I'm fine. There's a lot of different steps that have to go into that versus this, which to me is just one simple thing. So to me, that's why I don't think this video is about depression. I think it's more about just victimhood mentality and people that like to have problems in their life. They like to have these issues that come up and complain about them and talk to different people about them. And that's why I feel like it's furthered by the person at the end who was just like, okay, obviously you don't want help, and they just leave. Because that's what it feels like, right? When you talk to these people who are like this, you kind of get the sense that you're just like, dude, like, it just sounds like you don't want help. It sounds like you want to have this issue forever and ever and ever. And if that's the case, I'm just gonna leave.
Hey, Mom.
Hello, honey.
Where do we go when we die?
Oh, well, we go somewhere very, very nice.
Okay, so this is Hey Mom by Jack Stauber, 29-second short. That is a short conversation between a mom and a son. The kid asks, where do we go when we die? To which the mom gives a very deep and profound answer about being in a happy place. And the kid asks, why do I miss people that hurt me? And the mom responds with something that's super nonchalant, saying, because you're a dummy. Because you're a dumb little stupid little dum-dum. Like, that's verbatim exactly what she says. And the contrast between this super deep answer and the ending, this seems like a very normal conversation that I feel like I would have with a kid, right? Because it's really hard to answer. Like, picture yourself in this situation. If a kid asks you, where do you go when you die? It's like really hard to answer that because you're like, I don't know how to tell this kid that's so abstract. And to have it be something that has, I feel like, an actual answer, which is like, why do I miss people when they hurt me, right? Why do I miss people that hurt me? It's like, well, because you're stupid. Like, because that is the answer. That is literally what it means to miss someone that hurts you. You are just being dumb. You're usually just missing the parts of someone that you like. You're usually not missing the person. You're missing the minuscule amount of good times that you have with that person. And so you are being kind of stupid. Now, if we look at this on a super deep level, because it's Jack Stauber, and he's given that benefit of the doubt, I think this kind of goes beyond and saying that, like, as adults, we're kind of like this kid, right? Some stuff we don't have answers to, right? And we try to make it seem like we do, right? The kind of person that gets presented with this question that's an adult, the room darkens, they try to look the kid in the eyes, and they give him a very profound and deep answer, so he stops questioning them. And then when she asks a question with an obvious answer, the mom's like, because you're dumb. And then she looks away while answering the question still. Like it's so obvious, right? How could you possibly pose that question to me? Alright, so people are going to get mad at me for this, but I think this ad is not nearly as good as any of the other ones. To me, this is like probably a C tier ad, dude. When we compare it to the one that we had earlier, like, let's look at the other one. When we compare it to breaking news, look how much effort was put into this one. This one was insane, right? Like, there was so much animation and thought, and it just looks so like his style, right? And I guess I got to give him points for that too. Like, I'm not going to tear it to shreds. I think all this stuff is good. I've said it multiple times already. This ad is just a simple walk through grass, right? That's literally all it is. Yeah, I'm watching this over again, and it's just not as, it's not as good as it was. I think it does capture a little bit of the vibe of the album. I do feel like HiLo has a lot of high lows, like I think it has like very high highs and very low lows. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Next one. Alright, so next video up is the HiLo sneak peek video. Now, what's so weird about this ad to me is that Jack doesn't use the actual TV being on. He actually uses a mask, which if you're unfamiliar with like how editing works and like Photoshop works, basically like I'll do a mask of myself on screen right now, right? I'm basically gonna clip myself out of the video and then put whatever I want in the background. I could put like a picture of like, I don't know, any video that I've made or like anything like that will be in the background, and that's how masking works, right? And I've done this effect before too with like my Mandela catalog video where I masked out the TV and put on the Mandela catalog on it instead, and it's okay, like it's fine, but like you can tell, that's why I like having the actual CRT like right here, because then I can actually put like this is, you can tell this is on the screen. This is not masked, right? If I move my hand over here really fast, like you can tell that like this is what's on the screen. And you can't really sell that effect that well. It's really hard to create like the like natural aesthetic of the way that the pixels kind of move. It's just a zoom in shot of the TV, and then it kind of cuts to every song that's on the HiLo album. But what's weird to me is that I think it starts out real. It starts out with actual static that's on the TV, and then it cuts to like a mask. You can tell it's a mask because like the edges don't really match up super well to the TV. It's kind of like off a little bit. And it's still like a pretty solid promo. Like I think it's in tune with what he's going for. Yeah, you can just tell because like the videos also just look a little bit too clean for being on a TV. Like if I actually recorded a TV, you would see like little beads popping through almost, like kind of like how this is like flickering right now. You would kind of be able to see that a lot more on a actual turned on CRT and not just one that's masked out. To me, this is how a promo should be done. So this is the HiLo teaser. This is fire. For one, I have no idea where this is filmed. Like, I'm going to be honest. I'm sure this is like some... I'm not going to lie. Part of me wants to think that like this is Jack's personal collection somehow. I don't know. But yeah, the place he's in is crazy. This is a wild shot of like just old technology. All these VHS tapes, all the CRTs, all the books. You just know that this is the kind of place you'd find something great, right? And then the little hop that Jack does, like walking around everywhere, like you can tell he's been looking for like at least a while, you know? And just like, I don't know, something about the way he walks right here in front, it just shows how big this place is. Look how small he is compared to everything. Like it sounds so weird, but I like stuff like this. To me, this is very creative to film in this like thrift store-esque place. Having him get a POV shot of the item he's looking for, and then seeing it from a distance, going to it, and like, wow, like what is this? That's the craziest looking like piano instrument I've ever seen, you know? And not having it revealed yet, and like kind of building up the suspense for it, having him look at the item but still not really showing it to you, the audience, right? And then finally getting home, sitting down with it, and just playing some music on it. It's a really cute, fun, adorable, and like just really meaningful little short, and it's so well done. I love it. And yeah, having the slow reveal of the object come in and like not really show it but still show it a little bit, it's awesome, right? With that classic layered in like Jack Stauber aesthetic and sound, and like the new album at the end, HiLo by Jack Stauber. This is what gets me excited for work like this. If you're an artist, you need to show yourself in your ads and your promo work, and to me this shows it can be done. So yeah, solid, super solid promo work. Loved it. Next one.
I know that you're nervous, okay? But you're doing the right thing. Go get him.
So this is another HiLo trailer. I don't know why we got all of the HiLo ads one after another, but we did. So this ad takes a different approach to it. It takes more of like an actual trailer vibe, and I guess it is called HiLo Trailer. So it's a little different than the other ones. The other one was a teaser, and then one of them was a sneak peek. This one plays it off like a trailer. It starts off with Jack being the father to the HiLo album. Right in the shot, you can see like the little kid album off to the side, with Jack being like the dad figure. And you see a picture of a briefcase, or a shot of the briefcase, and then a picture of him holding the album art like a kid. You can tell that he recorded this and put it onto the CRT. This is what I was talking about earlier. You can tell that this is on the CRT because of the little grain on the side right here where it says news. Like, you can't recreate that in post. This is just, you know that this is on the actual television. That's why I like it though. That's why it's good. And kind of having like a classroom setting and having the kid walk up as the album art, and then like, I don't know, you can tell there was a lot of effort put into this. And then I read this whole thing, this whole letter. It's so funny to me because to me it feels like I've done stuff like this for like B-roll shots for my videos or like skits or whatever, and I'll be like going ham. Like if you read the whole story, it's like this kid telling how he wants to grow up to be like a football mechanic, and he wants to make like an automatic football, and then like right at the end he just gives up and is just like writing nonsense. And I've done that before too, where I'm like, why am I going so hard for this? And I just like do whatever for the last few bits, because it's like it doesn't really matter. Like no one's gonna really pause and read this, and if they do, like it's not gonna matter. I just thought it was funny. Anyways, the short ends with the kid walking up and then opening up the album, and you know, we just start tweaking. We see all the album art, and what I assume is like all the music playing at the same time if you kind of listen in, and then it ends with just saying HiLo. So to me, this was like a perfect introduction to set up hype for an album like this.
Just a little chunk of hope. Keeps me going every day.
Okay, so this is Hope by Jack Stauber. It's a 27-second short that is a complete exploration of, I feel like, drug addiction. Or just, I would say any addiction to like vice at all. Whether it's like, you know, smoking, popping pills, drinking, like whatever it is that like is kind of negative to your health. I think this video is about that. The video's main lyric is, a little chunk of hope keeps me going every day. And it's, you know, showing references of drugs being popped into people's mouths, or it's just pills, but I'm assuming it's something bad, right? Because of the way that the context of everything that we know, right? Also, one of the greatest shots in this video is the hope spelled out with all these pills. I love that so much. I think it says so much about what people who get hooked on this kind of stuff are like, they want out of it. You know, it really does feel that way. Just kind of like teeter off a lot. This reminds me of an experiment that I researched recently, the Rat Park experiments, which basically in that experiment, they discovered that a lot of people who are like homeless and like end up resorting to drugs and stuff, they do it because, not because like they want to, but because like that's the best their life gets. And I can kind of see that playing out here, dude. Like, I think that is how that is. When you have literally nothing happening in your life and you need a little drop of hope, you take it sometimes. And sometimes turns into every day or every second of every day. And that's what this song is kind of getting at. Or at least that's how I feel about it. And you know what's crazy is that there's an animation in the middle here where the character says, one day I hope things will change. And it shows her give birth to a kid who then grows up and gets a lot of money. And I think this kind of happens sometimes. I think some parents literally like will have kids and then like hope that they get rich and like take care of them. And it's sad that's like the reality for some people. That, you know, this kid who's supposed to be, this is almost like themes of Opal before Opal was, I don't think Opal was out yet, was it? Let me double check. Let me fact check myself. Yeah, Opal was not released yet, or at least not on YouTube. This was posted 5 years ago. Opal was posted 4 years ago. So, yeah, themes of Opal dropping in before we even get to that. And, yeah, this reminds me a lot of that kind of theming of, like, a kid growing up and having to take care of their adult parents who can't take care of themselves, right? Using all this money to almost give them all the hope they need, right? Using their money for nefarious things. All in all, this is just a really good video, and ending with like this absolutely like demonic satanic entity at the end. It's crazy. I haven't done it myself, but like my friend who has done like, I would say, harder stuff than most people have, this is the kind of images he would describe to me while on said stuff. So yeah, I don't think it's any coincidence that this is at the end of this video. This is definitely the kind of thing that you would see if you're on any type of hard substance. So good video. Next one.
That's clouds. Okay, so let's see. Hiccups are, maybe, you know what, you're gonna grow up to become a scientist. Maybe you can explain pop hiccups are. Oh,
this is so cute, bro. I love this short. This short's called Hot Dogs. It's a minute-long short about this dad and his son, Dougie. It's really innocent. It's just them having like it's more the dad having a one-sided conversation with the baby, kind of like you do with babies sometimes. You just kind of almost talk to yourself loudly, like a free therapist almost. And they find this like hot dog roller machine out on like a street, and he's like, we have to take this. So they go to the grocery store, get some hot dogs, go back home, have a chill time waiting for their hot dogs to warm up. And yeah, the banter in this video is almost akin to the other skit that I talked about with the couple that was lying in bed. Like, just the normalness of it is awesome. Well, what I think this short does a little more and like does it better is conveying like how good of a dad this guy is without even really showing any fatherly, what you would like think are like fatherly tropes, I guess, right? Like the way he's holding the kid the entire time, the way he's asking him questions, and he's like, one of the lines that like really struck me was when he was like, what are hiccups? And he's like, you know what, it doesn't even matter, like you're gonna grow up to be a scientist and then he can explain hiccups to me. And then the kid like just goes like, it's such a cute little interaction, and I really like this like dynamic we have going on, right? Oh, it's almost like the kid understands the dad even though it's just a baby. And yeah, just the way that they're attached at, literally like at the hip is really cool. I like the way that this whole thing was animated. Very cute little wholesome story. I think it's a little a gem on the channel.
How tall are you?
I'm short.
Oh yeah!
I'm tall. I'm short.
So this video is titled How Tall Are You? It's 23-second short, but it's really like a 12-second micro pop with like half of it being this dude slurping on a medium-sized cup from like 7-Eleven. What I gathered from this video is being average is okay. Like the kind of person that this person is just an average person, right? If you are in the middle of the bell curve, if you compare yourself to either side of this bell curve that we have in life, you're gonna be on positives and not positives of it, right? If you're an average sized human being, right, compared to some people you will be short, but compared to others you'll be tall. And using like the tall and short description to get across this it's so unique, right? Compares himself to a tree, he's like, I'm short. He compares himself to a dog, he says, I'm tall. And if you take yourself in any context, whether it's like being average at like a sport, a video game, or even like your career, right? If you compare yourself to anybody on either side of this like high part of the bell curve and the low part of it, like you're gonna be aggressively in the middle most of the time, right? And that's okay. I think this song is trying to make light of it being fine to be like that. It's like that's why at the end he says, I'm medium, right? And the medium cup says, yep, good, right? And the medium cup satisfies the guy drinking it, right? Gives a nice little burp at the end. It is showing that it's okay to be in the middle, right? It's okay to not be on one side of the extreme, even if you want to be, right? Even if you want to be super tall or super short, right? Sometimes being medium is. Originally, I thought like the song getting cut off and just being like 12 seconds of essentially nothing was kind of whatever. But the background vocals, when he says I'm short versus I'm tall, the background vocalist gets increasingly more confused. So at first when he says I'm short, the guy's like, the background vocal goes, oh yeah. And then when he says I'm tall, he's like, oh? And he says, no, I'm short. The background vocal then goes, oh? And when he says he's tall again, he's like, wait, what? Like now that I've said all that, like just listen to the vocal play out in the background.
How tall are you?
I'm short.
Oh yeah!
I'm tall. I'm short. I'm tall.
Wait, what?
It's just funny, dude. I like the idea of the background vocalist being aware of the song as it's happening. And something about it's just like super funny to me. So I'm gonna leave it at that and move on to the next one.
If I had a tiny mouth.
This is a cute little video. So this was If I Had a Tiny Mouth by Jack Stauber. It's a 10-second short, and it's just if this dude sings what he would do if he had a tiny mouth, and saying that if he did, he would kiss every eyelash on your eye, ending with this animation of him doing that. It's honestly a really cute little short. Wish it was longer, but I think that maybe would like go against the purpose of it. So this is Inchman by Jack Stauber, and this was 29 seconds of a micropop that at first I really couldn't make anything out of it until I listened to the lyrics a lot more closely, which for people like me with like auditory problems, really hard. I had to like search for a comment that shows the lyrics. I think this video is about work, one of the lyrics that really catches me off guard that makes me think it's about work is saying that it's a clockwork energy. So the lyrics themselves, I'll read them off just so everyone is caught up. I don't want to just be spitting nonsense. The lyrics are, I'm up and erasing like a foreign entity. If you let them embrace it, ow. It's a clockwork energy. Inchman, why'd you stay so long? Like, those are like the important lyrics. There's like 3 more lines after that, but I feel like they just add on to whatever's already being said. So I'm up and erasing like a foreign entity. To me, that feels like someone getting up in the morning, ready to go to like their first day at a job. This is like a common thing when you get into the workforce, especially when you're like 18. You kind of let jobs take advantage of you almost. I remember like the first warehouse and the first like normal supermarket job that I had. I was the guy that would stay over and work long hours. I would stay every time they asked me, like, can you stay a little bit longer? Can you stay a little bit longer? And I would. And I would show up with this high energy, right? I was up and erasing. And after a while, I realized that, like, even though I was like this star employee and doing everything possible, I wasn't being treated like it. I was still being treated like everyone else. But everyone else was still doing the same work that they were doing before. And I was doing like almost double that. And I was even picking up some other jobs that I shouldn't even have been doing. They weren't in my job description. And to me, the kind of person that does that, like me, will end up staying at these jobs for far too long, which leads to the next line, right? Why did you stay so long? And this can apply to any job, really. Like, even people who have like really amazing jobs, like straight out of college, you might get like a job that you think is a lot, like, oh, this is the first time I've ever made like $60,000. And then when you're like 10 years older, you realize how underpaid you were. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what this song is getting at, especially the ending, with Jack being pulled by, it's not a tie, but I think it's supposed to represent a tie. Also, having like the character in this video be called Inchman and having them like running, kind of reminds me of like Workman. I don't know, maybe that's just me reaching a little bit, but that's what I got out of this. I'm comfortable with that interpretation. Regardless, though, we'll go to the next one.
Short of breath, everything's down.
That was so good. That was really good. Maybe it's because I'm relating to it right now, but so this is Anyone There by Jack Stauber. This is a 47-second short that is about loneliness, which is a huge theme amongst a lot of Jack Stauber songs. This one kind of takes a different approach to it. I feel like it's kind of having a heart-to-heart with you, as opposed to trying to do like the normal Jack fun stuff and kind of bringing you along a funky, fun song while trying to insert the seriousness. This is just straight serious in my opinion. So the video starts off with setting up the mood, which is this person looking at all the distractions, stating the line, everything is down, right? This could represent a lot of things. Maybe like the 12 hours that TikTok was gone, or your favorite YouTuber is not uploading for a bit, or you're just mentally checked out of everything, right? Everything is down. And now you're kind of forced to self-reflect. You're forced to think about everything, right? And he hits you with this line that says, spin once, take an hour, and see where you are now. I'm going to put this fun fact in here. I don't know if this is exactly what it's supposed to mean, but I wanted to throw this in there for the super fans that like already know this and they wanted to mention it. The Micropop album itself is an hour long, right? So the line spin once, take an hour, and then see where you are now could reference that, because this is the last song in the album also. If you go onto Spotify, this is the very last song. It's 99 songs. This is the last one. So could be what it's referencing in a more like detached sense from just Jack Stauber itself, for like only a self-contained song. I think it's talking about like, why would you like taking a step back, basically. Like now that everything is down, you have a chance to really look at yourself and look at the world. Like take an hour to yourself, be alone, and soak it in. Think about what does that mean to you. And then he hits you with more lines following. He says, time is up, lucky you, sink in my chair. Spin once, take an hour, and ask, is anyone there? And he goes through a whole list of lines of examples of what you can look up to, right? He says, look up from your work, look up from your hurt, look up from your girl, look up from your world. And after he asks each one of these lines, he always says, is anyone there? And it's a really good way of putting into perspective like what you're doing in life, right? A lot of people get too focused on their work, or too focused on their pain, or too focused on their relationships, right? And when it comes down to it, if they look up from any of that, like, have they forgotten their friends? Have they forgotten what made them enjoy life in the first place, right? Are they doing all of these things and neglecting everything else in their life? Is anyone there, right? Is there anything else there bringing you joy, or is it just this one thing, right? Is it just work? Is it just your relationship? Is it just, not that your pain is going to bring you joy, but is your pain the only thing keeping you company in life? And to me, this was like a really good way of putting it. Also, the representation of like someone sinking into their chair, like that's kind of what happens when you go through these episodes of straight loneliness. Like you just rot in one place for hours on end. There was like an entire summer I spent literally on an old mattress in the middle of my living room, just watching New Girl, like for like literally like almost like 2 months straight. And I was just like that, dude. I was just like, I don't have anything else to do. And you just rot away almost. Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. Let's rank the next video.
Wait, hold on a second. Is that Benny Worm?
Oh yeah.
Holy smokes!
It's Benny Worm.
I don't think this video is really meant to be analyzed. I think this video is supposed to be just fun, dude. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I like the two types of content I feel like Jack makes. Some of it's like super deep and profound, and I feel like other times he's just like, what if I just made something really fun? And this to me it feels like that. I'm sure there's some artistic interpretation to go with this, but it's just fun. Even like the way that the cameraman's just like, holy smokes, is that Benny Worm? And then the whole video just gets hijacked into like this one-liner the entire time. It's fun. Also, maybe I'm just used to this kind of animation, but I swear if I showed anybody this that I talk to normally, they'd be like, what is this? Like, what am I watching, dude? What is this animation you're showing me? Some people just don't get it, man. But it's fine, dude, because we all get it. And that's what's cool about this kind of stuff, is the community that comes behind this. Like, when you watch the videos, like every video I've watched so far, I've probably watched over like 100 by now. There's such a nice community in the comments just talking about the videos. And that's what I really like about this. That's why I even bother making these videos in the first place, is I know that everyone comes to these from a positive environment perspective, I guess. Where like we're all just trying to have a good time with the things that this guy makes. That was a cute little beat, dude. I love this. You know what made me appreciate this song more was this one comment that said, this comment says, I used to have this scheduled for 12 p.m. every Friday on my Game Jolt account. This went on since sometime during early September 2020 and stopped a few weeks ago, so it's been around 9 months. It was really nice hearing this every Friday. This is nice, dude. I can imagine stumbling upon this on a Friday and then just like, dude, this is an awesome way to start my Friday. It's a really cute little jingle. It's Friday by Jack Stauber. It's an 18-second, I wouldn't even call this, I guess just a song. There's no lyrics though. It's just Jack playing the piano. He has one finger playing one key each, or sometimes two keys each. And he has multiple hands pop out that play the piano over and over and over and over. Four hands in total come out. I will say I was not expecting the third hand, and then I was like, okay, I see where this video is going. Really cool, unique effect. I never really thought of that. It also just looks, the thing I appreciate about this video a lot is that it looks so seamless. Like I know it's because of the VHS effect, but this whole thing just looks like I'm seeing this on camera. Like it literally looks like four hands playing the piano. I know that there's some masking going on here and there, but like it just looks so well done. And that's what I love about this, is that you can tell that there was a lot of effort put into it. And for something as simple as just like a Friday jingle, right? And if you look around the camera, like it's such a unique take on like every camcorder has like those weird lines in the corners of the screen, and like to have like a unique take on it where like instead of having like a straight line going down and like down into the right or left, like you have like this weird, I don't even know what to call this aesthetic. I've made designs like this in my life. I don't remember the name of them, but like this like fun, almost like 70s ish aesthetic with like the bright colors and stuff. It's awesome.
Oh, hey, that's why I'm following you. Eyes up here. Faces on. Let me see him.
This is Jack Stauber Live. It's a 2-minute and 9-second video that is a compilation made by him of his live performance at Bushnell on February 10th of 2018. And it's really fun. I think if you haven't been to a Jack Stauber live performance, which I haven't, and I think a lot of people probably haven't, because when he was going live, he wasn't as popular as he is now. And yeah, if you haven't experienced that, I think these videos are a good way to kind of get the sense of like what it would be like. It seems really fun. I think a lot of the people are really into the music, and I think the coolest thing is that he does songs that are like not released or never been released. Like some of these songs I haven't even heard, and they seem like a really fun time. Like I think one of the ones that I was like, whoa, like that's kind of new and interesting was the song at the end of the video called Existential Genius. There's also this one with this abnormally long title that's like really funny. I'm in love and it's 2018 and love is a wild game. If I was a gambling man, I would say love is the loveliest love of all time. What? Like, like what? Crazy song name. Also, one of my favorite parts is when he's like, he kind of tries to hype up the crowd and he's like, come on guys, let's well, I don't know.
Come on, everybody, let's I don't know.
It's just like, it's so funny to see Jack act like, I guess like a normal person. Like it's so easy to get attached to the persona in the videos and forget that this guy is a normal dude like the rest of us. So I think it's cool that he puts these out. I think it keeps the fandom in check when it needs to be in check. Like if you find yourself getting like super parasocial, like just watch these videos, watch any of his live stuff, and you'll see this guy's also just like a normal dude. He seems like a super down to earth guy from like the live performances, and yeah, he should be treated as such. I don't think, I think a lot of the fandom can kind of, you know, put him on a pedestal a little bit. It's kind of weird. But anyways, fun video, a fun little look into an archive of live performances that many of us will probably never get to see in our lifetime unless he decides to come back. I haven't seen any word, like pretty much at all, that he's going to do anything like this ever again. So it's nice that we have these to look back on.
I'm Jack. Do you like secret stuff? Yeah! Feel the stuff I gave.
Okay, that was the best Patreon video I've ever seen. You know, most Patreon videos, even I'm guilty of this, it's literally just like, give me money. You know, and I think Jack still hits that point, but like it's literally called Jack Stauber's Patreon video. It's 19 seconds, and it's a 19-second animation of him trying to get you to go to his Patreon. He literally just like, hey, I'm Jack. Do you like secret stuff, right? You feel like the stuff I gave you on here wasn't enough? And it kind of gets sad, and he's like, well, good news, I have a lot of stuff you haven't seen before, but if you want it, how do you get it? You got to pay for my cup of coffee, which is kind of how much the Patreon is. It's like $5. I don't even notice it when it gets taken out of my account, to be honest. But yeah, he does still have some good stuff on there, guys. If you guys are not subscribed to the Patreon and you feel like you're missing out on some Jack Stauber content, go subscribe to it. He's got a lot of stuff on there. He has a lot of, like, literally it's what he's been posting on his YouTube channel, but now it's just all on Patreon, and it's all really good. Like it's the same quality you would expect out of him from making stuff normally. It's just behind a paywall, which I guess kind of sucks, but I mean, it is what it is, dude. Like he needs to get paid, and maybe he wasn't making enough from YouTube, so totally understandable. And I think people are more than happy to pay for it. Like I don't even know how many people he has on Patreon, but like from the amount of likes he gets, like it's probably well into like the thousands, if not more than that, because getting likes and comments on Patreon is hard. Like, even if you have like a lot of members, like it is not that easy, because it's no one really checks the Patreon. You know, people are kind of just like, it's there, you know, and they don't really look at it. So this is a great video.
Hello, I opened up a store so you can hear the CD, so you can listen in your car in your corner.
That's so good. That's Damn, that's so good, dude. His store video is better than a lot of my videos. That's crazy, dude. This is literally a 32-second video called jackstauber.shop, which if you don't know, if you type it into the search bar, it is literally just his store, where he sells like vinyls, CDs. They're out of stock. I'll save you the time. And he has a lot of good shirts. A lot of good shirts still. I'm pretty sure he still has them up for sale, if I'm not wrong. That's what it looks like, at least right now. So pretty cool. If you want to support the guy and you don't want to pay $5 a month for his Patreon, like, this is a good alternative, I feel like. So as a video though, this is a really good video. Very catchy song. Probably the catchiest song out of all the ads I've seen so far. I think this might even replace the Pop Food ad in S tier. I like this one a lot. I think, because you guys got to keep in mind, okay, like, as a creator, Jack's done the same thing that every YouTube creator has done. He's opened up merch. He's done ads for stuff he likes, and he's gone through the same process, right? But he's doing it different. Like, he is being so true to himself. Like, that's so awesome. You never really see creators do that. You kind of see them do like very generic drops, and they don't really put any effort into it. This is very unique, and I think this is why he's so successful. This is why he is where he's at, because he put in the time and effort for stuff like this. The cool thing about the video is it makes it feel like he's making it for us, right? Obviously, we know at the end of the day, like, he needs to make money, but like, that's awesome. And to capture that vibe is so sick. So have to give credit where credit's due. On to the next one. So this was Juice Psychedelia Test. For those who don't know, Juice is the band that Jack was in before he kind of went solo dolo, and this is literally a 37-second like psychedelic animation with some real footage in the background of, I think, him walking around like the woods while Corn Dog by Juice plays, which is one of the songs they made together. I think it's neat to see where a creator started from. I think it's also kind of necessary. Like, if you're deep diving a creator, it's really important to be able to see where they started to where they're at now. As far as it being like where I would grade it as like a video, like, I'm not too sure, dude. It's not like amazing or anything, right? It's a good video for what it is, especially since it's like his first ever video on his channel, but I don't want to give it the benefit of the doubt like that. I'm kind of grading everything compared to where it is now, 'cause I'm still a firm believer in a lot of his older stuff holds up. So I'm gonna leave it there, and we'll go to the next one.
Disciplinary, and it's all kind of scary. If I jingle my keys, don't call me Keyman, please.
This is Keyman by Jack Stauber, a 25-second micro pop that is, I think, a video all about how Jack feels being portrayed by his audience. I already talked about this a little bit earlier on how I feel like some of the fandom can kind of like put him on a pedestal. I think this video is almost like a response to that. What made me think that was the big caricaturized version of Jack kind of coming out. So like, we start the video off, right? The video is in this like movie format, like with the black bars on top and bottom, and it's kind of talking about like how like we're watching him on our TVs, our laptops, our phones, like we're watching him in like a movie, almost like a character, not like a person, right? And he breaks out of that. He's literally telling me, like, if I jingle my keys, right, don't call me Keyman, please, right? If I do this cool funky thing, like, don't just remember me for that, right? I'm so much more than just a weird dude that makes things on the internet, right? I have so much more things that I care about. And the rest of the video is kind of an exploration into that, right? We see like when Jack opens up his stomach, right? We see like a little a little baby version of Jack. I'm laughing because it reminds me of like those TikToks that are like, when you're mean to me, like, this is who you're hurting. Like, it sounds stupid, but like that's literally what I feel like watching this part. And the end kind of also feels like an acceptance of that, like just saying like, fine, you can fawn till the dawn, I'll be yearning for the open morning, lovely girl. Kind of dark, but I feel like the last line is almost saying like, you know what, fine, whatever. Remember me for what you want. I'll be happy when I'm dead, because I want to think about all this. Maybe a little dark, but that's just what I get from that last line. Only because we see like an angel on the last bit of the song. So like, I just can't see how that's interpreted any other way. But yeah, that's what this song feels like to me. It feels like a response to everyone watching this video. I see it all the time. Like, if you're like an active Reddit member, like people are always asking like, where is Jack Stauber? Like, where is he? And they're trying to like find his whereabouts and stuff. And I'm like, dude, like, let the man relax, dude. Like, he put his work out on the internet, and you know, he's still uploading. It's not like he's gone. Everyone acts like this guy's missing. Like, he's not. He's just getting paid more for what he should be getting paid, in my opinion.
All right, bye, Kharly. Bye. She's gone.
It's a 39-second short. It's called Kharly Leaves. I assume it's two parents watching their kid leave for college, maybe, right? That's kind of what it feels like. It's like, what do we do now, right? That she's gone. And then the wife is like, we rebuild. And it zooms out and you see the house in complete disarray. And that's kind of what it's like, though. I've talked to like so many parents that a lot of them feel like their life doesn't start again until they're done having kids. Like, done having kids meaning they're out of the house and they're on their own doing their own thing. And you kind of do have to rebuild almost. You've lived a life for like the past 18 to maybe even 30 years, depending on how many kids or how long your kids have stayed with you. And now that they're all gone, right, you do have to kind of rebuild yourself. You have to pick up the pieces that have been scattered everywhere and find out who you are without them, because you've been who you are with them for so long, right? Almost like a quarter of your life. That it's true. I think this is a very applicable short, especially as you get older. You'll realize how much this means. This was really good. I was surprised, to be honest, by the thought that went into this, and it's very, like, this goes to show that you don't need a lot to impact someone's thought process. This is Koi Boy by Jack Stauber. I think most people know Koi Boy from the Pop Food album. This is just a music video for the song. It all takes place in this, I think, like a really old library. Like that's just what it looks like. We have like these really old computers, bunch of books everywhere, and it focuses on these two people, this guy and this girl, who I think, you know, like obviously like each other, and I think end up getting into like a relationship. And yeah, it kind of feels like just a portrayal of a loving relationship, especially towards the end. Like, you see both of them blow bubbles of air, like they're living in the same world almost. It's really cute. It's a really cute video. I love it for that reason. Now, as for any deeper meanings behind it, I don't really think there is, but the video itself has a really strong, like, nostalgic pull to it. So we'll go to the next one.
Hey, I'm gonna go to the library. Do you want to come along? No thanks. I'm gonna stay home.
So this is Library by Jack Stauber. It's a minute-long short that is kind of just about forgetting your loved ones after they've passed. So the short starts out with this kid being asked by, I presume, his dad if he wants to go to the library. I think this represents just asking somebody to go do something when they're in this kind of depressive state. I don't think this fact that it's a library matters too much. I think it's just like, do you want to go do something, you know? And they're like, no, I want to stay home. And they just put their face in their pillow, and they have this like intrusive thought episode. In this one, there's a dude that's like, behind curtain number 1 is, and the guy mouths mom, and he sees his mom, right? But the plot twist and the kicker is that he can't remember what the mom looks like, and the host calls him out on this, and then everyone starts laughing at him. made this really horrific image of the mom with no face and her face kind of morphing. That's what it feels like when you forget someone's face when you've gone through this before. If you forget someone that you've loved like this, it feels like this. It feels like you're morphing their face and you just can't get it exactly right. It's almost there, but it's not quite. And even worse than this, as highlighted in the comments, is when people talk about forgetting someone's voice, dude. I've had that happen to me with my grandma before, and it hurts. It makes you feel like somehow like you're a bad person for it almost, even though it's not your fault. And then just the choice to just stay there laying in bed spiraling it's real, dude. It's how it feels to go through this, to not want to face the world again after having an episode like that. It's how it is. It's how it feels when you go through this kind of stuff in real life. There's not really much else to say about the short. It's a really good one. It's a really solid short. This is video called Lice. It is a 30-second animation loop-ish video. I wouldn't call it like a loop necessarily, but it kind of is. You have like the character in this, which I think is a little lice dude, kind of morphing around and following this direction inside of a house, and then ends up in this like tunnel, which kind of resembles almost like a hair follicle. One of the things that Jack nails so well with animations like this is like a really almost nostalgic animation, is putting the blueprints of what feels like a normal home, right? If you look at this for what it is, it's kind of weird, right? But on the left, you feel like that should be a coat rack on the left, and then closer to that, this is where like maybe another like coat rack or like a light switch would be, or maybe a lamp. And then to the right of that, you see like a picture of two people on the wall, followed by like what I think is like cockroaches, right? And then you see this like weird beam just coming in and out of the ground, almost like a couch if you laid them all out spliced together, right? So like these are like the seedlings of a normal place here, but it's not really a normal place, right? Especially with the door being open and having it just be a black void. It feels like you've been here before, even though you haven't been here before. And the last shot of just this animation loop of this dude splitting in half and then coming forward it's kind of uncanny. It's a little jarring. Really weird for what it is, but I dig it, dude.
Each day when her parents would head off to church, Sabrina would open the cupboard and search, for inside she knew lived a miniature man who'd made his home behind their Lima Bean can. And he'd sing her this song.
Pick me up with the spoon and taught me to.
This song gave me three different ideas. The first one, maybe it's because I was talking about it earlier a little bit with the Keyman video, but this feels like a representation of how we view Jack. So it starts out with this video of this little girl Sabrina opening up a cupboard to the little Lima Bean Man who sings her a song about wanting to see his wife, who he's been gone from for so long. And the song gets really deep and scary. Like it goes from like him wanting to see his wife because she's so beautiful and he's been away from her for so long, to like, oh my god, I hope she's not dead yet. I hope she's not dead. He's saying, I hope she's not dead, yeah, but it sounds like yet to me. I know the lyrics right there, but yeah. This like looming thought of like, oh my god, is my wife gone or not? And then having the door being closed, like the cupboard closed, as Sabrina like vibes out to this like horrible song, dude. Like it is so sad. I would hate if I made this like super deep thing and people were just vibing out to it and missing the point of why I made it. And maybe I'm looking too deep into it. Maybe that's not what the song's about. And I'll talk about my other interpretations right now, but that's the first thing I thought of with this. And I think it's because I watched the Keyman video like in this recording session. So yeah, like Jack is the Lima Bean Man, and he quite literally is the Lima Bean Man in the video. Like, if you actually look, that's literally him, right? That's how I feel about it. Also, like being in like a cupboard full of like, this might be even a little too deep, but being in a cupboard and having to like, you know, swarm to the back where the trash is and appreciating the trash and not like the beautiful stuff that's out now. Maybe also another little thing about it. But that's just my interpretation of it. The one that I believe in the most. The other ones I got from this is like when you're away from people for too long, right? People that have like separation anxiety, like right now I'm in one of the best relationships I've ever been in my life, and I have anxiety about it. Like when she goes to work and she drives home, like I have this fear of like her getting in a car crash or something, because I'm afraid the world's gonna take her from me. I'm afraid that I'm doing everything right. The only possible way this ends is if the world takes her from me, right? I hope she's not dead yet, right? That's kind of how it feels sometimes. I'm thinking about her when I'm doing this, and then those thoughts quickly shift to like very negative, bad thoughts, and that's what happens. I literally go from like, oh man, like I have a beautiful girlfriend, she's so amazing, and then like, oh my god, I hope this doesn't happen, like, and I start spiraling a little bit. So that's my other interpretation of it. It could also be the loss of a loved one, and like being in what's the word for it? Denial. Like being in denial about their death, right? I've had family members kind of do that before, where like they're just almost acting as if it didn't happen, and like letting the thought run rampant in the background of their mind without putting it to the forefront, and just playing it off like it's whatever, right? When in reality, right, the person's gone. And to me, that's what the moon represents, right? Like this far out thought of like, oh, they're so beautiful, this person I love is still here, and like, oh my god, like, I hope they're not dead yet, and then kind of spiraling out from there. Those are the 3 things I got from this song, from watching it like 10 times, and I'm pretty confident in any of those interpretations of it.
Artist Collective presents a live puppet show starring the musical talents of Jack Stauber.
This is so goofy, man. This is a live puppet promo show that Jack did at the Assemble on February 23rd. Don't know what that is. I think it's a local Pittsburgh artist exposition, because that's what's in the title. I think this was a puppet show that he did with a few of his buddies. They call themselves the Goof Trope Artist Collective. This is a fun video, and I've made stuff like this with my friends myself, so I totally understand the... one of the things I like, actually, that I'm going to point out is how he tries to give his friends, like, almost more screen time than himself. Like, his little section doesn't have any music, but then when he introduces his friends that are going to be there, like, it's like a really fun pop song, and you're going to remember their names a little more because of that. I think it's really funny, really cool. The ending of the video is a little, like, weird and crazy. Very visually impressive. One of his most visually impressive videos I've seen. A lot of, like... This gives you exactly what you think it's going to be, right? I fully expect these puppets to be the live puppet show too, which I can't even imagine how that would have went. I don't know if it's been on tape or not, if someone got them, but this is hilarious, dude. I love it. Like, using his fingers as the tongue is so... How do you think of that, dude? Like, what the heck? And I love it. I appreciate it for what it is. We're going to go to the next one.
You don't know, you don't tell the truth.
Alright, so this is Love Bug by Jack Stauber. I think this video's meaning is pretty simple. I think it's about getting the literal love bug when you're like dating around for the first time. You go through a lot of huge bumps and excitement, and eventually you get squashed over and over and over again. As noted by the video marker, like the 20-second mark. We can also see that this bug's mouth or pincers are in the shape of a heart. Maybe symbolic of how love kind of bites you in the ass every time you fall in it. And it's a beautiful thing to be in. If you're old enough to have been in love, like really, really in it, you can kind of relate to being squashed like this. But to be honest, I think that's as far as the analysis goes for this kind of video. As far as the animation stuff goes, not a lot of animation, but the visuals on this are really cool. I think this is one of the better themed videos. I really love the background a lot. I don't even know what I'm looking at, to be honest, which is cool. It just reminds me of like those times in science class where I would have to look at like my own spit underneath a microscope or something like that. Like, I don't even know I don't even know if this is like footage he got or if he downloaded it from somewhere, but it fits the video's theming really well. I love it a lot. We'll leave it there for now. On to the next video.
Just seeing you, I knew a bond between us two I grew.
I think this is one of the best videos he's made. This definitely goes in its own echelon of video. Like, this isn't like a micro pop. I think people are treating it like it is in the comments, but I don't see it like that at all. This feels like an actual artistic standalone video. So this is Love Will by Jack Stauber. It's a 36-second short that is all around this couple, with Jack and this woman. You know, you can see the woman is, you know, either like sad and she's crying, and it's a very, you know, serious situation right away. Like, you're thrown into this essentially, right? And this little guy pops out of Jack's head, which I think is supposed to be like his brain talking, his inner self, his thoughts speaking out loud. And what I love about this is that there's not a lot of animation, right? It's mostly just focused on his thoughts and the lyrics. It's through these lyrics that you kind of understand the vibe of what's going on here. I'm just going to read off the lyrics straight up so you guys can understand what is happening. So the lyrics are, just seeing you, I knew. A bond between us two had grew. And love spilled out the open doors and smeared around the kitchen floor. Two hearts, through all complexity, contorted into harmony. And blood won't travel through those veins, but love will. Oh, love will. So I think the last line is really what sets in, sets in stone what this video is about, right? And blood won't travel through those veins. Clearly, in this situation, like if we're taking this video at face value, one of these people is dying, right? Could be either one. We don't really know which one. I think it's the girl because it's Jack's thoughts, right? And he's speaking about this person saying that blood won't flow through your veins, but love will. And I think as someone who's in like a very serious relationship, I can totally relate to the loss of this. I can't even imagine what I would do without my girlfriend right now. Like, this person who has been there for all the highs and lows of my life up to this point, and losing them, like, especially like this young. Yeah, dude, it would be an extremely tough thing to go through. I think with all that all being said, like, this is one of the better videos that he's made. One of the things I really like about this video is the lack of stuff on screen, right? It's just a blank void, because that's kind of what it feels when you're going through anything serious like this. It just feels like you're alone. It feels like it's you and whoever's in a situation and your thoughts, and that's it. And just like the quiet comfortness of the situation is kind of how I feel like I would be. It's a very great visual representation of what it means to go through any kind of hardship in life, especially one as serious as a loved one passing away before your very eyes, right? Knowing about their illness and their inevitable death to come.
So, what kind of stuff are you working on right now? Figures.
This is pretty funny. So, one of my friends doesn't do marketing, but he kind of has an office job like this, and this is so accurate to what it feels like to be in like any kind of office job that's just about one thing. So this one's about marketing. This video is called Marketing, and it's just 14 seconds of this guy kind of blandly answering a question. The video is 14 seconds long, and it's about this monkey man that blandly answers the question, what are you working on? And he just answers with a bunch of marketing jargon, just saying like figures and analytics and figures. And yeah, it's a very regular answer for when you're at work, you're 5 hours into your shift of a boring job, and someone actually tries to make you feel interested in what you're doing when you know that it's not that interesting. This actually reminds me a lot of a conversation that I had with one of my friends who is an accountant. And when I asked him what he does for his job, he was like, do you actually want to know? Because it's really boring. And I remember answering yes, and then being like, damn, this is definitely one of the most boring conversations we've ever had. And we kind of laughed about it after, because like, it's true, dude. Like sometimes you do work like this, but it's just like, it's whatever, you know? It's a thing you do to get paid. I think having the guy as a monkey is a little jab at like being like a big cog in the wheel that is this, right? You're almost like a monkey that just does whatever you're told to do. I think that was one of the best videos I've seen from Jack. So this is the Matei Song, an improvised tune by Jack Stauber. It's 5 minutes and 42 seconds of a live performance at what I think is Bandcamp. I think I heard like murmurs of that. Maybe I was wrong. Actually, now that I'm reading the description, wow, who would have thought? It says, at Dog Funk in March 2nd of 2017, crafted sounds tape compilation release / benefit show. So That's what this is. The 5 minutes is the creation of the improvised song, the Matei Song. Basically, this goes through Jack making a song in front of the crowd. He's doing a beat, and then he records the beat, plays it back, and then he records more, plays what's layered on top of that new beat back as well, and then he asks the crowd, right? And this is what I like about his performances, is the crowd work is so good. Like, most people that are like extremely parasocial to Jack Stauber kind of forget that this guy is an artist, right? To be able to do this kind of thing, like when I first listened to him, and I had a bad habit of doing this too, I put him in that category of like, this guy's probably a weird, socially awkward person. But when you watch these videos, he's definitely not. The way he's able to work the crowd and get these amazing improvisations out of them is so good. Like halfway through making the song, he literally stops and he's like, wait, like what's this song gonna be about? And he gets two things from the crowd: having a good day and a guy named Matei.
Alright, wait. Before we get too far, what's this song about? Who's feeling inspired tonight? No one feels. It's a personal question. Don't. Having a nice day. I have two categories here that I'm going to include into one song because I'm one crazy bazooka Joe. This next song is about having a good day. And Matei, where's Matei at? That's Matei. That's who I'm singing about. So you can hear about his cute beard.
So he calls Matei up to sit in front row while he's making the rest of the song, and he just starts like randomly saying stuff to him, and then he gets one of the lyrics out of the conversation he has with Matei.
This man right here. 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 This man is named Matei. This is a good guy.
And this is how I feel like he literally makes music. When I hear songs like Fighter or something like, I'm trying to look at the other stuff we've talked about, like Getting My Mom On, or something like Deploy, right? Like these songs that are just like really fun and active. I think this is, or like it's Benny Worm. Like this is what I think his process is for that kind of song. Literally just straight up improvising like on the spot, and just like what would be fun, what sounds good, and what is this song about, right? I think he just throws words out until he thinks something sticks, and then he just repeats it loudly into the microphone and plays it over and sees if it sounds good or not. I think one of the greatest things about this video too is the way that he layers on top like other clips of other like point of views of this event, right? Because there's a lot of cameras in the room, I'm assuming, and it's such a unique way to show different angles at the same time. I'm honestly probably going to steal this technique from my other channel that I'm doing, because this is really good. Like, I've never really thought of doing that, to be honest. But yeah, you can literally see like a lot of different angles of the same clip being played at the same time. And you get like, if you focus on any one of them, you can literally see like what's happening in the room, and it's like 10 seconds of watching. Like, I felt like I was in the crowd, and that's what you want out of the video. Like, that's like a live performance, right? You want to feel like you're there experiencing it live, and I think this video does that. It captures the energy of the crowd so well, and seeing this guy just like so excited to do what he loves in front of everybody. And the best part is at the end too, when like you can see like just how proud he is of what he just made. Like the smile on his face at the end is just so genuine. You could tell that he was just like, yep, I did that, man, I did that. And we just haven't gotten that out of Jack, I feel like, ever. So it was really cool to see that and see him just kind of like enjoy himself on stage and take his moment for once.
Merry Christmas, I hope you have fun.
So this is Merry Christmas, Uncles in Heaven by Jack Stauber. This is a 52-second short that is about Christmas, and I think a death that took place on Christmas. Now, like looking at this video from an outside perspective, I think it's about not necessarily like super specifics on an uncle passing away. Maybe uncles in heaven is representative of like just, you know, relatives dying. This video appears to be a conversation between this man and somebody else. The way the lyrics are written and performed sound as like a conversation would come out. So the lyrics in the beginning are like, I hope you have fun. I have lots of presents and I'm not sharing one. I hope you should change. I don't like the way you act. I think it's strange. Feels like a conversation, or at least a one-sided conversation. This person's thoughts on this other individual that is not in frame. And the reason I think it's about death is because of the last few lines and the visuals that are paired alongside. Christmas in bed, uncles in traffic, reading the streetlights. Christmas in my head, uncles in heaven, reading their Bibles. And it's all shown with a person in traffic at a stoplight, and then all of a sudden they are floating up to heaven, right? This person that was just in the car is now floating and seemingly dead. Now, because I've gotten a lot of other religious imagery from other videos he's done, I think it's like 2 other videos at this point in the entire video that you're watching right now. This feels like another like call to maybe someone in his life that was religious that maybe passed away on Christmas, and kind of alluding to like, I hope that your thought process and your approach to afterlife played out, and I hope that you're reading your Bible in heaven. Something along those lines. Kind of hard to make a interpretation from what I was given from this. On to the next one. Okay, so after watching this a few times, I think this video is about addiction to television, or kind of like the problem that we're in right now when it comes to media in general. Not just TV, but just like what it means to be on the internet and consuming anything nowadays. This actually ties into a lot of like other video ideas that I'm probably going to do in the future on like the echo chambers that we've created for ourselves on any like platform at all, like TikTok, YouTube, if you use Facebook, you know, Instagram, anything that has like an algorithm that tries to give you things that you like. I think that we're in like a really bad epidemic of creating an echo chamber for ourselves that just feeds these ideas that we want to hear. And what's really sad is that a lot of people don't realize they're in this until like something big happens. I remember when the election happened that like people were like dumbfounded in the comments of a lot of videos. They were like, I can't believe like she didn't win. Like it seemed like everything I was seeing was about her. And it's like, no, like you had your For You page constructed around your ideals. Like you wanted her to win, so your For You page showed you stuff that was about her probably going to win. So you felt tricked when you got like rug pulled and they didn't win. And that's what this video is kind of getting at least to me. I think on a deeper level too, like the advent of AI channels coming out right now, there's so much slop on the internet. And what's sad is that even I, as a creator, have started watching some of these channels. Like it's just such easy filler content that it sucks a lot to like become essentially this guy in the video, like this guy who is, you know, just chilling on the couch with his chips and soda, happy to consume everything from this valueless thing, right? As indicated by the flat TV. There's nothing of substance here. It's literally nothing. But we choose to watch it, right? We choose to get on our phones. We choose to get onto YouTube. We choose to get onto Instagram Reels, Red Note, if you're even on there. Like we actively choose to not watch things of substance. I guess unless you're watching stuff like Jack Stauber or me. No, but seriously, like I think this video says a lot about society and the predicament that we're in right now with, again, like just, I'm going to keep repeating myself, but just the echo chambers we're creating. And the reason I'm saying that so much is because when you look at the video for what it is, right? Like the guy appearing on TV and seeing himself in the television, and he starts getting nervous and realizing that like, dude, like I'm creating this monster myself, right? When you kind of gain self-realization, you start realizing that you're the reason you're seeing these things on the internet, right? If you're seeing a lot of bad stuff on the internet, it's probably because you're looking for bad stuff. If you're seeing a lot of videos about literally anything, it's your own fault. And this is indicated by the lyric, you show us what we don't know. And then he follows it up by saying, did I say don't? I mean, you show us what we know. Because that's what we're doing, right? We are literally going onto these media consumption apps to watch things that we already know. And I think the ending for this is amazing. Showing the TV turn into like almost like a fish tank, and then having this dude drowning. For one, crazy sequence. I can't even like just look at this. How did he film this? This genuinely looks like it's underwater, and that's crazy, dude. That was so awesome. I want to take back my memory of seeing that so I can watch it again for the first time. Yeah. If that's not an S tier video, then I don't know what is. So we're going to the next one.
Mr. Backwards, look back at how.
So this is Mr. Backwards by Jack Stauber, and this is a video all about this guy, Mr. Backwards, a person who's always looking back at the past and never faces the future. The kind of person who will tell you all the facts and just all around be a what's the word? Like a person who is only obsessed with what they have to say. I don't know if conceited is the right word, but I think misguided is a little bit better. You meet these kinds of people in life who refuse to get out of the past. They live in their past actions and try to act like they know everything based on that. As he listens to himself, he's hurting, but he's certain that all is well, right? The kind of person who dwells on the past, they're really hurting themselves, right? If you're not focused on what's in front of you and in the future, how can you be positive on what you want in life, right? And this is indicated by the line, don't you know you really want what you don't? Basically saying that like this person thinks they know what they want, but they don't know what they want. What they really need is something that they would never want in a million years, which is to turn their head around and look at life for what it is right now in the living present. I see this a lot in older people who tend to start looking back at life instead of just staying in the present where it is. They reminisce almost every day, and they think about all the regrets they have, and they refuse to move on from it. They stay in the past for what seems like forever, like the remainder of their life, right? Mr. Backwards. And they use the knowledge of this pastness to make you feel like you're always wrong, right? You're always doing something wrong. I always see this in like kind of like older relatives in my family who they're always using the past in conversation. They never talk about what's happening in their lives right now. And it's usually because there's not a lot happening in their lives right now. They're always looking in the past, right? They are Mr. Backwards. They're actively hurting themselves by not enjoying the present right now. They're actively living in the past, which I think can be a good thing, but most of the time, like if you're doing it every single time you have a conversation with somebody, it's probably not a good thing. And what's cool about the song is I think at all points in our life, we could also be this person for a period of time. I found myself during some years, especially like in my relationship, of always looking at the past and never moving forward and growing as a person. If you find yourself in these periods of time being Mr. Backwards, just know that it's okay to be like this every once in a while, and it's natural. But at some point, you have to turn your head around and face what's in front of you. Oh my god, dude, look at the video on there. Cursed, dude. This video's cursed, bro. Oh my god. Next one. This feels like waiting room vibes. It's so funny. It's like everyone in the comments is talking about that. I think the song combined with like the weirdness of this is what I would expect to see as like a intermission on like Interdimensional Cable or something. This is the Neat Love Cell animation loop, like one of his oldest videos on his channel. I think it's like the 4th video on the channel. And yeah, I'm not going to describe what's going on here. It's like a pair of lips morphing and then eyes coming in. And I don't know. It's crazy. It's smooth. I think this is one of the smoothest animations we've seen from him. I think it's all made on paper. Like I think he just took a bunch of pieces of paper and just took pictures of it and then aligned them. That would be really cool as a wallpaper, man. I love that. That was cool. Especially with the music too. Anyways, on to the next video. This was so well made. So I think it's important to note when this video came out. This was made like I think a few days after these stay-at-home orders came out, and this just really feels like it was made with that in mind. Like, if you really watch the video with that lens, with the idea of it being about COVID and being about the new normal, right? The new normal that life has become, right? It's being stuck in isolation for what feels like forever. Watching it through that lens kind of changes the entire perspective on what we are seeing, which is a total breakdown of the human psyche. We start the video focusing on this guy who is seeing the sun for the first time, right? And to me, this feels like a person who has been stuck inside all day, looking at the outside from their window, just being like, oh man, like what it would be to be outside right now. And then seeing everyone be that person, right? We get this shot of every single person in the world floating up like the person in the beginning. And we have all these hands coming out. Like, it's very symbolic of it's not just one person going through what we're seeing in the video. It's everybody going through this. And to me, this scene with the two people dying, like the two twins, this feels like the people that passed away right as COVID started, like right when they were stopping allowing people from being in the rooms. Like, this was somebody's reality. Like, as sad as it is to say, somebody died next to someone else, and they were just literally alone by themselves as they rotted away with none of the loved ones with them. And this is the new normal, right? Like, this is the new normal, and it was for like a few years. One of the shots that really gets me is the home turning into a person. Like, almost like literally what it feels like to be inside for that long. I remember being separated from my girlfriend for the entirety of the lockdown, and it sucked, dude. It really felt like your home became the new normal. Like, this was your stomping grounds now, as opposed to what life used to be, which was driving to work, going to Jack in the Box at 2 a.m. to get a breakfast jack or something. Like, there was so many things that life was, and it morphed into you are now just like at home. Your home is everything in the world, and this is how it felt. And to me, showing the world at the end with the faces, like this very sad, shocked face, to me it just feels like everyone going through this at the same time. I'm sure there's another explanation for this video, but the timing of it coming out around quarantine, it just felt too close to that time period to not be involved in it. And what's crazy to me is like the ending imagery of having this person in the chair be all over the world, right? Looking back at an empty chair, like your loved one that passed away, and seeing them gone, right? And I think the world being this one guy symbolizes that this was happening everywhere, not just wherever you were living, but all over the world. It was one of the few times where we all went through the same thing together. It's tragically beautiful, and I think that this video captures that wonderfully, especially with like all the data bending that's going on with like the animation. It was very well done, the way it transitions to each shot. I don't really know how he did it so well, but it was amazing. I think this is one of the greatest MS Paint animations I think he's ever made. It was so smooth, and it was so perfectly edited with the choppiness that you can only really achieve on MS Paint. I don't think any other software can create that like ugly sharpness that MS Paint does. And I think it was a wonderful decision to use that here, because like at this point, Jack has, if you look at everything coming out around this time, like he has nailed every single animation style that he can, and he deliberately chose this animation style. So I think it was purposeful, and it really fit the vibe incredibly well. So great on him for doing that. I'm happy with that. Go to the next one. I think there's a lot of interpretations to gather from this. The one that I think fits this video the most has to deal with when it was uploaded, December 31st of 2019. And this is the video Now and Then. It's a minute and 40 long animation that is done on traditional cells. If you guys don't know what traditional cell animation looks like, it's what Disney used to do to make stuff like this happen. They literally use these like essentially clear plastic plates and just draw on them, and then they just layer them over top of each other. And what I like that Jack does that I haven't seen, or at least seen before in other animations that use this kind of style, is he, to animate, just moves the cell instead of just drawing something new, which is kind of neat. You can actually see the lines of the plastic like right here. It's kind of nice though. I think it creates like a different type of vibe when it comes to animation and stuff, and I really like it a lot. Now, as for the meaning behind this animation, I'm not going to show too much of it on screen because it's actually gotten age restricted a few times, and I did heavily edit it in my video on the Traumatic World of Jack Stauber for this reason exactly. But essentially, a dude walks up to someone that's on the ground, presumably dead. He opens them up and he grabs some stuff that he wants from them, and then he opens himself up and puts the collected items into his body. Now, I'm pretty sure this is supposed to represent what it means to have like New Year's resolutions and go into a new year. Maybe Jack himself at this point in his life wanted to try something new right now and then. He's going into the new year and he's going to be trying some stuff, some newer stuff, right? Leaving all the baggage behind. He's going to be packing light, as the video says, right? The guy reads this and goes, yeah, I remember to do that. And then the pit in his stomach over starting a new year with something different, something new, like packing light, leaving all your baggage behind and coming into the new year with something different it's anxiety inducing and also exciting at the same time, which is what is explained here, right? He questions whether or not he's anxious, and he's told that he's excited, and he's like, yeah, like I like that. I think New Year's fever is something that everyone kind of goes through, especially as you get older. You start to realize why your parents always make New Year's resolutions and then don't stick to them. It's because a lot of people don't pack light. We try a lot of things, a lot of new things. And I think what people need to do when they're making like New Year's resolutions or anything of the sort is to pack light, to not overstrain yourself on having the perfect year or radically change yourself in any way. You need to go into the new year with realistic expectations of what you can actually accomplish realistically. And I think that that's what this video is trying to get at. As for where I would rank it, let me decide. I really like the animation on it a lot. I love the video and I'm comfortable with where I put it. We are going to move on to the next one, which is I think the most obvious interpretation after watching this is that Jack is Nerpo. And I think viewing it through that lens, like the fake sounding ha-ha-has and la-la-las in the beginning kind of feel like, I don't know, to me it feels like him not being taken serious by maybe people in his life. Like I've kind of struggled with that a little bit. Like, not that I guess it does kind of bother me. When I make like serious videos, like my friends will like kind of joke about it and stuff, and in my head I'm like, dude, like I understand we're homies and stuff, and I never tell anybody this, but it does kind of bother me because I feel like I pour my heart and soul into it, and this kind of brought back that feeling of like I don't know, like ha ha ha, like the way that it like he laughs just feels like that emotion being brought out in me, and maybe he feels that way too. Also, the next line, he eats the coins that you drop between the cushions of your couch and he converts them into dopamine from the inside of his mouth. I think this line of lyrics is referencing Jack's ability to take literal crumbs of ideas and make just amazing things out of them, right? A lot of the videos that we've ranked so far are literally about like the most random life experiences, right? Heartbreak, what it's like to be a mom, what's it like to watch your daughter or kid grow up, what is it like to be stuck somewhere and be in this victimhood mentality, what does it mean to struggle with addiction, what does it mean to lose a loved one and want them back but you're forgetting who they are. All these like experiences that people kind of just live through and don't really talk about too in depth. Also in tangent with like just random stuff, right? Like the lead pencil, like just the pencil video, or like Cheeseburger Family, like these seemingly insignificant things, right, that are turned into these amazing spectacles for us to see. One of the best videos I've already ranked on here is Shop, which is literally just a grocery store trip turned into an existential crisis, right? Saying that he turns these crumbs of things into dopamine for the deaf, right? He says these amazing things, but he only whispers to the deaf. Maybe Jack feels as though his stuff isn't reaching the proper audience. Maybe he feels like that the people that don't understand him are deaf, right? He's only getting to them through whispers, and the adults in his life can't remember the struggles that they put him through, which is kind of a common thing with parents to get older, right? The thing I like to reference a lot is like when your parents can't remember one of the worst days of your life, it's because it was a Tuesday for them. As sad as it is to admit that, right? He speaks of what adults can't remember. We've seen things out of Jack like Opal that are just these very extreme deep dives into what it means to be neglected, and that's what that line means to me. Like, if a kid watches this kind of stuff, they're not going to really understand, right? They can't put words to describe what it means to go through the emotions that Jack is putting forth. Like, when you're a kid that is going through something like Claire from Opal, you can't put words to it. You don't understand it until you get older, right? And then by that time in your life, you've either blocked it out and you don't remember it, or when you do try to confront it, the person who did it to you doesn't remember it. They don't want to remember it. So that's what this video means to me, what I got out of it. Very good video. That was a really beautiful video. I don't know if I have a lot to say about it. This kind of reminded me of the Cherry video that we watched a while back, except I didn't really feel anything when I watched this one. It's 2 minutes and 35 seconds of very scenic scenes of, I assume, like just the woods around wherever Jack lives. Maybe some random b-roll from the internet, but it looks like all of it was hand shot. It was a very beautiful video, I think. If it were to catch me in the right mood, it could probably bring me down to crying almost. I thought it was really nice, really beautiful video. There isn't really a lot else to say about it, to be honest. There were lyrics in the video, but from reading them, it kind of just feels like a coming of age or like a warning of change theme going on. And I don't think the visuals really complement that. Maybe, you know, autumn, the leaves falling, it's changing, but it just felt like a really cozy, nostalgic, punching video. Not doing anything super duper special, but I think for the right person and the right time, it could be.
Oh, Mona Lisa, I'm unprepared for natural mystery claiming its own. Oh, piece of pizza, oh, piece of cake.
First of all, this is Oh, Mona Lisa. 46-second video with music throughout the entire thing. It's about, well, literally it's about the Mona Lisa. Like, if you take it at face value, Jack is staring at the Mona Lisa thinking about what is inside. Now, the deeper meaning of what this lyric means, the way that Jack goes inside of his own brain, I got like two things from this. So the first one is thinking about what's inside the artist's mind, right? What is inside the person that made the Mona Lisa, right? Like, what was Leonardo da Vinci thinking or feeling when they made this famous piece? I feel like on the same side of that coin is Jack, right? And how a lot of us watch his stuff, even me watching this entire thing. It's hard to get into his brain. You know, what's going on in there, right? The way he opens it up and we kind of get a peek inside. It's a question that we do ask, right? This is almost our perspective, right? Us appreciating Jack's work represented by the Mona Lisa, and us questioning, like, really, you know, wanting to know what's going on inside, right? How does he come up with this kind of stuff, and how does he make it so enjoyable? So those are the two things that I got away from this video. A very nice video.
Hey Ollie, pass me a peanut. I'm allergic to peanuts. I just wanted you to pass me a peanut. Are you allergic to passing me a peanut?
So this is Ollie is Allergic. It's a 54-second short with, I'm assuming, our main character Ollie on the left, who is asked by his friend on the right to pass him a peanut. Ollie says that he's allergic and he can't really do that. The friend's like, well, are you allergic to passing me a peanut? So he's like, fine. Gives him one, and then sure enough, his hand puffs up because he's allergic. Then the friend spits the peanut at his face, and then Ollie's face puffs up because he's allergic. And the rest of the video is just the friend misunderstanding what he is mumbling out of his mouth when he really needs some help. This other friend, this other person in the frame represents a lot of people in the world, right? The kind of person that will like take advantage of whoever's in their circle and just push them to the limits until they literally break, like Ollie did. I think the peanuts themselves can represent just like doing a favor or doing things for this person because they asked you nicely, and then, you know, doing it at the expense of yourself, right? This could also be interpreted as somebody who's like a people pleaser. Like they obviously put their foot down a little bit, but they're like, you know what? All right, fine. I'll give you the peanut, right? And I'll just suffer through whatever happens to me after. A lot of interpretations can be made off of this skit, which I did not expect. We'll go to the next one. But yeah, this short is amazing. 12 minutes chock full of just looking back on an abusive household, basically. I think if anyone has lived through these kinds of households, you kind of get it. You understand what the short's going for. For those that don't know what it is, for some reason, if you haven't seen Opal and you're this far into a Jack Stauber video, it's a 12-minute short where this little girl is essentially trapped in a house full of people that do not care about her. There's 3 people in the house besides her. There's her grandpa, her mom, and her dad. And as she makes her way through the house, like getting through the house is a journey for her. And every interaction she has with each person is a musical number, and it gives you a little insight into who each person is. One of the people is the grandpa who smokes his life away and doesn't really care about the grandkid at all. The dad is obsessed with his self-image and what he actually physically appears like. And the mom is just like a drunk who just doesn't know how to do essentially anything. And the whole short kind of predicates on you understanding that this little kid doesn't really understand what they're going through. The only thing that they know is that they want to be out of here. And one of the big things that gets that across in the video is like daydreaming sequence that happens frequently throughout, where they're looking outside and there's like a burger sign for a place called Opal's Burgers, and they look at the kid in the sign and they're like, damn, like I wish that was me, basically. And it's really sad. It's a really sad short. It has some really good musical numbers though. I would definitely check it out, even though it's kind of it's a life-changing kind of sad, not just like a depressing thing for depressing sake. So the reason I watched Opal in the first place was because it was like 2 a.m. My friend had called me and my brother for help. We had to drive over to his house to get him out of like a really nasty situation, like a home situation. Not necessarily his home, but like some roommates and stuff that he was living with. And when he got in the car, he couldn't really like describe how he felt. And the only thing he told me was, he's like, I feel like how the little girl feels at the end of Opal. That's how I feel right now. And I was like, I've never seen that. And I went home and I immediately watched it. And I don't know if anyone else does this, but I do this all the time, where when I watch something like that and I have no one to talk to about it because everyone's asleep or something, I will talk to myself like out loud as if I'm like recording a video. And I was like, this is kind of good. Like the way I was analyzing everything, I was like, I should record this. And I hopped on my PC and I just started talking to my microphone for like 20 minutes. And then that's what turned into like the Opal video. Obviously I refined it after, but the initial recording wasn't really changed too much. That's why you kind of hear like a lot of ums and buts in the original recording, because it's literally just my train of thought for the most part. And yeah, I think the only thing I added in was like the introduction and stuff. I think it's still the best thing that Jack's made. I don't think anything comes close to it. I think it's on its own level. I think the set design, the animation, the ability to bring me into this world within like a matter of seconds, the plot twist at the end when you realize that like Opal is Claire, like the stuff leading up to it, and the rewatch, the value from rewatching it. It's so far above everything else that he's made, and you can tell that there was a lot of thought and care put into it. Not that necessarily Jack has gone through this himself. I don't want to make any assumptions, but it was really good, and you could tell that he really cared about what he was putting into it. So yeah, if you haven't seen it already, please go watch it. Go watch my video on it if you haven't seen it. I don't get paid for it. I just want people to enjoy a good video. I think it's one of my best videos I've ever made also, which is kind of cool because it's not often that you make something on YouTube that you really enjoyed making and it ends up being one of your best videos. Like I remember posting that and I was like, yeah, it's probably gonna get like 2,000 views. It's fine, you know. And when it started picking up steam, I just had the biggest smile on my face for a week because I guess it felt like my brain had been seen. Like I love analyzing things on the internet, and it's been really cool being able to do that. And I'm starting to do it more. That's why I'm doing this video, and I'm doing like a bunch of analysis. It's basically like 5 hours of me analyzing Jack Stauber stuff and ranking them, right? So yeah, with all that said, we will go on to the next one. So this video is Orbs live at Basement Transmissions. That's the title of the video. It is a 31-second promotional material for a live performance that Jack was a part of. As we've seen on the channel so far, there has been a lot of promotional material. Some of it's really good, and some of it's also kind of lackluster or whatever, right? And it's just a cutesy animation loop of each person that's in the live performance. You have Jack himself, followed by a few other people who I assume are also in the live performance. And I like the little bill in the bottom at the end. It says $15 because that's how much the tickets were. Super cool. It felt very cozy. It felt just nice. The texture on the background, the way it's drawn, everything was cool. Also, I think this is, if I'm not mistaken, the least viewed video on the channel at 41,000 views. I think the only one competing for that spot is one of his live performances, which, yeah, that's crazy. I like this one though a lot, so yeah. Little gem on the channel, I guess. Yeah. We'll go to the next one. So this is another promotional material. This is Order Up, a 20-second short that is a promotional ad for Cheeseburger Family and Fighter being extended on Spotify or like wherever Jack released music. I assume it was Spotify. Yeah, I love the way the little burger thing flies in at the beginning. That's so cute. That is so amazing. I love that. The little animations when it stops and there's something in there and it's rocking and it's cute. It's really cute. And I think, yeah, this was a great way to subtly announce what's going on with his music. So I like that one a lot. I don't feel like I could give a proper explanation for this. If this song is what I'm thinking about, this is Out the Aux, and it's a 30-second micropop that is... Well, I'm not going to really explain it. I feel like I'd only be explaining it the way that I would want to, and it's not for... I don't know if there's going to be kids watching this video or not, so I don't want to say anything. I'm just going to rank this one. Yeah. Feel free to check out the Patreon post below, and I'll go more in depth on why. I'm going to just leave it at that. We'll go to the next one. This is Pavlov by Jack Stauber. It starts out with a really nice beat, and then it's just Jack like wailing, like screaming. The visuals themselves, I can't even really tell what's going on, to be honest. I think it's a silhouette of Jack, and then it's kind of like masked, and there's a bunch of like AI-ish stuff happening. It's not AI, obviously, because it's 8 years ago. But yeah, this looks like a jumble of mess. Not too much attention to the visuals, I feel like. Looks like a filter was just kind of put over like a lot of clips. I don't think there's a lot to say about this one. It's 45 seconds of Jack screaming. We'll go to the next one.
Daddy, I said I only wanted jelly on the sandwich.
This was actually a way more complex video than I thought it was going to be. This is PB&J by Jack Stauber, or PBJ actually. It's a 1.5 minute long skit with a daughter and a dad arguing over the daughter getting a peanut butter and jelly sandwich when she did not want a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. She only wanted a jelly sandwich. And when she presents this preference to the dad, he's like, I know better. Like, why would you want not peanut butter? Peanut butter has all this good benefits and stuff, right? And it kind of hits you in the middle of what he's saying, that this is like a typical representation of I feel like family dynamics. Like, obviously, I understand that when I grow up and I become a father at some point, I'm probably going to have these kind of conversations with my kids. And I'm going to feel like I know what's best for them, and they're going to feel like they know what's best for them, right? And it's up to you guys to kind of meet in the middle, and for the parent to kind of guide that middle ground meeting. And it's such a beautiful way of showing that with a simple thing as something as simple as peanut butter and jelly sandwich, right? Also, one of the things I really like about this is the daughter trying to explain herself, but you can tell that she doesn't have the correct vocabulary to bring forth what she's trying to say. Here's the exact line that she says. I wrote it down on my phone so I could read it out. Not understanding something is not a good reason to prevent someone from doing something. It kind of sounds like a whole lot of nothing until you dissect exactly what she's saying. Not understanding something is not a good reason to prevent somebody from doing something, right? So not understanding that she only likes jelly is not a good reason to prevent her from eating a jelly sandwich. This is actually one of the reasons I really like the dialogue that Jack chooses. I feel like it's very accurate to what it would be like. Kind of reminds me of like Smiling Friends almost. When I watch Smiling Friends, the way that the characters talk to each other, it's very reminiscent of everyday speak. There's a way that we talk in real life that does not get accurately displayed in TV shows, and I feel like that's why a lot of people like these kinds of skits from Jack. The big Smiling Friend vibes with the dialogue choice. Now we're getting a little sidetracked, but that's not the end of the shorts. The end of the short doesn't end with the little girl giving a little speech about this. It ends with the dad bringing up like her mom and saying like I know that your mom's gone, but we have to learn how to get along. And then the mom shows up unexpectedly. It's kind of like I don't know if it was intentional, but it feels like a classic parent trying to deflect almost, because they are realizing that they are wrong, and then they get interrupted by something else, and then just kind of move on.
Hello.
Hi.
What brings you to the library today?
I'm just looking for a book.
What kind of book?
This is P-Nids with a D. Okay, Nid. It is a 34-second short. It's actually one shot the entire time. Now that I'm watching it, it's nothing more than that. Wow. The reason I'm saying wow to that is because I feel like there was more interaction happening with this than just a still shot of a girl's mouth moving. But yeah, it's 34 seconds of a still shot of a girl talking to an off-screen librarian. She's come to the library for books on swear words, and her reasoning behind wanting to learn all the swear words is so that she doesn't accidentally say them. The librarian hears this and then questions what words she knows already, and she starts listing off all the words that she knows, with the last one being this. And honestly, I think this is like a really cutesy animation. It's really fun. Yeah, I like it. I feel like this is exactly how kids kind of are when you're young. Like I'm pretty sure I've heard like this exact sentence come out of one of my friends when I was younger. Like not like the words themselves, but like, oh, I need to know them so I don't accidentally say them. Like that kind of like logic is something that only childlike innocence can bring to the surface. It's such a good way of getting that across. I love it. It's a very simple setup for animation, and normally I would dock like mental notes for that, I guess, or points for that, but I think being able to convince me that there was more to it than just that was awesome. And it goes to show how good the dialogue was. We'll go to the next one.
Penny told me that we're all gonna go someday.
So this is Penny by Jack Stauber, 37-second, I think, micropop. This one is all around this little girl named Penny and Jack's experience with this person. Now, obviously, with a lot of the songs, I don't think these are the actual names of the people. I think this is just a made-up name for this, but I think this was a real interaction that happened. So, just so everyone's on the same page, these are the lyrics of the song. Penny told me that we're all gonna go someday, and it made me mad. Yes, it made me very unhappy, so I told her dad. He took me into the city. He said, son, when you grow up, would you shut up? Son, when you grow up, just shut up. Now, the reason I point the lyrics out here is because I feel like it matters when you take into context what this is. I feel like the lyrics add to the context of what this means, basically, which obviously happens most of the time. Sometimes I don't think that's the case, but this is one of those where it is. So I think this song is about Jack's first experience with learning that he's gonna die one day. I think the reason I'm getting that is because they're both kids in this, like they're both portrayed as children in this video. I don't know if Penny was an actual person or not, but like the way the story I'm getting in real life that this might be based on is that like they were on a drive home from school or something, like somebody, like it's normal for other parents to pick up kids and drop them off, even if you and the kid aren't like super friends. So like let's say that is the situation, right? Like Penny and this kid are stuck in the car, and I'll get to why I think they're on a drive home from somewhere. They're stuck in the car. Penny's like, hey, you know we're all gonna die one day, right? Like she goes through the whole description. The way that she's animated, like a kid doing this, like actually it feels like an actual kid interaction. Telling a child that, like, they're gonna freak out, right? Most people won't know how to deal with that information. I remember being small with my friends in their backyard thinking about death when I was like maybe 8 or 9, and I remember like tweaking out that day. We were like literally having like an existential crisis as a group, like do we believe in God? Like, what happens if we don't? Am I gonna, like, do I just see black? And this is kind of how it is. Like, you kind of have a meltdown almost when you first gain consciousness of the fact that you're gonna die one day. To have an adult in the front seat, especially someone, like, if we actually take this as a real experience from Jack, right? The kind of adult that would be in the front seat doesn't give two flying, hoots about this kind of topic, right? They don't care. They don't think about death like that. They're just like, whatever. Like, I got my got. I'm just trying to live my life. I don't care if I'm gonna die one day. Like, I want to just have a good life here. Very like boomer mentality, right? To just tell a kid who's having a meltdown over this to just shut up. And having the scenery kind of like mesh and into real life and this MS Paint life, it's kind of what it feels like, right? Going through all these thoughts really fast. You even see some like themes of what I feel like is like almost like religion like pop up. Like on one of the frames, you see this like cane by itself, which kind of reminds me of like the shepherd. Maybe that's like a little too looking too deep into it, but that's just how I feel about it. And having it turn into like a mouth. I think this is very clearly what this is about. Like the first time you learn about death, it's not fun, and it's kind of weird.
You can have a peppermint.
That's too hard for me.
I swear when I heard this song the first time that it wasn't like anything like this. I remember it being like Doctor and kind of just being like a fun song. This actually has like some meaning to it, which is kind of weird. So this is Peppermint featuring Lexi. It's a 33-second micro pop that is all about a back and forth conversation between, I'm assuming, a wife and a husband, and them arguing over a peppermint, which the wife asked for peppermint. He gave it to her. It ends up being too spicy, just not to her liking, basically. And the husband's like, well, why did you ask me for it then, And the husband's trying to inquire, and the wife isn't giving him anything, and then he ends up sleeping on the couch. Now, the reason I like this video a lot, I've seen in the comments people saying that this is about divorce. I don't think so. To me, this feels like like what people think a stereotypical relationship is. And I think this is like the norm, like at least right now. And I'm speaking from like not personal experience with it. I think me and my girlfriend handle things how adults should, which is you just talk about it. But seeing a lot of my friends and family go through relationships, at least in my life, right? I can only speak to my experiences, my point of view, my POV online. I see a lot of women in relationships kind of not holding their weight, and also on top of that, the guys being like way too desperate to put their foot down on stuff. So like I feel like with arguments like this is like kind of how it goes. I think this is applicable to like not the specific example, right? I think the peppermint is representative of anything, right? Whether it's like a wife asking a husband to like do the dishes or do like a side project or just go get like ice cream with her or something, right? I feel like from what I've seen with people around me is the like girl in the relationship will kind of have this issue, right? Like they'll have like this problem that comes up, right? Inevitably. And usually it's something that is purely, I don't want to say emotional, dude, because one of the problems I have with relationships is people have this notion that like men are not emotional at all, and that's just wrong. I always see people talking like, oh, like men are logical and women are emotional. It's like, that's not true. I think men typically think that they're being logical, but they're also being emotional. Like, let's take this argument, for example, right? And this will tie into the main point I'm trying to make here. So she doesn't like the peppermint, right? And the guy's trying to inquire, right? But why is the guy trying to inquire? Like being the person in that side of the relationship, why are you trying to inquire? It's because you want things to go back, like as the man, you want things to go back to normal, right? Because you feel, even if you don't want to admit it, you feel a little bit unsafe in that moment. You feel like the relationship is slipping just a smidge, right? Emotion. That's an emotion. You are doing something because your emotion is telling you to fix things, right? The action you're doing is completely logical, right? Like you are trying to fix the situation, but you're doing it because of your emotional needs, not because you're a logical person. I always see this portrayed wrong online, and it really bugs me because like I've talked to so many guys that are like, oh, I'm a purely logical person, and then like 12 minutes into a conversation, they're getting like super furiously upset over my opinion on something. And I'm like, if you're actually a logical person, you would not have an opinion like this. You would be a literal robot. Okay, nobody's a robot. We all have emotions and we all have to deal with them differently, right? And that plays into this. Like a lot of the guys I see in relationships are like too desperate to have the relationship that they will never put their foot down, right? They will never just be like, dude, you need to tell me what is wrong with the peppermint, or I'm just gonna eject myself from the conversation, like straight up. You have to have this conversation with me, right? But also, they never like try to understand, right? Like in this conversation, Jack as the man is just questioning the woman and failing to understand what happened there. Like, why is it spicy? Like, what's wrong with it, basically? Why do you feel this way about it? Or like validate it, right? And from the woman's perspective, they just want that validation on the situation that happened, right? And guys never give it to them. So it feels as though the guy is the only one fixing the relationship when really the girl was just trying to have a relationship moment the entire time, right? Also, to not answer the questions is also a problem, right? This is like the girl's side of it, which is like they will get into these moments, they will see the guy not pulling their weight, and then they will be like how dare you? Like, you must hate me, right? You're sleeping on the couch, right? They will not have any leeway. They won't give that leeway back to the other person, right? When they expect that of their partner, but they won't do it back for them. See, that to me, this feels like a typical relationship argument where the guy and the girl are both idiots. Both of them are doing relationships wrong. And this is a typical argument I feel like would pop up because of the people that are in relationships that act like that. Because if you like break this down simply, right? The girl caused her own issue, right? She asked for a peppermint, it wasn't to her liking, but now she's blaming the boyfriend for some reason, right? And also on top of that, the boyfriend is not doing a good job of being there for the partner who is having a problem with the spicy peppermint, right? They're both failing in some aspect. Even if you think personally one of them is more important, if you side with the guy, you're probably the guy in the relationship. You side with the woman, you're probably the woman in the relationship. Yeah, so this feels like accurate representation of how most relationships go from my experience. And relationships aren't easy, dude. Like, they're an active effort. They are an active effort whenever you have any kind of like hiccup come up. But I'm always been a believer in like, if you just talk to your partner, like if there's anyone watching this that needs to hear this, dude, like if you have an issue and you can't talk to your partner about it, like if you feel unsafe or anything, like that's crazy to me, dude. That's such a foreign thought to me. You should be able to tell them literally anything, right? It's crazy to me that some people will look to their friends first before talking to their partner first. And I think that's why most relationships fail. I don't know why I went on that tangent, but I did. Knowing your partner is one of the first things on a priority list of a good relationship, right? Like, how well do you know them? I wanted to say that before we moved on. Go to the next one. I think this is the first Jack Stauber video that I watched. These are just promos for the album, but they're different promos. So Pop Food Promo 2 is a 15-second video. That's nothing really special. It's kind of just his face popping out of the ground with the Pop Food logo popping up with some dates and stuff. Nothing really crazy. The better promo is definitely the second one, which is not the second one technically, even though it is the second one. Like, it did come out last. But this one's just called Pop Food. This one's 2 minutes and 16 seconds. And this is a really good promotional ad. I think it's probably one of the best ones he's ever done. This one is a really good contender for S tier, to be honest. It shows off the album right away in Jack Stauber fashion with the CGI, and it shows the actual album and the record popping out and showing the album cover. And you get a little preview of all the songs with their own unique animations tied to them. And I think that this is such a fun thing to do, and to splice them together and really have each one have their own almost like identity to come back to. It was good. And I think this is kind of what I expect out of an album release. When I watched it the first time, I didn't really understand it, but coming back to it, like, this is a really good watch, especially for someone who's already listened to the album. Like, seeing the songs come to life in these unique music video, like micro music videos, right? It's amazing. And they're all so unique. I don't know if these are pulled from anywhere else. We're like, what, 120 videos into the channel, and I haven't seen any of these animations, so I'm assuming these are all uniquely made for this promo, which is what I want out of this. And they're all so good. Like, especially the last one, Candy Eyes, like having the two people, like, it's just such a good little visual representation of love. And I think this is a really good promotional material. Like, this is probably the earliest video on the channel with this like high quality of animation, and then it's a reason that it's one of the peaks from back in the channel's days, like when every video around it's not even getting close to that many views. And that's what I want out of stuff like this. I want stuff that takes time and effort and is good, and that's what those videos do. I think that's what that video did, and it's clearly a cut above the rest. Go to the next one. This is literally titled Pop Food Promotional Video. It's a 27-second promo, and it's really good. I actually really like this a lot, even though it's nothing super crazy. Someone in the comments kind of explained this really well. This video marks when Jack became Jack Stauber, and I agree. I think this is the first video that dives into this style. Like, if you look at everything behind this video, like, a lot of it's fun, and some of it is kind of good. I think I've ranked one of these high, right? Am I tripping? Yeah, Cherry. I like Cherry a lot. But Pop Food was really when I think the style transformed into something amazing. I think everything before this was Jack trying to figure out what he wanted to do with the channel. And yeah, I think this was like the move, basically. This video is like a good like marking point of when Jack became Jack. Like, I think when he found his style that he wanted to hone in on. The Pop Food stuff is just so different than everything that's surrounding it. This video is so fun, dude. Like, I like it, dude. The I don't know what sound it is, dude, but like just the beginning like riff, I guess, is just so good. It really got me in the mood. It put a smile on my face, and I liked it a lot. And the fact that this is his first time mentioning the album, I think, on the channel is awesome. This really does mark like when he found his style. Let's go to the next one. What the? What is going on, dude? That was the craziest thing I've ever seen. This video is a 14-second video. It's called Pop. And it's just this picture of this old man. And his eyes pop out. And then hands come out of his eyeballs and reach in his nose and his mouth and pull out Jack Stauber. I kind of dig it, dude. But what scares me is the hands at the end, dude. What is this? Look at those hands. Those are real. That's scary, dude. That is like satanic. This is Pumpkin Song by Jack Stauber. It's a 53-second video that is like a horror pop video. I like this one a lot, actually. I'm a huge fan of horror stuff. So this was a pleasant surprise on the channel. Usually his stuff just kind of focuses on like cozy disturbing. This one was just like a really good horror like music video almost. This is the only video on the channel that is like made in this like rubber hose animation style. Like for people that are like, what is that? Like think Cuphead if you're newer, or like the old Mickey Mouse animations. You know, but enough like, you know, sucking the video off. Like what is the video about, right? What are we getting out of this video? So it starts out with a shot of this like creepy-ish house. This little kid peers in and sees this like happy pumpkin who invites him inside, and then they're just having like a really fun time, right? The pumpkin's kind of showing him like what kind of tricks and stuff he can do. He can make the lights go out, he can make the floor dance, and he can tickle his nose, and then it gets a really creepy turn. He's like, I can make your teeth fall out, and his teeth fall out. And he says, and I can also make you as blind as a bat. And he says, and I might even feed you to my cat. And then we just get a shot of the house to reel me into like with the cutesiness of like, oh, the pumpkin song. Like, that's a great video. I don't even know how he came up with that. It's kind of giving like, is it Hansel and Gretel? The one where they're trapped by the witch in the house? Like, I think that's what it is. Very, very nicely done. The story, the animation style, the song, the plot twist in the middle, like, that's a complete video. And that's a really good video. We'll go to the next one.
Just 3 little words. It's amazing how one.
This is the first video I've seen of his in this era of like trying to figure out what he's doing with the channel that is very close to his current style. I'm surprised this one doesn't have that many views. I think it's because the thumbnail's off-putting. The thumbnail does not do this video justice. This is a really good video. Very simple lyrics. It says, just 3 little words. It's amazing how one affects the brain. If nobody heard, then nobody had that much to gain. And this is a 30-second, I want to say almost a micropop-esque video of this like clock, or this like eyeball thing cube looking around, and then you see a shot of a brain and like the thing entity just going crazy, right? I think I'm writing this one high because I really like the beat a lot. Also, 3 little words. I don't know what 3 little words could be, to be honest. I think that could be literally anything. I love you. I hate you. You effing suck. I don't know. Like the words can be anything, but I think the notion of like it's amazing how one affects the brain, because that's how it is, right? Like it only takes one thing to change everything in someone's life, especially like something as small as like a word. And I just love the shot when he says like the brain, like the change in the song and the way everything's kind of moving. That's how it feels when someone hurts you or something, you know? When he says that, you know, like not much to gain, and then it does the same thing. I really like the way this video is done, especially for being in the early days of the channel. I loved it. Go to the next one.
What if you could turn time backwards? What if life didn't run on time? Water flowing upstream.
Wow, that's so weird, dude. So this is a unique video. I don't know how to pronounce his title. I think it's in French. It translates roughly to "What did I do?" or like "What the heck did I do?" And it's a 16-second, almost slam poetry-esque video with some Jack chaoticness thrown in with like a taser. The beginning is like slam poetry, and then like halfway through just switches to a man like screaming with like a song in the background with some clips of Jack. This is the only video on the channel, I think, that is in 1080p. This is an actual gem on the channel. Just this shot of him in the snow is weird. Seeing him in an actual clearness, right? Or even like the beginning shot, like being able to actually see him is crazy. This is different, like intentionally, and it's the only 1080p video. Very obscure for the channel. I love it. Go to the next one.
See, the rain is nice, but gee, I don't really like getting wet. What in the world? No, I went under the awning. It's still raining. Why is it still raining? I did what I was supposed to.
I think a lot of people know this short. This is Rain, and this is 35-second short about this guy who is in the rain. He looks up, acknowledges that it's raining, and then he's like, well, I'm gonna walk underneath this awning. And then, to his surprise, it's still raining when he's underneath the awning. And he drops one of the best quotes that I've ever heard in a video like this. He says, why is it still raining? I did what I was supposed to. That's not fair. And it's not. This is a very meaningful video because it can apply to a lot of stuff. Like, one of the first things I thought of was like when you're in school going to college, right? Like, people that are getting their degrees are like, well, I don't understand. Like, why can't I get a job? Right? I did what I was supposed to. This is not fair. Right? I was given this plan to go to school, go to college, get out, get a nice job, and people aren't able to do that. They're going years without work because of almost like a lie, right? It can apply to anything, right? YouTube. I've seen some YouTuber friends just plundered just because they feel like they're owed something for posting on the platform. It's like, dude, like, running through that kind of thought process, right? Of like, I did what I was supposed to. Like, why am I not doing well? It's like, well, no one knows, dude. It can just happen to anybody. I think a big one is like depression too, right? Like getting up in the morning and doing everything you're supposed to, like eating healthy, getting exercise, finding hobbies. I've had friends come to me that are like, I'm doing all of these other things and I'm not happy. Why? What am I supposed to do? I did what I was supposed to, right? All these self-help books tell me I'm supposed to do X, Y, and Z, and I'll get this result, and I'm not getting it. Another one too is like relationships, right? Some people feel like in relationships they did everything they could, and the relationship still failed, right? What am I supposed to do? It's not fair. And this video is one that I come back to pretty often because it's just, for one, it's a great video. I love the sound. I used a lo-fi remix of this video for the end of the shop video, the shop pop-upper video that I just did, and it was good. I think it was a good way to end off that video. I don't know what's used in the background, but it's such a unique sound. I love it. It's like a old carbon microphone nighttime radio host type thing. I love the way this sounds, and I think the meaning is applicable to everybody. I think everyone has been at a point in their life where they're like, I don't understand why this isn't working out the way it's supposed to. I did what I was supposed to do, and it's not working out the way that I want. Okay, so this is Richter by Jack Stauber. 54-second video. I don't know why, but this video reminds me of when I was like 10 and I would try to make videos at like my grandparents' house. Like, it reminds me of that, and I feel like I'm viewing it through that lens of like trying to get something out of nothing, almost like trying to find value in these random shots and a still shot of Jack just kind of singing into the camera. I don't know, this video feels more like a vibe than like an actual video, I guess. Like, I'm more interested in the song itself than I am the visuals happening on screen.
What kind of madman would think two eggs in the basket at the same time?
This is the Sandwich Song. It is a 21-second micro pop-esque video, and it's a song about someone making a sandwich, or somebody making bread in like a breakfast sandwich. I would say like a breakfast sandwich. I don't think there's really a deeper meaning to this one. Yeah, it really just seems like, you know, maybe Jack made a really good sandwich and was just like, dude, I'll make a song about this. Those are the best kinds, to be honest. Best kinds of inspirations is something super simple.
What? Where's my seltzer?
This is Seltzer, a 1:03 long video that is a skit animation of this old married couple who start fighting because the old woman that is married cannot find her seltzer water. And out of retaliation, she thinks that her husband Dale drank it. So she's like, you know what? I'm going to drink your root beer. And she starts drinking the root beer, and then Dale comes up and he's like, hey, like, you're drinking my root beer. And it's just basically an old couple bickering for the next like 30 seconds or so. When I first watched this, I thought it was just, you know, kind of cutesy fun, but this feels like a real conversation that I've heard like my grandparents have. It's the kind of bickering that you can tell is from a place of love, even though they don't sound like they love each other in that moment, right? It's like the kind of fighting that you can only have once you've lived with somebody for like 30 plus years, spent like most of your life with them. So I like that video. That was cute. Let's go to the next one. So this video makes me feel like maybe this is about someone that passed away in Jack's life. This is Shattered Molars. It's a 39-second video. It starts out with Jack in a room with, I assume, family, and they're looking at somebody on their deathbed, and they're just staring at them. And then Jack walks over to a plug in the wall, which I assume is the plug that's to the life support that's happening. He lets out this maniacal laugh that also, it sounds like he's laughing and crying at the same time as he unplugs it. It just launches into this crazy song, and you see like people arguing, you see a TV with cartoons playing, you see a heart shattering, or some like almost somebody dying, people's brains going insane, and it's a wild time. Now, the way I interpreted this, I don't feel like I would have been able to do a proper interpretation if I had not just gone through something very similar. So, not to get super personal or anything, but I think it's really applicable here, and I want to share it. So, around, I don't remember the month, to be honest, because it feels so long ago, even though it just happened. But last year, my grandpa passed away, and in the months leading up to it, it was very difficult. It was one of the hardest years of my life, and it was, you know, constant routine of having to find someone to take care of him. Basically, he couldn't, he was bedridden, having to do all that work just to get him into like a livable state. And then in the last few months, like being put on hospice and literally having him in his bed like this, there was a moment like this. I remember the day that he passed away, we were all just there watching, kind of like in the beginning. And when you're in this situation, it's weird. It feels euphoric in the sense that like you're glad that it's over and you're not going to have to deal with the stress of taking care of this individual, but you just lost somebody. And I remember feeling that emotion for the first time. I didn't really know if I was a bad person for feeling slightly happy that we were, you know, this burden of a thing was gone, that we don't have to deal with this anymore. We don't have to schedule everyone's schedules around taking care of this one individual. But on the flip side, like obviously I was upset and sad that, you know, this person that I had loved and cared for is gone. And to me, this introduction in the video really gets us across. The way that he unplugs it so fast, it's like ripping off a Bandaid and launching into this like maniacal laugh and scream. It made me feel how I felt when my grandpa passed away, and it was good. This is a really good video, if that's what it's trying to get at, and then kind of running through, to me, like that's what this middle part insinuated, right? The arguing, right? There was so much arguments that happened over like, it's your time to take care of him this week. It's your time. No, it's not my time. Like there's all sorts of stuff that came up just because of this thing that everyone had to go through, my family. I've talked to my family now, like my mom, and everyone agrees that it's a lot easier without him, but we all feel kind of guilty for feeling that way, right? And I feel like this gets across that emotion. It's a really complex feeling unless you've lived through it yourself. I'm sure that some of you watching have, but it was the first time in my life that somebody I really cared about had been in this kind of predicament where they were in one sense like putting a halt to my life, but it was an acceptable halt. Like I was willing to like allow it because I needed to be there for them, right? And it's a really difficult situation to navigate emotionally, physically, and just all around as a human being. It's hard. I feel like this video really gets across that kind of feel, and I like it for that reason. Let's go to the next one. My first instinct was that this video was about the piano and Jack's love for the machine. I like your style, I like your tone, I like your features, and I like you alone. To me, that describes a piano, like at least the ones that he uses. And it also is a very heavy emphasis on the keyboards in this. Like the first frame is literally feet on a keyboard and like a keyboard being turned on. I don't know if that's just for aesthetics, but that's what I was thinking of. A lot of heavy imagery on the keyboard itself up until the end of the video. So yeah. This is Sign by Jack Stauber featuring Gabby. It's a 41-second music video. Really good song. I really like the song a lot. One of the ones that I listened to over and over again, not because I was trying to understand what I was seeing, but because I just liked the song that much. Okay, so I really like this song, but I feel like the video and the lyrics just don't line up for me. The lyrics kind of talk about, I'll just read the lyrics off actually. Check out the mess you made and get your honor roll. Gonna write myself a love song, circle for control. Pack up the great parade, kick out the honor roll. Gonna write myself a love song, circle for control. I feel like those lyrics just don't tie into what I'm seeing on screen. Like the visuals on screen seem like they should be more for a song like, I don't know, like Fighter maybe. Like just it. If you watch the video with the music off, it looks way more like upbeat and crazy than the actual song itself. The song itself is very somber and more sad.
Small coffee, please.
Small coffee, that'll be $1.29.
Do you take tooth?
Yes, we do.
So this is Take Tooth. It's an 18-second short of a little girl buying coffee, and she asks if they take teeth. She hands the guy her tooth. He walks over, and then this turns into like a different video. I actually forgot what I was watching for a split second. The guy walks over to a bed, puts the tooth underneath the bed, falls asleep, wakes up to his wife, and then finds a gold coin underneath the bed. And then he walks back, snaps it into the ether, and then that's the end of the video. I don't even know what to make of this, to be honest. So I was like, what is going on, man? I thought I was watching a different video at first. I actually did not know. Like when he went to the bed, I was like, whoa, what's going on? Like I literally like forgot that I was watching the first video until he walked back to the cash register. Such a seamless transition. I loved it. That was awesome, dude. Very, very cool. As for what this means, I'm not gonna lie, I really like this interpretation I'm reading in the comments. So this person says, I like how since he sometimes makes stories about his childhood imagination, most kids think that workers and teachers live at their own work. And as such, he put the bed where? Right, at the guy's job, right? The guy's literally in bed at work. That's cool. I like that. That's probably the closest I'll get to a real interpretation of this. I honestly think this is just a fun video. Okay, so this video is Tall, Long, Blonde Cowboy Party. It's a 35-second story-based music video, or at least I think it is. This video feels like an experience that someone had like at a party, like they went to a cowboy party. I'm just gonna say that because of the title, and they met somebody. Maybe there was a tall, long blonde, and they came home and were thinking about their experience at said party and how that person made them feel. Like maybe it's like a love interest or something, right? Now, the reason I think that is because of how the song starts. It says, get a load of last night. How's about that smile? They're thinking about last night while they're sleeping, and they're like, man, like that girl with the beautiful smile. I wonder if it's all right? Maybe this is like representation of their heart, and like I wonder if their feelings are mutual. Are they the same as mine? Where's your eye looking, right? Were you like thinking about, were they actually interested in me, or was I imagining all of that? Get a load of my plate. Somebody who doesn't have a lot going on in their life, maybe they feel like they're too boring for this person, right? Having an empty plate, or maybe maybe it's them feeling like they have nothing to offer this person. I think the long pajama line maybe has to deal with being on guard it takes them a long time to open up to somebody like this, and maybe they feel it's crazy that I was able to open up that fast. 21 years and everybody is singing. I think maybe this has to deal with like feeling like you're falling behind in dating in life. Like everyone else in the world is off getting married and having kids, or starting all of that, like starting dating and finding love, and maybe you feel like you're falling behind, right? Everyone is singing and having fun, and I am barely meeting somebody at a party.
Laying into summer music, wall fell down, so I built a new one.
This is T Errors by Jack Stauber. It's a 34-second micropop, and it is about a relationship. I'm honestly surprised how many songs are about like love in general. Kind of cool. Maybe Jack's a romantic or whatever. Like, I don't know. But this song seems to be about like a fresh relationship. Like, or I guess just dating in general. Now, I think most people when they get into a new relationship it's exciting and it's new. And I feel like this is reflected in the first few lines and lyrics. Laying into summer music, wall fell down, so I built a new one. Dumped my nervous tendencies, see. Laying into summer music is like summer love, right? You're having this amazing time with this person, and it's what you wanted out of a new relationship, right? You're leaning into summer music and just embracing the newness that this is bringing into your life. Wall fell down, so I built a new one. Like, you're letting your guard down, and kind of in the same vein, right, with the new relationship, you're also kind of building one up if it doesn't work out, and dumping your nervous tendencies, like really just letting it all out there for the world, like trauma dumping, like explaining yourself. Like when you're in these new relationships, like people will find out a lot about you at first, right? You're dumping all these qualities that make you you. And the rest of the lyrics also kind of tie into this. See what you've become from me. Rock and roll is out of control. Bring her back by 9, young man. Seeing what you become from me, how do I fit into your life, right? Am I an actual good fit for you, or am I somebody that you see a future with? I think the bring her back by 9 line is just a call to, an early relationship. When you're in high school and you're dating somebody for the first time, this is a classic line that most fathers will kind of hit you with. Have her back by a certain time or else. So to me, that's just indicative of trying to indicate that, basically, like trying to get across that this is a early on into the relationship. And the last line, we'll think back to drinking milk on our Mondays. Weird choice of an event to think back to, but it's just about reminiscing. We'll think back to what we used to do when we're done with this relationship, when we're going our separate ways and everything's done and over with. We're going to think back to the good times that we had together. A lot of people kind of view dating as this kind of experience and not just dating to marry. So I feel like this is a pretty common thing to go through, which is to date, break up, and then be like, man, like I had some really good times with that person. Let's go to the next one.
Is there something wrong with love?
I was really wondering when we were going to get to this video, because this is one of my favorite videos on the channel. I use this in my Traumatic World of Jack Stauber video as B-roll, and it's because it's really good. I've listened to this song so many times on long rides home from just any event in my life. Whenever I'm driving home alone, whether it's from a card tournament or like a family event, or I'm driving home after dropping my girlfriend off, like this song is so good. Something about the way the notes hit in the beginning, just like the beat itself, the song, aside from the lyrics, is already so good. It kind of gives me like new beginning vibes almost, which matches up pretty well with what the song is trying to get at. It's called Tenderly because it's about this girl and this guy who I assume are breaking up or getting close to it, right? Even the description of the video says something's wrong with us, indicating that this relationship is nearing the end of it. We have these two people singing their hearts out over what could have been, right? Is there something wrong with us? And the way that the sound comes in after all the lyrics, and just, it's almost like overloading the song, and it's louder than the lyrics. And because it feels like these two people are in the moment together, and in this moment of tenderly love and care, like they want the other person to come and fix whatever's wrong with them, but they just can't, right? They're growing apart slowly but surely. One of the best visuals from this is this scene where Jack is on screen and there's like tears running down his face. This is obviously MS Paint animation, but the way it looks is just so uniquely done. I love it. Combined with the shots of nature, with the people interspliced in between, and this like white bar that keeps popping up. I really love the aesthetic that this video was done in. It's really good. I love the passion from the people on screen. I think it was greatly acted. And this is just one of my favorite songs of all time on the channel. I hold it near and dear to my heart. One of the best pieces that I think Jack's made just in general. Very underrated as well. Only 200,000 views on the channel, which is really low for the channel. And yeah, very good song. I'm surprised to see it so not loved as it should be, in my opinion. Let's go to the next one.
There is no happy end, it's only just the end. There is no happy.
So I feel like this video is kind of diving into nihilism almost. This is The End by Jack Stauber. It's a 37-second video that is just literally talking about how there is no happy end. It's only just the end. There may be happy later, happy now, and happy then, but there is no happy end. That's literally the entire video, while showing like really depressing images of just a whole lot of things. There's religion in this one. There is city shots, airplanes flying, the claymations coming in and out, all maniacally moving around. And all in all, I think this video is just talking about how when we die, we die. I think the religion plays a part in this. We kind of talked about this on, I don't remember which video it was. I think it was Library, or there was one that's like, there was a song talking about like don't think for yourself or something like that. I cannot remember for the life of me what the video itself was titled. But we've seen imagery of this used before. So this could also be in like a reference to religion and maybe Jack's opinion on it, that there's no like heaven or something, right? There's no end. There's no happy end. There just is the end. That's it. There's happy now, happy later, but there's no happy end. We just die. I think that's what this video is kind of delving into. If you are somebody that struggles with that and you want a reason to feel not like that anymore, you should go watch my video on It's Such a Beautiful Day. It's themes of like thoughts of death and how I got over it myself by watching this movie. If you're a fan of Jack Stauber, I find it hard to believe that you have not heard of Don Hertzfeld, the creator of It's Such a Beautiful Day, but that movie goes over this entire theme of like there not being a happy end, and there just is the end, and making light of it, and how everything in the world is amazing and we should just appreciate what we have now. But it does it in a very real way and not just kind of telling you how it is. It shows you everything, every thought that I've had concerning the idea of dying, like alone and afraid. And yeah, if you struggle with that kind of stuff and you want to make an effort to not feel that way and feel better, I would definitely recommend watching that video. Take you through the entire movie. And it's a good movie, good film. You should watch that as well. But this short reminded me of that a lot. Also, I gotta say, this is one of the most visually impressive videos I've seen from Jack. I don't really know how easy it was to do this video, but just the way that the camera transitions to each shot and these shots of like the end, it very much reminds me of those like old classical movies that have these kinds of end screens, these kind of like the end fancy end screens. I loved it. I love the claymation. The one shot of in the beginning, I don't even know what I'm looking at. It's so good. Like that's what I like. And then the eyeball at the end with the end logo, it just looks so perfect, almost like the like Daily Planet or whatever it's called. I don't know, the one from Superman, but it's just so nicely done. Not much else to say about that video.
Hands are moving, you're doing everything correct.
I don't know why this is so low viewed, dude. This should be like one of the highest viewed videos on the channel. This is Motions of Fun by Jack Stauber. It's 35 seconds long, and this is so good. This is like masterfully crafted, and I don't say that a lot. Like I've said that some of the videos are good, but for me to say masterfully crafted is like a statement, dude. This is such a good video. The lyrics are giving me like themes of like depression and how to get through it. We've talked earlier in other videos about that feeling of like from rain, right? I did what I was supposed to, but I haven't reaped the rewards of it. The lyric that kind of gets me to that idea was doing what you should to feel good, though a smile won't arrive when it should, right? Like, you're doing all these things to get yourself out of this self-diagnosed depression, but you can't make it happen. You're doing what you should to feel good, but a smile won't arrive when it should, right? Like, it's the feeling you get from that is amazing. And then having the person in the video be this dude that's on puppet strings, right? Feeling like you're kind of going through life being controlled by something else, like you're not yourself. And even having like this really deep mask on, like when it zooms in on the guy's face, you can see that this isn't his real face, right? It's kind of plastered all over him, almost like he's not being himself. And it's so good, right? The lyrics, you're doing everything correct, but your gut just won't reflect. The fun you should be feeling, say what's the dealing, and you cuss at the ceiling. You're doing everything in life the way it should be, right? And this is kind of how I felt when I turned like 18, 19. I was like, I don't get it. Like, I'm going to school. I'm physically fit. I was as physically fit as I'd ever been in my life. Everything was going right, and I just didn't feel good. And it's because I was doing things that I thought I should be doing, right? I was doing what society's idea of my life should be. And it wasn't until I was 19 years old that I made a huge change, and I started doing everything for myself, my real self, right? I started posting more to YouTube and being the person I wanted to be. I started, putting my foot down on things and making life what I want it to be instead of what everyone's idea of what I should make it. So I think this really feels like the thoughts you arrive at before you make a huge change in your life. And the animation is superb. I love when he does the text, the correct into morphing it into this like ball of a person who's, like they should, like, it's just, man, it's so masterfully crafted. I love it. I hear listen to this part again. Like having the word correct conform into this lifeless heart being, and then just having the heart become sad. It's like, yeah, like that's not you, dude. Like, look how lifeless this heart looks. It's not red. It's not beating. It's not pumping. It's a mess. It's an amalgamation of what you think you should be, and it's not you. You're not being yourself. And then I think also having the guns on the puppet, I obviously that's what that's getting at, right? I can't be the only one thinking that. And it's so layered in there. It's not even a main focus of the video. It's just literally something that's in there, almost like an Easter egg to know. Actually, and also having like the house in the background cut out and show these really darker things all around. This is just a really, really good video, for all the reasons I've said already. Yeah, the motions of fun. Also, the fact that it's a TV show, dude. Like the fact that it's like a TV show, right? This is like a kid's show, and the kid is like watching, right? That's why the hands at the beginning are, right? They're trying to play with the puppet on screen, almost feeling like your life is a performance. I think this is something that a lot of people that identify as like neurodivergent can feel like. You feel like you're living life for someone else and not yourself. So yeah, this is a master class of a video for art. I am appalled that this only has 700,000 views. This should have at least 20. Like, oh my god, that's so crazy to me, dude. Let's go to the next one. So this was really short and to the point. This is The Student, a free jazz experimental short film. This was 36 seconds, and essentially it's just, well, for one, this is another video that's in 1080p. I was wrong earlier. This is also another one of them. And this video is literally just Jack sitting at his desk in his room doing homework for, I feel like a day almost, right? Just doing his homework, getting up to use the bathroom, whatever, coming back to his desk, doing the rest of his homework, studying, learning, and just keep doing that over and over again. I think it really gets to you is like the time lapse of the sun just coming out and then gradually going away into nighttime. It feels like, you can be trapped in your room doing this kind of stuff. It's kind of how I felt the last few days doing this video, to be honest. Like, I cannot stress enough, this video is like 12 hours long already, almost, of me just sitting at my desk. Yeah. I definitely felt this, especially when I was in school as well, not just like now, but like having to literally study this much to get like a decent grade. I think like coding or engineering students or like accounting or any of those classes that require like you to sit down and just do tedious work, you guys feel this. Good little video. I think if you're a student in college, you can relate to that, and you'll get a lot out of that. Let's move to the next one. This is There's Something Happening by Jack Stauber. It is a 48-second, not sure if this is micropop or not. I guess I could look that up. But it's just it's a music video, and I think it's all about when Jack blew up. Now, I don't really know when he blew up because I wasn't really watching him back in when this video was released. This was released in August of 2019, or October of 2019, my bad. The reason I said August is because if we go to the Google Trends site, which is like a site that kind of, I don't know if it accurately tracks, but I would say it closely tracks like data. Now, if we go to the website, you can see that around 2019 of like August is like peak popularity. Let's see if I can get it to like actually focus on there. See, August 2019, and then like through these 3 months, like this was like when everyone was, I feel like a lot of people were searching it, right? I think the way this is weighed is like 100 is like peak popularity for whatever term it is. So obviously very popular from August to like December 2019. And I feel like this video is about the effects that had on Jack when it was happening, right? He's like saying like, oh, like there's something happening. Like there's something happening basically. Like all of my videos are blowing up, all my music is blowing up. And this is like almost his reaction to that thing going on, right? You see this character saying like, all right, you know what, I'm ready, let's turn everything up, right? And then we get like a paparazzi, it's like close up, and then you see the guy take a picture of them, and it's kind of the thoughts that ran through his head, I feel like, right? Like, do I look beautiful? Can I live up to this part that people have like amalgamated in their head? Like you know what I mean? The visuals in this, after this kind of theming, make a lot of sense. I think the notion of like not being enough or not being like what people think you should be, it's kind of hard to deal with. Also, like the shot at the end of like the person touching the hair could also be like a jab at how kind of weirdly, I feel like when I go to like subreddits or just comments in general, people always talk about Jack's beard. Obviously it is a very iconic part of, I would just say, his look. Like it's just it's a quality that he has, sure, like a trait, right, a feature that he has. But yeah, people kind of weirdly talk about it. I don't know if this is what this is supposed to be referencing. And also like the you know where I are, like I don't know if he's dealt with stalkers or anything like that in the past, but like that's what this end part seems to feel like to me. So as far as like all of that goes, great theming. I think the theme is very on point for what the video is trying to go for, if I am in fact like kind of on the nose. I really like this video. I'm gonna view it through the lens that I'm saying, because you know I want to grade it like that, I guess, through my interpretation of what it is, which, because like I guess that's how I should be doing the whole video, right? It's my interpretation, it's my tier list. The beginning to me really feels like, if that's what this is, very good for a representation of what it feels like to be Jack during these blowing up days, right? To be like this guy in the forest just kind of casually breezing through, and then he suddenly is attaining like the finer things in life, right? Like a full wine, milk, apple, like a whole dinner, right? And then it breaks apart when you see like the reality of it, right? Like the reality of it is not as beautiful as people make it out to be, right? Am I ready for that, right? And then him pretending like, you know what, I am ready, and then maybe not feeling ready when it's actually happening. Theming all around, and then just how it feels to like kind of, I guess, realize all that. So we'll leave it at that. We can go to the next one. This is Those Eggs Aren't Dippy, not to be mistaken by another sound that's been going around. I also read this as Those Eggs Aren't Drippy for the entirety of 30 seconds until I went back and read a comment saying that that's not the title. Those Eggs Aren't Dippy by Jack Stauber. 35-second music video that is weird. Weird meaning like, weird for Jack Stauber is different than normal weird. Weird for Jack is like, it's hard to find like a common, how to explain this? There's two videos that Jack makes, right? There's stuff that's like random and fun, and you can kind of already get off rip that a video is supposed to be random or fun. The way that the he is talking and acting and being in the video. There's also very serious videos, meaning like videos that are supposed to be dissected and supposed to be analyzed and have this deeper meaning. And this video kind of does both. There's a lot of videos like this on the channel, but this one feels fun and, you know, like a random video. But when you watch it and see like Jack being kind of more serious in it and the lyrics themselves being a little more emotional on the way that they are heard, it's very clear there's something more to this video. And it took me like a few watches to really understand any kind of sense of it. The thing that really got to me was when you see the heart in the egg, like the egg yolk turns into a heart shape and it kind of like melts off. Also the line, I want to be close to you, and leading into like those eggs aren't dippy. So I think this song is about being not fulfilled before, like, not just before taking your own life, but just before dying in general. Like, I think a full life, right, in Jack's eyes would explode. It would be this egg yolk that is fulfilled enough to leak, and the cup is overfilled of love and everything that he wants. Leading after this, saying like, I want to be close to you, like I want to be close to somebody. I want that in life. I want to be close to you without pulling your tooth. I don't want to have to go through this long hoops or like threaten or like tell you how I really feel for you to like want to be close to me. I just want you to want to be close to me. Also the lines of like saying like, cut my life expectancy, held me under close inspection, left me in a dream. Like, maybe this song's about someone dying soon, right? Their life expectancy's been cut. They were under close inspection of like a doctor's visit. Now I'm poised to live out this dream of a life in 6 months and not 50 years. Like, when you break down what life really is, like, it is like an experience almost. And to have to cram all that in like a few months or however much time like you're given to live, instead of like the long like 50 60 years that most people like expect. And I keep saying 50 60 because I assume most of you are like 10 to 30 years old. I think most of us are gonna hit that range of being like 70 years old. I think that's what this song's going for. I think it's about just not being fulfilled before death in general, and also a bit of self-reflection, right? We literally see themes of like Jack looking into an eyeball and the eyeball looking at him, like, how do I feel as a person? Like, what makes me me? I do want to share this one comment that I found though. This person says, I won't go into detail, but a very close friend of mine took her life a few years ago. She had issues that would make it so she couldn't get out of bed in the morning. So I'd always cook breakfast and she'd always ask for her eggs dippy. This shit hit hard, man. So like, I totally get that every person watching this has their own separate unique experience with this music. And yeah, with all that, we'll go to the next one.
Today is one of those days stuck between.
This is Today by Jack Stauber. This is a 38-second music video that is all about those filler days in life. I would say they happen more often for me personally. Maybe someone can relate to this. When I've had like a bad day the day before and I wake up like with unresolved conflict. Like, you wake up and you realize like, man, I still have to tackle that thing that I didn't finish yesterday, right? Whether it's like, maybe it's like homework, or maybe it's like a project, or maybe it's like a personal issue. Like maybe you're fighting with somebody in your family, or someone that you're living with. Maybe it's your partner that you're fighting with. Whatever it is, like, I think this song can relate to that feeling of like waking up and being like, you know what, like, this is just one of those days, right? I like the way he puts it too. He doesn't really explicitly call it filler, but he says it's just a day between today and tomorrow. And that's really what it feels like. It sounds so stupid on the surface, but when you have a day like that, that line makes so much sense. And that's what one of the things I really like about Jack is that I hate saying Jack, but I don't want to say Jack Stauber every damn time. One of the cool things about Jack's music is that he does that like perfectly. He makes it so that it's hard to understand what exactly he's singing about until you go through it, right? When you have this kind of a day, when you have this kind of an issue that he's singing about, it makes sense. A very common thing I find from a lot of fans of his that I see in the comments all the time is like, I didn't really understand this until it happened to me. And this feels like that. Even like the way the song is sung, it's kind of like, what's the word? Representative of the mood that you feel like when you're having those days. Even the way the guy is dressed, like, you know, he's just kind of going about, he's just flowing through the day. I have all these, you know, everywhere to go, everywhere to do, all these things I'm supposed to have done. The hot sun's dripping down. I like how he writes that too. Like, instead of it being like a rainy day, it's a sunny day. I think it's really cool to normalize this kind of reaction to like days that are supposed to be quote unquote like better, right? Everyone thinks of like a nice day as like a nice warm sunny day, but like even on those days you can have days like this, right? It's not always those gloomy looking days outside. It doesn't matter what the weather is, right? This kind of emotion will affect you wherever you're going. And also ending off the whole song with like count your teardrops. It's a really good representation of what it means to be in your feels on these filler days.
Damn it, Trent, take that thing out of your mouth.
I don't really see how it's hurting anything.
Damn it, it's about principle. Plus, your teeth will start growing in wrong.
I think this is one of the few times I've really disagreed with like the comments. So this is Trent the Baby by Jack Stauber. It's a 41-second skit. And a lot of people think this is really wholesome for some reason. I do not see it that way at all. This is like a 41-second skit where it's a conversation between a dad and a baby. The dad's like, basically the conversation boils down to, can you stop sucking on your pacifier? You're too old for that, or something like that. And the baby's like, no, it's not hurting anybody. What's the big deal? And the dad comes up with like these like arbitrary reasons for why it's a big deal, and they just don't matter. To me, this feels like conversations with just a parent that doesn't really get you. Like, for one of the things that like I know my parents just still don't understand is the concept of me making my own schedule. Like, I am self-employed, right? So I have my own stuff I can do. I can work at 1 a.m. if I wanted to. I can go to sleep for 8 hours at 7 a.m. and wake up at, oh my god, what would that be, like 4 p.m.? And I can do my work then, right? That's the perks of being self-employed. You get wake up when you want, do whatever work you want. That's why you would choose this, right? Very stuck in the old mindset of like, no, like, early bird gets the worm. You have to wake up at X time because that's when I wake up. It's like, no, dude. To me, this feels like that kind of conversation of like, you know, the kid, the baby, right, is like, I like the pacifier. I'm old enough to have the pacifier. What is the big deal? It is literally not hurting anybody. And then the parent having to come up with like these like arbitrary reasons that literally don't matter to the thing. That's what this feels representative of. Did not expect that going into this. I thought this was going to be like a very random, funny skit. Not much else to say. We'll go with the next one.
Does he smoke?
No, he doesn't smoke.
Does he get paid?
Of course he gets paid. That's what the cookies are for.
He gets paid in cookies?
This is very in contrast to the last one. This one was pretty wholesome to me. Well, this is Trent the Baby's Christmas. Start out by saying that. 55-second skit. It is all about Trent the baby talking to their dad, and their dad explaining how Santa is Santa Claus, basically. How does he make the presents? How does, like, it's kind of go through the motions of like what it's like to be a kid that has a Santa household who tries to upheave the Santa reality. When you're growing up, you have these questions. You're like, how does it work? How does he fit through the chimney? How does he do X, Y, and Z? And then the parent giving like the explanation. I love it.
So, are you enjoying your first Halloween, Trent?
Oh yeah. No, this is great. We should do this. We should do this more often, actually.
It's only one day.
This was surprisingly wholesome. I really like this one. This was Trent the Baby's Halloween. Honestly, not really much to say about this one. It's just a cute little animation about them at the front door. There's a little funny interaction when the kid asks for a cup of water on top of the Halloween candy. Again, the dialogue here is very like natural. How I would expect a conversation like this to go. Costume's fire. Little cowboy. Having the candy in his mouth, already eating stuff. Like this is a cute little animation. Definitely something I would show people on Halloween. Is it like just to be funny? Now we are on to probably one of the more famous micropops. Two Time.
We could leave the lights on.
I want to think that this song is about friends in the in your friend group that end up, something about them like tips you off, basically. Like you meet them and like from the first impression you're just like, there's something off about this guy. This is weird. Like something about them is just off, and then you get shown like a reason why you don't want to be friends with them. For one, before we even talk about the video itself, I love this song. This is probably one of my most listened to songs. I think on my Spotify Wrapped, it was like one of my most listened to Jack Stauber songs. Love this song to death. Obviously, I'm going to place this very high off rip just because the song's great. The actual meaning behind this song, I think it's about like a two-timing friend, right? Someone that you think has your back and really doesn't. I think the suspicion is thrown in by saying like, something bugs me about the way you lick your envelopes. Something about this seemingly insignificant thing that you do bothers me. And it could be anything, right? It could be the way that someone asks for you to pass the salt, or the way that someone conducts themselves when playing a board game. Like, it could be literally anything. This envelope part could be interchanged with a lot of different things that tip you off to maybe who this person really is underneath, right? And I think the road represents like walking away from the friendship, right? Taking the high road at multiple times until you actually walk away from them, right? Until you're actually like, no, this is not how friendship works. Why are you being this way, basically, right? That's what I interpreted from this video. Alarm clock waking you up to reality of what this person is like and putting a stop to it. Having your blinders on with your glasses as you're in the friendship, giving them constant breaks over and over until they're caught red-handed with something that you can't forgive, right? Problem that you can't defend, right? Something inevitably comes up that you can't defend. There's no defense against this. You're caught red-handed, right? There's nothing that you can do, and that person ends up getting dropped from the friend group. I've had this happen in my personal friend group with people before, and it does kind of feel like this, like a two-timer dude, you know? Like, can't believe you would do that. Let's go to the next one. This is Valentine's Day is Not for the Lonely. It was posted on Valentine's Day in 2018. It is a 31-second music video-esque short that just repeats the same line over and over again, which says, Valentine's Day is not for the lonely. We get to have every other day. A very true sentiment, though. Like, if we really dissect that line, it's kind of powerful, and it's kind of crazy that this is the only line in the video. We get to have every other day, right? When you're single, like, that's kind of true. Like, you know, you do get to have every other day. There's nothing like, it's not like every day you wake up and have to face the singleness of your life, right? But when you watch this on Valentine's Day, it hurts, right? Like, you know, it's like, why does this hurt? I get to have every other day, but this day in particular hurts. I also like the way the guy looks. The sadness is so well portrayed, and like the happiness of the heart, and it's just like, you know, going around. I also like how Jack portrays kissing. It's just two mouths like touching tongues. Like, what is this? Oh man, it's so funny. Oh, and then like there's a shot of like a guy watching two people do this, and it's like, that's so real, dude. I remember when I was single, walking around like the mall on Valentine's Day, like just to get something I needed, or like going to the grocery store. You just feel so alone, dude. Watching every other couple buy like wine or like an activity to do that night, and you're just going home to eat pizza by yourself or something, you know? Like, it hurts extra hard, and I think that this is just so real, dude. But again, we're making this against everything, right? Not just its own individual world. As it stands, it's just simple. And maybe it's simple because there's not a lot that needs to be said, but I think there is a lot that could be said, so I'm going to keep it there. Let's go to the next one. This is Quicksand VHS Test. It is a 2-minute and 56-second video that is just a test. It's him performing a song, I believe it's titled Quicksand. I don't know if we've heard this song anywhere else. I think this is the only place that it lives on the channel. And I think the test is like this effect he's doing with like himself appearing 3 times over in the video. And yeah, it's literally just a performance of that. There's not a lot to this video. It doesn't have the powerfulness of the Dead Flowers performance, but it's still a good video. The song is great, a very, very powerful song, but it does kind of feel like it's just a test. Like I think he would give a little more, you know, more into it if it was not just a test. I've done these kinds of videos myself where like I need to, you know, test something. The difference is that Jack posts it and I don't. So kind of cool. So this is a promo for Viator, which is one of Jack's first albums. Not the first album, but one of the first ones. And it's good. I like the intro a lot, actually. The door opening with the music and then kind of slowly introducing this idea and then hitting you with the punch of like going through like a bunch of different doors to this face, this person. And then having the person morph. I think this would have been better. This is my gripe with it. The Viator album is supposed to be like a face, but if they had this dude transform into that, it would have been so much better. So this is Viator is Here by Jack Stauber. It is a 49-second video that is a promotional material for the Viator album that dropped, I think, on the same exact day, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. September 18, 2015, and the album was posted on here on the same day. So yeah, just promotional material for the album. And dude, I gotta say, like, the beginning spinning cube is so iconic. I loved it so much, man. As far as this being a video, this feels like what the Pop Food album promotion was. Just an earlier concept of it, right? The Pop Food one had like this like very seamless feel. Like it didn't feel choppy. It felt like every video was like kind of leading into the next one almost. This one doesn't have that same feel. I think this one kind of just roughly cuts through each little music video part. I do like a lot that there are sections for each song and like a visual representation of the song. Very nice to see that, and they're all very uniquely animated. I love it. But yeah, I just feel like an earlier rendition of the concept that would eventually become the Pop Food promotion, and everyone knows how I feel about that. I rank that one pretty high, and it's for good reason. I think that promotion is just top tier. I think this being the predecessor to it deserves some recognition. Like you can tell this is cell animation because of the lines and stuff, and I like that. I think that gives it a little bit more charm. Like the wiggleness of it feels very like Ed Netty, and that's how you know something's like hand drawn. Is like it has that like natural like difference in like the line depth and stuff. Very nice. Loved it a lot, and yeah, I think it was a nice little representation of what the album was. Let's go to the next one.
Hi again, alright, I will say it again.
This feels like two things. This is called Video Man by Jack Stauber, 35-second video. It's kind of skit-esque. It is kind of a rhythmic poem throughout the entire thing of this blob telling us that they're jealous of the viewer because all they get to do is say the same things over and over again. And that's pretty much the entire video. They say that they have to say the same words, the same things, and the same everything every time, just every time. It's never explained what that time is, but when you think about the videos, like, take yourself away from the screen and think about it. Like, what's in all these videos that we've ranked so far, right? When you go to the videos, they are going to say the same words, the same phrases, the same things. They're going to do everything the same every time you watch them. I think this is like a way to almost like anthropomorphize, or is that a word? Did I just use that wrong? I'm gonna look that up. I don't want to speak wrong. How do you pronounce this? Anthropomorphize. Wow, I got it right. Oh my god, I'm so sick. Okay, yeah, this is a way to anthropomorphize this idea, like to give the videos and the characters in those videos the human characteristic of being aware that not only they're in a video, but also knowing that they are going to be forever doomed to say and do the thing that they're meant to say and do, right? At some point, they're going to be jealous of the viewer because they get to do whatever they want. Yeah, we get to click on another one and click on another one and go about our day and get some food and come back and relax, and they have to just stay there until someone clicks on them. Very disturbing idea. Very unique idea, too. So let's go to the next one. We're down to the final 10. Wow. All right. This one's a really popular one. This is surprisingly deep. This is a 49-second short called View, and it is a 49-second spoken word poetry video done by a speech synthesis software from 1982, which is nicknamed SAM because it's called Software Automatic Mouth. It's one of the earliest, if not the first, I don't know about, please don't quote me on that, I'm just doing this live. One of the first like text-to-speech things we've ever had, and to me this video feels like it's supposed to be taken from the perspective of the robot. What a view. Like, if you think about it, like, Jack has created this entire world for this robot to live in, and this is them appreciating that world. Like, what a view, nothing but nature. Right, when everything else is gone, it takes my breath away. I'm reminded of being young and healthy. It sounds like very like, almost like if you asked an AI to recite what it means to live a life and be nostalgic about it, right? What do they think of the view, right? They're reminded of the goodness of man and the fleeting beauty of life. And then the realization hits that this video is supposed to be deeper than it lets on at the end when it says, "Nothing can recreate this moment. It must be lived." As it zooms in on the robot that was literally, like, this whole thing was recreated by Jack on his computer with the voice synthesizer. Like this is like full circle, right? Saying that this can't be recreated, and then it is recreated, and he literally made all the trees and the scenery and the person to appreciate the said trees and scenery. Very, very unique. I'm just blown away, dude. Yeah, this is a goodie. We want to the last 9, dude. We are so close.
Who is Jack Stauber? It's this guy that he makes one of those.
So this is Who is Jack Stauber? Is a 30-second. I still call it a channel trailer because that's what it is. This is really though like Jack being just an amazing person to his fans. So this audio from this video is taken from a video, or I think it's taken from this video. I don't know if it actually is taken from this video. Could be from another thing that I just don't know about. There's a video on Pizza Boy Anthony's channel titled "Who is Jack Stauber Behind the Scenes?" And it has this exact audio clip in there. For those who don't know Pizza Boy Anthony, this is taken from his mom. Says that just a kid with autism, and that he expresses himself by making videos like this. Jack took the audio from this and made it into a channel trailer, and it's honestly a pretty accurate, I think it's a pretty accurate channel trailer for what Jack makes. You know, he makes music videos, VHS videos, and then just having it kind of teeter off into just lovable randomness. Very Jack Stauber. And having it edited in this manner, like this, almost like the lines on a camera recording somebody, but it's a fun version of it. It's a really nice video. Also, the fact that, in some way, shape, or form, right, Jack did do this because it was a fan. I think that always must feel great as an artist to give back to one of your fans if you can. And yeah, it's so sick. So I think this is just a god tier video though, if you've ever stumbled over to Jack's channel at all, and I think that for that reason alone, it deserves its spot. So this is Why Did He Lift His Hands Up by Jack Stauber. It's a 15-second animation of a guy traveling through what I think is like a dirty streets in a big city. Just because it's like a rat at the beginning, that is on some trash. It's also filmed in this really like dark style, and the guy just zooms in on him and it lifts his hands up, and then the video ends. To me, this feels like those random animation tests I would do when I used to make like Minecraft animations, and I would just have the characters just do random stuff. I'd just have them like walk and do like a backflip just for no reason, just so I could try it out. This feels very reminiscent of that. We've all at some point tried animation, and if you are someone that's doing creativeness stuff, and then kind of just making your characters do random things for sake of animating it is funny, right? That's why he lifted his hands up, for those that don't know. This was a crazy video. I'm gonna put that out there first. This is Will by Jack Stauber. It is a 59-second shorts that explores, I feel like, not just anxiety, but like everything surrounding being overwhelmed. Doesn't necessarily have to be like in public or anything like that, but if you've ever been overwhelmed in life, it kind of feels like this like panicky, what am I doing? And you try and like, you're like, you know what, if I can just take care of everything at once, right? That's literally what this guy's trying to do, is take care of everything in his life at once, right? And it also makes sense, right? He's trying to like, you know, pull a lever here and flip a switch here and type on the keyboard at the same time, and he's just overstretching himself, like stretching himself way too thin on everything, and there's just too much going on. And then he has this self-realization that like, hold up, okay, and he finds the answer within himself, right? Which is kind of what you need to do most of the time when this stuff's kind of happening, is to give yourself a minute, fine-tune yourself, switch off the lever, turn your brain on, and realize that everything is going to be okay. All this stuff that's happening around you is going to continue to happen around you no matter what. There's no reason to worry over it. You will eventually get to all of it. And to illustrate all of that in this manner was it was awesome. This was an amazing video. I think if I ever meet someone that doesn't understand like what anxiety feels like, I'll show them this. This is literally like a great representation of what it feels like to stress yourself out. I remember when I was doing my first like 2-hour-long video, I did like the disturbing website Iceberg like 3 years ago. I stressed myself out over that, and that video I took a month on because I kept feeling guilty over telling my audience I'd have it done in X amount of time, and I put all this pressure on myself, and I was constantly doing updates, and I was like, how am I gonna get all this done? There's 100 websites, I can't get through all of them that fast, and I would just like stress myself out every day, and I would literally be like this guy at my desk, and incredibly stressful, but it was all me, right? I caused all that stress, and when I realized that, I was able to get the video done. Yeah, this was a great video. Nothing more to say than that, to be honest. Let's go to the next one. So this video reaffirmed what I've been doing this entire time. If we look back at, well, like, first of all, the video I'm watching is Wishing Apple by Adult Swim, or Wishing Apple on the Adult Swim channel by Jack Stauber. It's a 1:58 Adult Swim small, which is like, he's done 3 of these so far. He done Shop, Opal, and this one. This is one of the lesser known ones though that doesn't get as much love. This makes me want to make a video about it though. But this is like the general idea that I got behind it. So this feels like that self-reflection stuff of like putting your stuff out on the internet and having people view it and look for metaphors and different meanings when the meaning was there all along. One of the things that I'm going to talk about later when we're done ranking all these is like how jarred I was when I realized how many of Jack's videos are very normal when you view them from the lens of them being a personal experience from his life. Things like Opal or Shop, Rain, Abel, Hamantha, Two Time. Like, if you look at all these as experiences from Jack's life instead of just being like, wow, it's really cute, crazy, cool art, they make a lot more sense. Meaning like they make sense as art pieces because they came from a real place of hurt, emotion, or pain. I've always been a firm believer in the idea that the best art in the world always comes from a place of personal experience. Like the reason that music itself is so great and why I've always wanted to tackle it one day is because I think music is such a different medium than video or like paintings or drawings. Like music, you can get across emotion without having to do anything besides make the song feel like it. And it's such a cool thing to be able to see an artist kind of like acknowledge that. That's why this Wishing Apple, I feel like, is doing that. Last 4, dude. We are so close, baby.
Mr. Robert?
Oh, hi, Glenn.
May I ask what?
In the spirit of looking through Jack's stuff through his lens, let's look at this video through his own experience. This is a 1:08 long short titled Work, and it is about this guy at his desk named Robert, who is seemingly not doing what he's supposed to be doing. His boss comes and corrects him. He's like, you haven't even plugged in your computer yet, man. Like, plug in your computer and get back to work. And then Robert starts making like a beat and makes like a little song. And to me, this kind of feels like when you're a creative person like this that has a menial job, you kind of have moments like this at work. I remember being at my job. I used to work at Albertsons, and there would be times where I would like get video ideas from just random experiences I had at work. Whether it was like the way a boss talked to me that made me have like a general concept for like an analysis video, or like me just strolling through the aisles thinking about random stuff, like random things that I wanted to do later. And some of them ended up happening. The analysis video for my Die Fantasy video spawned out of me just walking around thinking about it like over and over again. The video I did about WandaVision was kind of the same thing. I remember talking to people at the warehouse that I worked at, and they had these terrible opinions on the show, and I was just like inspired to make a video about that. Ed and Eddie, like I have these videos that I've done because of like conversations that started over work and my mind just wanting to be literally anywhere else than where I was currently at. And this video feels like an apt representation of that feeling of like being at work but belonging somewhere else.
Wow, sweet dorm room.
Thanks.
Go put some cool music.
All right, so this is WPTS Radio. It's a 35-second ad for a website that I think Jack used to run, where he would stream radio music live. This is just an ad for that, and it's honestly, this is a really unique video because I feel like this is the first time we see Jack really diving into this MS Paint style that he's kind of synonymous with. And even the way that like the video kind of morphs in at the end, very reminiscent of what we would end up seeing later on. I think this is kind of the first video that like tried using these techniques that I feel like you would end up mastering later. And I'm going to use this video like that. I think this was the video that started it all, actually, unironically. It does feel kind of jarring though, because you go from like this MS Paint to like a real life website, and then you go back to normal. Very jarring, because you would never see that, I feel like, done the way it is done in this video done today. What a great ad, dude. So simple and so smooth for being done on MS Paint. This is WPTS Cream, a 22-second ad for the radio thing that we just watched. It starts with this ice cream cone melting and then it being poured out into becoming WPTS Radio, which is this. So well done. I love the animation a lot. Again, I think this is where a lot of that seedling was planted of doing MS Paint for animation. This was the smoothest I think I've ever seen it done on the channel in a hot minute. This is really good. We're going to leave it there and move on to the last Jack Stauber video on today's video. This has been a long time in the making for me. Yeah, we're there. And it is a video about his, I think, one of his instruments. So let's check it out.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3,
How fitting to have a video like this be the last one on the video. This is Yamaha DD-9 by Jack Stauber. It is a 45-second shorts where he literally just shows us his process in real time. And I still believe it's the same to this day. Also, can we take a second to appreciate like just the, like this has everything in it, right? It has a CRT, his audio equipment, his strange audio equipment on top of that, right? This like old device he probably found at a yard sale, and he makes music from it. He makes music from like the auto-loaded song on there, like a very unique song, right? Of just whatever beat was on there, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like just the way that it says it, him jamming out to it and almost feeling the music out, adding a little beat drop in there, turning the music off 1, 2, 3, 4, and then coming back into it. This is just very fitting for what Jack style means, which is to just be true to yourself, and it almost shows like him as an artist, right? That he's so in tune with this kind of life of just creating music for us to enjoy in any shape or form. I think having this as the last video was great because it's holding up so well to what we've seen so far, and it represents a lot. I think just the whole process behind how he makes his stuff, I believe it's like this, literally, like he'll just be messing around and create like masterpieces like Opal or Shop or Abel. Is so insane to me that like this guy is at his core just this dude is just like, I'm gonna make a song today about this. You made it to the end of the video. Oh my god. I remember this video taking me like 12 hours of footage. Like it took me so many days to record this. I literally would just go to my desk, queue up the next like 20 to 30 videos, watch them, rewatch them, replay them, record so many repeats of the same exact thing, and here we are. A fully stitched together cohesive video going over every single Jack Stauber video, and it's amazing. I had such a good time doing this project, and honestly, one of the things that I didn't expect going into this video was just how normal Jack Stauber kind of is, I guess. I kind of talk about it in my What Happened To video on him, posted like 2 weeks ago, and it just blows my mind that he really is just a dude who pursued his art. Like, I don't think that his pipeline of videos looks that different from any other person's besides the actual content in them. But yeah, when you watch his channel from beginning to end the way that I did, it literally looks like identical to every other like creator that I've watched. Like they go to like this like exploration phase, they start like honing in on what makes them, and then they start making a lot of stuff like that. They start exploring a little more and experimenting with what they already know. And yeah, my favorite like pieces that I discovered coming out of this were not even like really like Jack Stauber videos, I guess. Like most people wouldn't qualify like the Matei Song as like a Jack Stauber video, or like Tenderly, but those two stuck out to me like a sore thumb. Like they were like so, like, I guess not a sore thumb, but like they were so good. Just a lot of those like one-off performances, or like random music videos that he made before he really popped off and became the artist that he is today. It was so interesting to see that, and just see him do something different. I still think the Matei Song as a video is like one of the best videos on his channel, just because you get to see him perform and what it's like to really like control an audience, and it's awesome. So yeah, I'm not gonna really I'm not gonna say more than that, but it's just I had such a good time with this one. If you're watching it to the end somehow, some way, and there's one that surprised you, you know, like you're like, oh wow, like I didn't even know that this project or this video existed, like talk about it, go in the comments, share with everybody else, because that's really what I want this video to be. In Jack Stauber's absence, I guess the only thing that we really have, if we want to have a community at all, is random people like me taking it upon themselves to just talk more about him. I don't know when the last video I make on him will ever be. I still have some in my head that I really want to make. This is one that's been on my mind for a very long time though, and I think this is the final version of it for me. I posted this one a while back, and to be completely honest, like, it just did so bad. And at the time, I was just so like, man, like, how could this do awful? And I still don't really know what the answer is. I think a lot of it has to do with the packaging of the video, like the thumbnail, the title, and even the video itself. I think it just didn't fit right on my channel. But I think this re-edited version, like, definitely does. I'm not gonna expect this one to hit more than like maybe like, I don't know, like 10-20k views. But those views mean a lot. Like, those are people that are dedicated and actually want to know more about Jack Stauber. And it's so funny to me because like the first run of this video only got like 8,000 views, and when I took it down, there were people asking for it to go back up. I've never had that happen with any other video. Even the ones that had like millions of views and got taken down, like I've never had somebody ask or like go on like any forum and just be like, what happened to this one? So I feel like this is a very important video, and yeah, even if it ends up just being one of those like hidden gems like the Matei Song, like I'm just glad that I was able to do it. And yeah, we'll leave it at that. If you're on screen, thank you for being a Patreon member. The Patreon's really just turned into this place to just support me. There is stuff on there for you to watch and enjoy. It's free to join if you haven't watched any of my updates or anything. It is completely free to join. All the uncensored and like updates and random posts that I do on there are completely free to enjoy. All the ones that were previously paid are free to enjoy. So yeah, if you want to go to the Patreon, if you want to support me, feel free to do so. All of it just kind of gets funneled back into the channel, whether it's like, you know, little changes like little USB sticks, better lighting, better camera lenses. I've bought a lot of camera lenses over the years. Just anything that will kind of help the channel become greater than what it is now. So if that sounds appealing to you, go check it out. Support me. If not, no biggie. But yeah, with all that said, I will see you all in the next video. Thanks for watching.